day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on into a Monster Monday edition show of BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans, I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, and you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. You can call the show tonight and every night, every Monday through Friday, 6 to 11 p.m. Eastern, all live, 5 hours. The phone number is 310-840-4910, 310-840-4910. Any and all football fans, your team, there's a pretty damn good shot. Your team got in the action today. Your team signed some players. Your team spent some cash. And so throughout the entire show today, we will take your phone calls, any and all of your thoughts, your reactions to your team's signings and what they've done so far in free agency. Brad, let's start in Miami, because the Miami Dolphins early this morning when we woke up, it became official, something that we expected to happen, barring a crazy trade where they probably would have had to send a first-round pick along with him. That doesn't happen. The Dolphins released Tua Tagovailoa. They're going to take on $67 million this year in dead cap money, another $32 the next year, nearly $100 million just so Tua doesn't throw another pass ever again in Miami. He is out of there. He signs with the Falcons. We'll get to that in just a bit, but the Dolphins already have their replacement, and it is Malik Willis, who we speculated, where would he go? How much money would he get? And GM John Eric Sullivan, they ink Malik Willis to a 3-year deal that's worth just under $68 million, so he gets under $23 million per season, but he is almost certainly going to be the Dolphins starting quarterback. Quinn Ewers expected to be the backup. Tua's got his home in Atlanta, but the Dolphins don't waste any time. They get rid of Tua, they bring in Malik Willis, and this new era of Dolphins football with head coach Jeff Hafley begins with one of the more, let's say, intriguing free agent quarterbacks of all time, a guy that's basically only got a handful of starts under his belt. I like that Miami got him. Arizona was another place that was definitely hot on the trot for Malik Willis, and so now it's okay. Dolphins aren't going to be very good, but they got their quarterback, and in the same breath, no more Tua. Handful of years, more than 6 years as their starting quarterback. He'll always have 2023, but it ends up ending in disastrous fashion for him this past season, and now Miami is turning their attention to Malik Willis. I don't think there's no proclamation about the Dolphins being a playoff team, but they had to move on from Tua, and they do so at Malik Willis. Your thoughts on it?
Yeah, I think it's a great landing spot for Malik Willis. And you might say, well, sample size, Evans. I understand. He had a couple of starts last season, but you saw the strides in his overall development that he was able to make compared to his time with the Tennessee Titans and last season under the tutelage of a great, head coaching staff, just coaching staff in general. There in northern Wisconsin with the Green Bay Packers. So I think Willis is primed to really bust out in a major way. He's got all the trimmings, all the trappings, all the skills, with the arm, and of course, with the opportunistic legs. He is a modern-day NFL quarterback, doing it in a number of ways, moving the chains, not only with the arm, but also, again, skirting those little legs on the ground. And a guy last season who was number one, folks, in adjusted completion percentage at PFF among quarterbacks with at least 40 dropbacks on the year. So, again, it was a small sample size, but as I mentioned, he made a quantum leap in his overall skill set refinement and development. A guy was also number one in big-time throw rate as tracked by Pro Football Focus. He averaged 12.1 pass yards per attempt. That was off the charts. And you got Jalen Waddle there. He got some other weapons. He can chuck the ball down the field too. Devon Achane, I know he's been involved in some trade rumors, and we'll see if that comes to fruition. But right now, still a member of this organization, one of the fastest and most versatile running backs in the league. I think Willis, you're going to see a lot of what he did, similar to what he accomplished against the Baltimore Ravens last year in that start. 288 yards, a passing touchdown, no picks, 60 rushing yards, and not one, but 2 touchdowns. Is he Lamar Jackson light? Yeah, I think he is in a way. I'm not saying he's anywhere close to Lamar Jackson, but what he brings to the table is a versatile all-around skill set and somebody who I think is going to pay instant dividends for this organization, though they are lacking suitable weapons overall, need to add some of those, and maybe they'll do it via the draft. Maybe they're still going to do it in free agency to accompany Waddle, to accompany Achane, to try to get the most out of Malik Willis. So he is going to be the starter for the foreseeable future in Miami. I think it was a shrewd move done by that organization. And no, folks, he is not going to be Matt Flynn, the sequel. Believe in Malik Willis, especially for those of you playing fantasy football. Could be a quarterback one in 12-team leagues. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, 310-840-4910 is the number to join the show. That's 310-840-4910. You know, again, you look at Malik Willis's numbers last year, in just 2 starts, threw for 422 yards, 3 touchdowns, no picks, didn't commit, or he lost 1 fumble. He had 1 turnover, but he also ran for 123 yards and 2 touchdowns as well. You know, again, in 2 starts and a handful of appearances in the Packers in 2024, he also threw for 550 yards and 3 touchdowns, a quarterback rating or passer rating of over 125. So, look, we've barely seen him over the last 2 years because he's Jordan Love's backup, and Jordan Love has had the MCL injury in the beginning of the year 2 years ago, the concussion this past season. But in the times we've seen him, he's been pretty damn good. He's been pretty damn good. And look, I think that's what Miami was going with above all else. They're in no place to compete here over the next year and a half. Not while they're paying Tua, again, $100 million over the next 2 years just for Tua, who's not there. But you got a GM that came over from the Packers. You got a head coach, Jeff Hafley, that was the Packers defense coordinator. They know Malik Willis better than anybody else. They've seen him the last couple of years. He was their scout team quarterback. They said that directly. And so there's familiarity. There's comfortability. And I think, if nothing else, like you said, a guy that can use his legs. If the offensive line, which has been a big problem for them, if it has issues again, hey, at least this guy can scramble and use his legs. Tua, which, because of a combination of things, was never really a big mobile quarterback. Like, you never really worried about Tua running. And then he had the concussions, which were just completely unfortunate. A very sad chapter in his career that, I mean, look, let's be honest, led to the quarterback that he is today. And that's one that looks like a shell of himself from a couple of years ago. He couldn't use his legs. You didn't want him to use his legs. Now, Malik Willis, you have that ability here. So you and I, again, we're not claiming Miami's going to be win more than even 5 or 6 freaking games this year. Not when you got the Bills and the Patriots in that division. But at least they've got somebody in place to be a quarterback. And look, I think this is basically I hate the term house money, but it almost feels like we're not expecting Miami to be good. And so Malik Willis ends up being great. You got him at under $23 million a year. How many starting quarterbacks are getting paid that amount of money? And if he's not very good, okay, you move on in another year or two and you try to find your next option. But the Dolphins, this is where GM John Eric Sullivan, he's going to have to try to prove that he is a genius, man, because he's going to have to get real creative with a lot of this roster. Let's look at the other end of it. Tua, now he's in Atlanta. 1-year deal, going to the Falcons. It's going to be Michael Penix's backup, presumably, if Penix is ready for week 1. You've got your doubts about that. I'm a big Penix defender. This is a make-or-break season for him. And whereas last year Kirk Cousins was his backup and then eventually became the starter, now you got 2 lefties in the building. Now you don't got to worry about who your blindside tackle protector is here. This makes things very streamlined for Atlanta. And again, this is a very low-risk, high-reward scenario. If Penix proves he can stay healthy and be a franchise quarterback, Atlanta's got every opportunity to win the NFC South. If he can't stay healthy or he underachieves, you basically got Tua on the league minimum with a chance to rejuvenate his career. And if nothing else about Tua, what has he always been good at? Getting rid of the ball quickly and being accurate. And in an offense that has Bijan Robinson, Kyle Pitts, and Drake London, that should probably be as close to the skill set that he had in Miami as possible. And so, look, Tua, you hope for Michael Penix's chances and his circumstances that Tua never gets the chance to prove that he can rejuvenate his career. But if he does get that chance, he'll have as good of a chance as anybody.
Yeah, I look at it as like being a low risk, medium reward kind of signing. You got him on the cheap, and obviously comes in and gives you the appropriate crutch to lean on. Now you got Penix, and I would argue that Tua is a flaccid Penix, pun intended. Not exactly a guy that I would entirely trust over a 17-game season, but essentially what he provides is an insurance policy if Penix cannot recover from that knee injury that he suffered late last year and is ready in time for week 1. You know, it's entirely conceivable that Tua Tagovailoa will be the starter maybe the first 3 weeks, 5 weeks of the regular season. And then they're going to turn the keys back over to Michael Penix. The problem with Penix is his gross inaccuracy. It was definitely on display last season. He was outside the top 30 adjusted completion percentage, despite the appreciable weapons that he did have on that roster. You mentioned Bijan Robinson. You mentioned Drake London. You mentioned Kyle Pitts, who has always been a fantasy tease, and he actually delivered on his very dirt cheap price last year. So the leash, I would argue, is shortened for Michael Penix, but he's got to go out there, get himself healthy, and then come back in. You know, maybe now at the beginning of the season, you can bring him along slowly, make sure he's A-okay and at 100%, and then you go out there and try to prove his worth, try to prove his mettle. So, again, I like the landing spot, and I like the continuity as well. As you mentioned, 2 southpaws on the roster, so schematically, you run the same stuff, whether it's Tua or Penix.
Would you say it's fair that, at least in some regards, this quarterback room now in Atlanta has some kind of comparison to the quarterback room last year in Indianapolis, where we thought it was going to be Anthony Richardson's job, and it's a guy that had battled to stay healthy, and you had questions about his ability to be a franchise quarterback. The Colts bring in Daniel Jones. Daniel Jones wins the quarterback battle and then has a tremendous season. Do you think there's any chance that can happen in Atlanta where Penix, I don't think he's not going to lose the quarterback battle unless he's not healthy. But like you said, if he starts the year and he lands on the PUP list because he's not recovered from his torn ACL, and Tua's week 1 starter in Atlanta, imagine if we're deja vu. You know, Tua Tagovailoa having a Daniel Jones-esque season from last year. The Falcons are like freaking 7-2, and Tua's having the best season since 2023. Do you think there's any chance that that's possible at all? Because I don't. I've given up on Tua. But we talked about it. He's in an offense that has a lot of weapons and a new head coach in Stefanski who's proven he can get the most out of lesser quarterbacks than Tua. You know, when Joe Flacco came off the couch, not that Joe Flacco's a lesser quarterback than Tua, but at the time, you know, we didn't give them much of a chance. Any chance that could happen this year?
I think that's a fair comp, man. I like that. You pulled that out of your hat. Yeah, look, we were all writing off Daniel Jones, right? When he went to Indianapolis. There's no way he is going to be the starter of the entire season. There were still a lot of people, especially in the fantasy football circles, that were all in on Anthony Richardson again, despite the horrific inaccuracies that he had, because they were all seduced by the juice that he brings on the ground with those legs. It's a different scenario with the different player types in Atlanta. But let's say hypothetically, Tua goes out there, gets a start in week 1, tears it up. Maybe gets another start, maybe another start after that as they bring Penix back rather slowly. And let's say Atlanta, first 2 weeks of the season, they're 3-0. Are they going to pull the plug on Tua Tagovailoa, knowing how hot they are out of the gate, and put Penix right back in? No, I don't think they will. I think they're going to try to find the appropriate time in that scenario then to put Penix into the starting lineup. So, yeah, man, I think it's going to be highly competitive. I think it is far from a guarantee that Penix is going to have his job over the entire season. If he does come back in week 1, or if he comes back in week 3 or week 5 or week whatever, I think this is going to be, not a contentious situation at all, but it's going to be highly competitive because honestly, I think these guys are overall of a similar ilk. So I'm kind of buying what you're selling there, which means I'm probably going to go the extra dollar in my fantasy auction draft for Tua because I play in super flex leagues. It's 2 quarterbacks, folks. I'm a sicko.
Yes, exactly. It's like, what do you have to lose here? Again, that is considering if Michael Penix does not start the year healthy as a quarterback, as the quarterback of the Falcons. Because if he does, then you might be waiting a while for Tua to get on the field. All right, really quickly, let's pivot here. I think probably my favorite, my juiciest free agent signing of the day is the reigning Super Bowl MVP, Kenneth Walker III, is now with the Kansas City Chiefs. They swoop in and they grab him for 3 years, $43 million with just under $29 million guaranteed. The Chiefs also are bringing back Travis Kelce, in case anybody's curious. But look, this was the big move here, and it has multiple implications, not only on the free agency class and what other teams are doing at the running back position, but the NFL draft. Because you and I were saying, damn, Chiefs are going to get Jeremiah Love at 9. He's going to be amazing in that offense. And then he vaults himself up, his draft stock with the NFL Combine, and we're like, damn, Jeremiah Love might even make it to 9. Hell, he might not make it to 5. I think the Chiefs knew that. They grab him away from Denver, who definitely wanted him. Seattle, whether they actually were ever serious about bringing him back or not, we don't know, because now Kenneth Walker is on the Kansas City Chiefs, and I love this move from Kansas City. If you thought they were going to go quietly into the night after last year's failures, think again. They've got a bona fide running back that can handle 65 to 70% of the offense. We'll see what happens to Isaiah Pacheco. He'll still be on the team. Kareem Hunt's going to be gone, but man, Kansas City Chiefs, they strike, and they're not going to get Jeremiah Love, but damn it, they got the reigning Super Bowl MVP, and that ain't too shabby.
No, it's not. And honestly, I think it was a wise decision by them. They had to invest in a running back. They knew that. And in a way, what they did is they stole Kenneth Walker III away from one of their division arch rivals, the Denver Broncos, who are entertaining his services and are also in the market for a running back. They re-signed J.K. Dobbins today, so I guess they decided just keep it in-house with Dobbins, who is beloved in that clubhouse. So that's the direction they're going to move. But I love this signing for Kansas City. Walker III is one of the most efficient running backs in the NFL. Last season with the Seattle Seahawks, 17 games, 221 carries in the regular season, over 1,000 yards on the ground, 31 catches for 282 yards. He only had the 5 total touchdowns, only saw 51.3% of the opportunity share, but he was top 24 yards created per touch. He was number two among all NFL running backs and total missed tackles forced, trailing only Bijan Robinson in that category with 77 yards created, maestro as well. I love this move for KC, and really the question now becomes, how much work will Walker III get in this offense? Again, nearly in a 50-50 timeshare last season with Zach Charbonnet all day. I think Walker III is a really good shot, maybe getting 65, 70, 75% of the overall opportunity share. He's a guy, in my opinion, that can handle 17 touches per game. I think Pacheco will only spell him maybe 5 to 8 times per contest. They do that. They lean on Walker a little bit more than Seattle did, as long as he remains upright. And this offense is going to blast off to the moon. So I absolutely love this signing for Kansas City. Smart move for them. Takes them out, of course, the Jeremiah Love sweepstakes, as you already outlined. But maybe a pick number 9 overall, considering they finished number 17 in run blocking efficiency according to PFF last year. Maybe they invest in somebody to shore up that offensive line. So check the box, Ari Neen, adding Walker III. That really elevates the ground game overall. And again, you fantasy fans, I've always got fantasy on the mind. Walker III, if he gets what I feel will be 65 to 70% of that opportunity share, he's a guy, assuming 17 games, will finish as a top 10 running back this upcoming season.
Yeah, 310-840-4910 is the phone number to get to. We've already got, or the phone number to join. We've already got a ton of phone calls that we got to get to. Really quickly, I just want to quantify how bad the Chiefs' run game was last year, because we all saw it. But consider this, Brad. You had Isaiah Pacheco, didn't have a single rushing attempt of more than 20 yards. Kareem Hunt had 1. And as a running back group, Isaiah Pacheco, Kareem Hunt, and Brashard Smith combined to force just 49 missed tackles. That was among the 5 worst teams in the NFL. And you talk about Kenneth Walker now. Again, the NFL, it's a sport where we have violent car crashes basically every play. So anything is possible. But Kenneth Walker he played every single game. He played every game. He was as healthy as can be. Didn't miss a single practice once the season began. He was a full participant in all but 5 of them. And so you got a guy that was as durable as can be last year. And you mentioned they 50-50 with Zach Charbonnet. That's going to be a big question mark. How many touches a game does he get? How healthy do they try to keep him throughout the season? How much of Isaiah Pacheco do we see? Because he's somebody that when he's running well, I mean, he's pretty damn good. But, he had some injuries over the last 2 years, and he didn't look nearly as explosive. So this was critical for Kansas City to upgrade the run game. And I think once they realized, hey, Jeremiah Love's going to be gone by the time we pick, we got to do something. They made the biggest splash that you could in a free agency group that also had Travis Etienne. He signed today, and some other running backs as well. The Chiefs got the reigning Super Bowl MVP. The Kansas City Chiefs, I think Mahomes is going to come back better than the last 2 years. Coming off the torn ACL. He's going to be on a mission. Kansas City is going to be freaking dangerous, and they might win that division next year. All right, we'll take a short break. 310-840-4910. We'll get to your phone calls when we return. And also, the Raiders just had 2 more signings in the last 10 minutes. We'll talk about why it has been an incredible weekend and an incredible Monday for the Las Vegas Raiders. And also Michael Pittman traded to the Steelers, what it means for the Colts and for Pittsburgh. We'll talk about those 2 topics when we get back. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
It's a grand slam. And it's a grand slam for both teams. And we'll start with the Baltimore Ravens. And I give this team, I give general manager Eric DeCosta, I give head coach Jesse Minter so much credit for making this move. You know, if you've been watching this show, listening to the show for any period of time, you know that for years, not months, not weeks, not year, singular. Years, plural. Put a Z on the end of that bitch if you want to get real Gen Z with it. I've been saying for a long-ass time, the Baltimore Ravens need to try something different. And said the same thing, by the way, about the Buffalo Bills, and there's a corollary here that we will make between Baltimore and Buffalo coming up in a little bit. The Ravens needed to move on from head coach John Harbaugh, and the Baltimore Ravens needed to challenge their status quo. Because, yes, Baltimore every year enters the season with a healthy Lamar Jackson, and the upside is to go 15-2, 14-3, for Lamar Jackson to win Most Valuable Player. And we have seen the Baltimore Ravens be the sultans of spreadsheets, the excellence of EPA, the dominators of DVOA. Man, you talk to any NFL stat nerd, and they will basically describe this season notwithstanding, not included, will describe this era of Ravens football like they're some combination of the 72 Dolphins and the 2007 Patriots. Oh, they're one of the best teams of all time. But yet, what happens every single January? They fall short. And usually in soul-crushing, heart-breaking fashion. So I love this for the Baltimore Ravens. Oh my God, how could you move on from John Harbaugh? He's such a winner. And to be clear, and I've said this a million times, I think John Harbaugh is an awesome coach. I'm happy that he's the head coach of my favorite football team, the New York Football Giants. I absolutely love it. But you know what? Don't make the playoffs last year? Can't get over the hump with Lamar Jackson? You're never firing the MVP quarterback? He had to go. And now, this idea that, the Ravens, like we hold this organization to such a high standard. Never traded a first-round pick for a player. Oh, they can't do that. They've never done it before. How could they do it? How about, because they can't win, because they can't get over the hump. So the Baltimore Ravens are trying something different. And you have to love that because what they were doing in the past absolutely wasn't working. 2 first-round picks for star pass rusher Max Crosby. And I will say, for what the Baltimore Ravens did with this trade, the same thing about what I said about the LA Rams and the haul that they gave to the Kansas City Chiefs for cornerback Trent McDuffie. And it's really easy. F them picks. F them. F them. The window is open now for the Baltimore Ravens. Right now. And the AFC is wide open. Look at what we saw on Conference Championship Sunday in the AFC. A Patriots team that was clearly over its skis, and credit to them, versus the Denver Broncos. And you want to tell me the AFC isn't open? And the Baltimore Ravens shouldn't be pushing chips into the middle of the table and trying to go all in with Lamar Jackson set to be 29 years old? It's an awesome move for the Baltimore Ravens. A needed move for the Baltimore Ravens to change up the status quo, to do something different. I absolutely love it. And now you give Jesse Minter, who, and for people that don't know, Minter kind of thought to be not maybe the same as, and it's tough to say this now because Mike Macdonald just won a Super Bowl with Seattle, but kind of talked about in the same hushed, revered tones that Mike Macdonald has talked about as a defensive coach. And now you give him this chess piece to play with in Max Crosby, who, if he's able to stay healthy and the Ravens are able to have a run of postseason success, Max Crosby is going to go to the Pro Football Hall of Fame. That's his upside, is 2 first-round picks for a Hall of Fame pass rusher.
From kickoff to the final whistle, you're locked into BetMGM tonight. Weeknights with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle.
Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. We will get to your phone calls in 5 minutes. Hang patiently. 310-840-4910 is the phone number to join. That's 310-840-4910. There's no better place to be during March matchups than Vegas. This year, college basketball fans can win a VIP trip to the Court of Legends event featuring the Cavender twins. Simply place sports bets, and your position on the leaderboard will determine if you win one of the 25 grand prize packages. Just sign into your BetMGM account, opt into the promotion, and start placing sports bets of at least $10 to climb the leaderboard. Make this March one to remember. Join the Court of Legends leaderboard and make it legendary. You're listening to Pat Boyle and Brad Evans on BetMGM tonight. We're also sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, which protects small businesses with affordable coverage options. Get a quote today at progressivecommercial.com. I will give you all the breaking news as it happens as well. And one of the most recent breaking news here in the last 5 minutes is that Seattle, the Seahawks, the reigning Super Bowl champions, we talked about, they lose Kenneth Walker to the Chiefs. They lost Boye Mafe, their edge rusher, to the Cincinnati Bengals. They do get Rashid Shaheed back, 3 years, $51 million. And so Rashid Shaheed, the speedster, he is coming back to Seattle. So that's a big W for them. But we mentioned right before the break, the Las Vegas Raiders have made a flurry of moves, and none bigger than Friday night. Right before the end of the show, we mentioned the massive trade. They get Max Crosby. They send they trade Max Crosby to the Baltimore Ravens. They get the Ravens' 14th overall pick. They get Baltimore's first-round pick in 2027 as well. And then on top of that, they have not slowed down. They then sign, on top of it, Tyler Linderbaum, the center, for a record deal for an interior lineman. The center, best center on the free agency market. He leaves Baltimore, goes to the Raiders, 3 years, $81 million with $60 million guaranteed for a center. I mean, look, you consider the salary cap, it goes up $20 million every year. I guess we shouldn't be that shocked that a center is getting nearly $30 million, but holy smokes, is that a lot of money. Raiders have a lot of it to spend, and they aren't wasting any time, Brad. They also get Kwity Paye from the Colts, pass rusher. 3 years, $48 million. And then literally in the first segment that we were on the air, they signed Quay Walker, linebacker from Green Bay, for 3 years and $40 million. And they get Nakobe Dean from the Eagles, 3 years, $36 million. On top of Jalen Nailor and Eric Stokes, both receiver Jalen Nailor and corner Eric Stokes, both in the three years for the $30 million range in terms of the total contract. Las Vegas ain't wasting time. They're going to get Fernando Mendoza, number 1 overall. And they've got round draft picks this season. And yeah, we probably still view them as the worst team in that division just because the Chargers, Broncos, both playoff teams last year, and the Kansas City Chiefs, I'm assuming they're going to be a playoff team again. But man, the Raiders are making a massive, massive leap here in adding some premier talent to their team. And I'll just say it. I don't think they're a playoff team, but man, if Mendoza is as good as we think he can be, then why can't they be this year's Patriots, who went 4-13 a year ago, spent a boatload of cash? Drake May takes the big second-year leap. They brought in Mike Vrabel. Raiders bring in Clint Kubiak. Just how big of a step forward can the Raiders take this year? That's what I'm curious to find out. But man, I am in love with the moves they've made so far these last 72 hours.
Yeah, look, they could be a 500 team. They could be slightly above 500. I think that is the end game for this year's version of the Las Vegas Raiders. Look, it's like spinning the roulette wheel and stacking your chips on black. They're going to cash in, a few times, but you're hoping to walk away from the table not penniless. Money starts to imagination. I don't think it's going to be that way at all. For this overall team, you got Brock Bowers on roster. You got Ashton Genty as well. And you make this a primo investment in your offensive line. Linderbaum is a guy that's really going to shore up a unit that was bottom 6 last season in pass blocking efficiency, according to Pro Football Focus. They are going to draft Fernando Mendoza. And I know some people are like, well, maybe they won't draft him. They would be insane in the membrane. They would be a few clowns short of a circus if they go any other direction. Mendoza is a real deal, Holyfield. He played in Indiana. Yeah, you jackass. They won the national title. And they beat the likes of Alabama. They beat the likes of an outstanding Miami Hurricanes defense. And he was doing it, throughout the entire Big Ten slate against pretty much everybody, just tearing them up. One of the most accurate quarterbacks in the college football ranks. He's going to transition smoothly. Now, based on the report that we saw last week, is he going to be brought along slowly? Yeah, I'll believe it when I see it. If they're going to invest that, number 1 overall draft capital in him, he is going to be inserted in the starting lineup straight away. The other sneaky good signing for this team, Pat, you mentioned, is Jalen Nailor. The former Minnesota Viking comes over. I know he was kind of the third wheel, fourth wheel in that offense, but on occasion, man, he shined. He's got separation skills. He's a chunk gain kind of receiver. He can run various routes in the overall tree. He is, in my estimation, a certifiable WR2. Now, do they really have a WR1? Well, kind of. It's tied in Brock Bowers. And I still think they're going to make some additional investments in the wide receiver room, though Besh is going to be back for another year. They have some guys that have some experience in that overall offense. I like what the Raiders are doing. They're moving in the right direction. And if anybody is out there doubting Fernando Mendoza and whether or not he's going to transition seamlessly the next level, if you are casting doubt on him, get your damn head examined. The guy's a winner. He's mobile in the pocket, crisp and accurate. He is going to thrive in Sin City, and I can't wait to see it.
Yeah, again, 310-840-4910 is the number to join the show. 310-840-4910. Get to your phone calls here in 30 seconds. Just one more point. Yeah, and look, the Raiders, they've got to take some of the spotlight in a good way off of Brock Bowers, right? I mean, you can't have Brock Bowers getting 10, 12 targets a game. As good as he is, I mean, when you got to go to him, of course you go to him, but you need some receivers that can do some damage. They have been, since they traded away Devontae Adams, no offense, like you said, to guys like Jack Besh, and, when Jacoby Myers was on the team, it's been a dearth. There's been a void there. So we'll see if Jalen Nailor can make a big step forward. He's going to, be playing a big role. They get Fernando Mendoza, a receiver. They get Fernando Mendoza, huge, the best offensive lineman on the market, and Tyler Linderbaum. And like you said, there was no doubt. The Raiders are drafting Fernando Mendoza. There's no shot Clint Kubiak would have took this freaking job if he wasn't getting guaranteed Fernando Mendoza. All right, we mentioned Baltimore trading for Max Crosby. They also made some other signings as well, most notably re-signing Snoop Huntley to be Lamar's backup, to continue to be his backup. And they get John Simpson, a lineman, for 3 years, $30 million. Let's go to the phones here. Kai, who's in Bryantown, Maryland, he wants to talk about the Ravens offseason. He is next up here on BetMGM tonight. Kai is on line one. Go ahead, Kai. You got it.
What's up? What's up, Pat? I'm in Reisterstown, Maryland. What's up, Pat? How you doing?
Good. You said you're in whose world?
I'm in Reisterstown, Maryland.
Oh, okay. All right. My apologies. Yeah, we got you, man. Go ahead. You got it.
No problem. Listen. Matt Crosby, over and under sacks this year, 19 and a half. He's going to, listen, our division, Pittsburgh, Cincinnati, and Cleveland. That's a total of probably, I would say, 4 sacks, which 4 times 3 is, that's 12 sacks right there. Okay? Lamar Jackson, healthy. We have a defensive coordinator who knows how to get his guy involved, who had Oweh. Look what he took Oweh to. Oweh had 0 sacks when he left the Ravens. He ended up being a Pro Bowler. What are you going to do with Max Crosby now? Okay? Now we got a healthy Lamar Jackson. I talked to you, Pat, when you was on the air, when you was on, your late night. I missed you on the air, Pat. So now we got, now we have a Derrick Henry who's hungry. Feed him in the playoff. Listen, I hear what you're saying about Mahomes. That's a very good pick with that running back. I'm gonna be honest with you. Okay? And the Kelsey coming back. I see what you're saying. But Matt Crosby is the difference maker with Josh Allen and Mahomes, with us getting back into the playoffs and getting us to the promised land. Pat, I'm not going to hold you up long, but I'm going to say you can't – I'm not saying you, but you can't underestimate the defensive coordinator along with Matt Crosby, along with Kyle Hamilton, Roquan Smith, a healthy Matabike coming back in that middle. This defense is going to be number one. If they're not number one, number two, Pat, I'm going to cash app you $100.
Oh, Kai, I'll hold you to it if you wanted to volunteer that. We appreciate the call, brother. We really do. Brad, he had a lot to say to me, so I'll give you the first chance here to respond to Kai. He thinks Max Crosby is going to get 20 sacks. Look, Jesse Minter is awesome, and he's a great defense coordinator, now head the coach of the Ravens. 20 sacks is a lot. I don't know if he's getting 20 sacks, but I agree that Baltimore defense, they better be top five unit.
Yeah, give me the under comfortably so on 19 and a half sacks, please and thank you. I don't care what the juice is. I'll beep, 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 back up the truck on that. But broader picture, Crosby just brings an entire new wrinkle and dimension to this overall defense. He laid it out. I know he's looking at everything as very much a glass half full, but he's entirely right. The Baltimore Ravens should be able to bounce back and storm back with a vengeance because of Crosby's presence and, of course, the other key components being healthy. Also didn't mention Zay Flowers entering another year. He is going to flourish as well. Kind of a do-it-all receiver, whether bringing guys down the field, doing some of the dirty work across the middle of the field as well. The time is now for the Baltimore Ravens to make strides and potentially, obviously get back into the playoffs. And sure, that would be an utter disappointment, but make a deep run in the AFC and potentially represent that conference in the Super Bowl because, Derrick Henry, he's on the wrong side at 30. You got to win, and he got to win now while these guys are still more or less in their prime. So Crosby will obviously help boost them overall. And I think this, this team as a collective going to be very balanced and very tough to bounce, whether in the regular season or the NFL playoffs.
Yeah, look, I don't want to call Kai a homer, but, I almost am inclined to root against Baltimore not being a top 5 defensive unit because then that means I'm going to get $100 from Kai. I mean, we've got to store his information. True. Make sure we have his phone number on speed dial so I can call him up at the end of the season. If Baltimore's defense isn't top 5, I want that $100. I want that $100, Kai. 310-840-4910 is the phone number to join the show. We'll take your phone calls on any of your favorite teams, free agency signings so far. When we return, we'll get you some more breaking news because it's coming hot and heavy still by the minute here. And we'll also, with a bunch of NBA and college hoops games, conference tournament championship games coming up tonight, we'll take a bit of a deeper look at some of those games as well. But it's going to be a lot of NFL free agency talk here today, and we'll get to some college hoops in a bit. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. We're coming right back. BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
Well, I disagree with this. Rappaport says Kelsey's play was at its usual level. No, it wasn't. Landing him in the Pro Bowl. Shedeur Sanders made the Pro Bowl, whatever. Kelsey is loyal to Kansas City and will stay. So there you have it. Travis Kelce will be back this season coming up for the Chiefs, following a 6-11 year that left the Chiefs on the outside looking in of the playoffs. And I actually think this is going to be a fascinating storyline this offseason for Kansas City and for Travis Kelce. I don't think it was Travis Kelce and Travis Kelce alone. Certainly wasn't him, just him, that led to the Chiefs missing the playoffs. But the way that Kelce started the season, and this is my opinion, right? And I think I'm right about this, and I'm curious if anyone would disagree. Like, Kelce's head is in too many different places. He's being pulled in too many different directions. He, in my opinion, and I think a lot of people will echo this both on and off the record, that the celebrity of, going to marry Taylor Swift, arguably the most famous person in the world, maybe got to him a little bit. And he kind of acknowledged that his head needs to be in the game a little bit more. So, in week 1 on Friday night, Chiefs-Chargers in Brazil, when he runs the wrong route and injures Xavier Worthy, your antennas start to go up. Week 2, the Chiefs almost beat the Philadelphia Eagles in a Super Bowl rematch, and Kelce bobbles a pass going into the end zone that's picked off by Tyler. Who picked that pass off? Was it Quinyon Mitchell? Reed Blankenship? Cooper DeJean? I don't remember. Anyway. Oh, no, it was Makuba, right? Andrew Makuba picked that pass off. And all of a sudden, the Chiefs are 0-2. So, like, I don't care what anyone says. And I understand why Ian Rappaport says that, right? Because he's getting information. Ooh, and we have another piece of news that we will get to in a moment, which I think is very, very interesting. I don't care what anyone says. Travis Kelce's not the same player as he once was. That's not even an insult. Like, he's 36 years old. As long as Kelce, he doesn't have to be future first ballot Hall of Fame, and he is a future first ballot Hall of Fame tight end. He's going to the Hall of Fame on the first ballot. I think there's a case to be made. He's the second best tight end in modern NFL history behind only Rob Gronkowski. He's unbelievable. The Chiefs don't need him to be that. What the Chiefs need him to be is focused. Too much commercials, too many magazine shoots looking like the late, great Scott Hall is Razor Ramon. Too much paparazzi. Too many podcasts. Not enough focus on the field for Travis Kelce. Kelce can stay focused. Of course you want him back. But I think that's a big question heading into the year for Travis Kelce and the Kansas City Chiefs.
The Foster injury is the one that I think is more likely to be long-term. And the Ngongba one is the one that I think is likely to be more impactful. So I think the issue with you when you don't have Ngongba is, one, he's 6'11", 260, a really good rim protector, an elite rebounder. And he allows you to play two different styles defensively, right? Like, you play the drop coverage, you sit him in front of the rim, you funnel everybody to him, and he just takes up space and gets in the way at the rim. He's very, very good at that. And then when you have Malik Brown in there, you're switching everything 1 through 5. You're more aggressive. You're trapping stuff. So it kind of makes you two different styles of defense that you play, two different styles of defense you got to prepare for if you're dealing with Duke. So I think losing Ngongba would be huge. Caleb Foster, this is not meant as a shot at him, but I think he's more replaceable because Caden Boozer, I think, can do the job that Caleb Foster is asked to do. Caleb Foster was a guy that should have been a McDonald's All-American, top 25 recruit, has at moments taken over games for Duke down the stretch. I think specifically the Arkansas game, I think he had 20 and I want to say 17 in the second half in that matchup. Caden Boozer can make open shots. He can defend probably not at the same level, but at like 90% of what Caleb Foster can do. He can get you into your offense. He can run your sets. He's not going to turn the ball over. He's not going to beat you. And I think that with him on the floor, you can get close to what you would have with Caleb Foster. Now, there's not as much depth. The rotation takes a little bit of a hit.
Every score, every swing, every sharp take. BetMGM tonight continues with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle.
All right, welcome back to the program. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join any of your NFL free agency thoughts, 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. BetMGM players will receive a college basketball odds boost token. To use the token, add a college basketball wager to your bet slip and activate the token if you win your wager. That was made with that token. You will receive extra winnings and unrestricted bonus dollars. All right, we're going to talk a couple of games here on the NBA slate and the college hoops slate. And then we'll get right back to the football free agency news really quickly. Sixers and Cavs coming up at the top of the hour here, Brad. And, you got a Cleveland Cavaliers team that is just kind of hanging around in that 4 spot in the East. See if they can maybe push and jump back over the Knicks where they were very briefly. Maybe they can, hold off the Raptors and the Magic and stay in that top 4. But they're at home tonight. And they're taking on the Philadelphia 76ers, who have quickly fallen into the play-in tournament. They're the 8th seed right now, and that is a logjam from 5 until 8 in the Eastern Conference. And the big injury news here today, it's basically most of the Philadelphia starting lineup is not going to play. No Joel Embiid, which he's been basically missing 75% of the games here for the last 3 weeks. No Paul George still with the suspension, no Tyrese Maxey, and no VJ Edgecombe. So their starting guards are out as well. For Cleveland, no Jarrett Allen, but the Cavs are still a massive favorite in this one, 14.5 points. To be honest, this is not a game I care to focus on or watch, I'm going to be honest with you. But if there's maybe something you want to put $5 on, here's rookie Jalen Tyson without Jarrett Allen and with no Joel Embiid. I think rebounds could be aplenty tonight. So I'll go with Cleveland's Jalen Tyson, who averages 5 on the season. You can get him to get 7 rebounds tonight at BetMGM. That's plus 210. This is a guy that's grabbed double-digit rebounds twice in the last 10 games. So there could be plenty of opportunities for him to grab the rock. I'll go Jalen Tyson, 7+ rebounds at plus 210.
Yeah, I'll take Spider-Man over 5.5 assists. I know this game could get lopsided early. That is an area of concern. Maybe you can do this in 2.5 quarters, quite honestly. In 3 prior matchups against the Sixers this year, Donovan Mitchell's gone 9 dimes, 7 dimes, and 8 dimes. So over and over again. Philadelphia has allowed the 7th most opponent assists per game in their last 10 contests. So hopefully Mitchell will be out there long enough to facilitate in this one. Give me 6 assists, and we cash at a minus 110.
All right, and then let's go over to the West Coast. Big one in the Western Conference tonight. You got the Nuggets and the Thunder. They just played each other about a week and a half ago. Remember, we had a near massive brawl when Lou Dort tripped Nikola Jokic. And this one's going down in OKC tonight. The Thunder 50-15, still holding off the Spurs for the number 1 spot in the West. Denver right now 6th in the Western Conference. They're getting healthy, but it might be too little too late here. They got to start to get on a roll. No better opportunity than to try to take down the defending NBA champions. And the injury news in this one here to take a look out for, it's big on OKC's side because Chet Holmgren is out. Isaiah Hartenstein is out, and J-Dub, Jalen Williams, remains out with that hamstring injury that has cost him more than half the season. Denver's fully healthy and ready to rock here, and yet the Thunder are still 4.5-point favorites here in this one. I mean, this got to be a spot where Denver's got to go in and get a statement win and win this ball game with OKC missing 60% of their starting lineup. Can Nikola Jokic step up and and add another layer onto his MVP resume with, again, he can't really afford to miss any more games to reach that 65-game threshold. Do we get classic Jamal Murray? And what kind of performance do we get from SGA? Does he put it all on his shoulders tonight for the defending champions? I'm not touching a side here. I hope the Nuggets win this one, because if not, we're going to have some serious freaking questions about their playoff resume, which is only a month away. But I'll tell you what, the one play I do like in this game, with Holmgren out and with Isaiah Hartenstein out, this is something I grabbed on BetMGM a couple hours ago before Chet Holmgren was ruled out. It's Jalen Williams, the other Jalen Williams on the Thunder. The one that basically was face-to-face with Jokic in the heat of things, grabbing on each other's jerseys and each other's heads. And so I'll go Jalen Williams. I got it over 18.5 points plus rebounds. I'm sure it's probably even 3 or 4 ticks higher than that now since Holmgren got ruled out. But this is a guy that's been coming off the bench, giving the Thunder a big spark. And when Hartenstein, the 2 last games he missed, Jalen Williams played 33 minutes, and he soared over his points plus rebounds. So now that Holmgren is out as well, he's going to start, I would figure, and he's probably going to play 35, 36 minutes. This is a big opportunity for a guy that's really been a key contributor for this team off the bench, and he's going to have a lot of opportunities to do it tonight.
Yeah, good call. And with that depleted front court, give me the Joker on the over 12.5 rebounds. I grabbed it earlier today at a minus 115. Hell, I play this number up maybe the over 13.5 with no Chet on the floor and Hartenstein also out. You look at OKC. In their last 10 games, they've allowed the 6th most opponent rebounds per game at 46.7. The Joker had 17 rebounds in his lone prior matchup against the Thunder earlier this season. That was played on February the 27th. He has been over 12.5 boards in 3 of his last 6. So give me Nikola Jokic over 12.5 rebounds again at a minus 115 at BetMGM.
Yeah, and I just checked BetMGM. Jalen Williams, his points plus rebounds is now up to 21.5. I'd still probably play it because, again, no Holmgren, no Hartenstein, as we mentioned. Jalen Williams might play close to 40 minutes tonight if this game is close, which you would think it probably would be, even with OKC missing a bunch of their starters. All right, Brad, let's get to the college hardwood tonight because we got a bunch of big games. Tickets will continue to get punched tonight. We'll get to the SoCon final in just a bit with a team that pulled off a massive upset a couple of years ago. But first, the West Coast Conference Tournament, the WCC. Last chance for Gonzaga before they move to the new Pac-12 next year. One more opportunity for them to win a championship. Oregon State stands in their way in the semifinals tonight. Gonzaga, 20-point favorites. They should take care of business. And then in the other one, Santa Clara, St. Mary's. That one should be close. Is there a bid on the line for Santa Clara? We've mentioned them being on the bubble for most of the last couple of weeks here. Do they get in even if they lose this game? What does this matchup pose for you here? Santa Clara and St. Mary's, with the winner likely to play Gonzaga in the championship.
Yeah, by the way, I kind of like Oregon State plus a 20.5. This could be the final bow for Wayne Tinkle, the head coach of Oregon State tonight. He's done an amazing job there. He's got to exit stage left, and that team guns from 3. I do like St. Mary's tonight. I'm going to lay the chalk here on the 4.5 against Santa Clara. To answer your question first about the Broncos, even if they lose this game, as of right now, there's still some bid stealers lurking out there in bracketology land. They would be in the at-large field. I have them right now as the second to last team in the big dance as a member there of the last 4 in playing in Dayton. But again, they got to hope a lot of the favorites and some of the high mid-major conferences can take care of business, and somebody out, not out of left field, steals a bid away from them. Getting to this specific game, I think the advantage that St. Mary's has is clearly on the glass and clearly defensively. The Gales, number 27 of the country in effective field goal percentage defense over the last 30 days. They are a top 15 team in offensive rebounding percentage and defensive rebounding percentage over the last 30 days. Santa Clara is very weak in the interior. They're going to have to gun from outside to keep this one close.
All right, 5 seconds or less, Brad. Who wins the SoCon? Furman, who knocked off Virginia in the NCAA tournament a couple years ago, or East Tennessee State? Who are you picking tonight in that championship?
Give me the Paladins for all the moolah.
And that would be Furman. When we come back, college basketball weekend reactions on BetMGM tonight.
They are a good team without him. They are not a team with Final Four upside without him. It's the same thing with Texas Tech. They lost a first-team All-American, JT Toppin. Like, you have to strike them off of the list of teams that can make a run to a championship because you just lost your best player. If Cam Boozer got hurt for Duke, we do the same thing. If Yaxel got hurt at Michigan, we'd probably do the same thing. So it is what it is. It sucks that this is the way that it played out because this Carolina team had the potential to be able to make some noise because they started figuring out Jaron Stevenson as a potential guy at the 3. Derek Dixon, the freshman point guard, has really come along. And they have, with Visar, Caleb Wilson, and Jaron Stevenson, the way that he's been playing of late, they all of a sudden had a front line that can match up with those biggest front lines because of the length and athleticism they put at the 3 spot. Their point guard situation figured itself out a little bit. To me, we have them right now as a 5 seed, right? And in our bracket, that means they're going to play High Point. They could end up playing a team like a South Florida if South Florida makes it. They are going to be one of the trendiest 5-12 upsets if they end up on the 5 seed line when it comes to Selection Sunday.
There are many, 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 many bad contracts in the history of sports. And we can go to like all the different sports to find them, right? You know, as a Yankee fan, Jacoby Ellsbury is one that always comes up. But there are many, many terrible Anthony Rendon with the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim, of North America, of planet Earth, of the Milky Way galaxy. How about Deshaun Watson with the Cleveland Browns? I mean, there are tons. The Tua Tagovailoa contract, 4 years, going into the 2024 season, 4 years, $212 million. $167 million guaranteed for Tua Tagovailoa. $53 million per year. Has to go towards the top of the list. Tua's dead cap hit this year. Not $99 million. $99 million. I just cue up the Jay-Z. If you having quarterback problems, I feel bad for you, son. We got 99 million problems, and unfortunately, Tua Tagovailoa is one. I mean, $99 million. Question for everybody. How badly do the Miami Dolphins want Tua Tagovailoa to not be on their roster? Answer. Here's $100 million to make it happen. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. The Dolphins are going to be terrible this season. The Miami Dolphins, I don't know if they're like actively trying to lose games, but they are going to be terrible. And this is a really good thing for the Miami Dolphins. And this is why you hire Jeff Hafley and you give him a 5-year deal at the start of a rebuild here. And it's why you pay Tua Tagovailoa all this money to go away, because you're at the start of a rebuild and you're trying to build a new culture. Miami is going to be one of, if not the, worst teams in the NFL this season. And 2027 is the big quarterback draft. Once upon a time, the Miami Dolphins were urged by fans and by media, because honestly, it was really fun to say, to tank for Tua. And look at how they drafted Tua, and then they tried to win, and they actually tanked.
day
Use after
shuts
that.
down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight. He's Brad Evans, I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You're locked into Westwood One Sports. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. Get in the YouTube chat. Comment all your thoughts, your reactions, your opinions on your favorite team's moves here today on the unofficial start of NFL free agency. Although, man, it was a frenzy, and it continues to be a frenzy. We got more breaking news for you that we'll relay in just a bit. You can also watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, and you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. We'll pepper in your NFL free agency phone calls all throughout the show. We'll also pepper in all your college basketball phone calls throughout the show here because March is upon us. We had tickets that got punched over the weekend. We're going to get tickets to the NCAA tournament that get punched tonight. A couple of massive games for conference tournament week here for all the big boys that are getting underway. And this segment is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive. Get a fast quote at progressivecommercial.com. So we rewind, Brad, to the last weekend of the regular season for most of the country. And the biggest game that we were looking forward to of the weekend was probably Duke and North Carolina. And then we found out Caleb Wilson broke his thumb in practice on Thursday. He wasn't going to play. And after losing in Chapel Hill, Duke was 15, 17-point favorites against the Tar Heels. And so North Carolina, they actually cover. They kept it close, but Duke wins comfortably 76-61. So Duke gets their revenge, but in the process, Brad, you get injuries to their starting point guard, Caleb Foster, who was seen in a walking boot, only ended up playing 11 minutes. And Patrick Ngongba, their starting center, didn't even play. We find out he was in a walking boot. He's got a foot injury, and both are likely to now miss the ACC tournament. So Duke's going to be a 1 seed no matter what happens, and they don't have to play a conference tournament game until, Thursday, right, in the quarterfinals? And even if these guys don't play in the conference tournament, Duke can very well still win it. We're talking about March. We're talking about the big dance, though, now. I don't think Duke can win a national championship if both their starting point guard and their starting center don't play and don't touch the floor again here. They have some time they could rest them. Hell, we might not see these guys until if and when Duke gets to the Sweet 16, but all of a sudden you lose two members of your starting lineup for God knows how long, and we looked at Duke as maybe the best team in the country. How concerning are these injuries for the Blue Devils? Because I got to imagine they're pretty grim.
Yeah, on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being no big whoop to 10 being sheer panic, I think it's about a 6, honestly. Look, Ngongba, I think, has a really good shot at returning at some point during the NCAA tournament. When? I don't know. Could it be in round 1? Unlikely he's going to be needed in a 1-16 matchup unless, or Fairleigh Dickinson is lurking, but I don't think it's going to be the case for the Blue Devils. Maybe in the round of 32, we'd be able to come back and play in a more competitive game. However, for Caleb Foster, early indications are he could, it's not confirmed, miss the rest of the season. And if he is out, that's a massive blow to this team overall because obviously a guy that is sure-handed with a rock, shooting over 40% from distance, a lockdown defender among a group of really lockdown defenders. I think Duke is the best defensive team in the country, but I'm with you, man. It knocks them down a peg. Can they still make a deep run with Cam Boozer and Isaiah Evans and the roster they have right now? Yes, but down those two guys potentially. They are a team as a fully healthy squad. We're number 107 in bench minutes scoring to KenPom this year. Obviously, you take those two guys out of the equation, they basically become like a 7-6-man rotation. So when they get into a lopsided affair, it's not going to be all that worrisome. But when they get in a rough and tumble affair where whistles could mount, guys get exhausted, guys get worn down. You don't have reliable guys to pull off the bench and throw in the lineup. that is going to hurt your team overall. So, yeah, I mean, it's a very bittersweet moment for the Duke Blue Devils over the weekend, exacting their revenge game against North Carolina, but it came at a possible colossal cost. I don't have any tickets on Duke to win the national title. I flirted with the idea about a week ago. Thank goodness I didn't pull the trigger, because right now you got to reassess. If Foster misses the rest of the season, it's TBD on that, and Ngongba is out for a significant amount of time, the math completely changes with this national title supposed caliber team.
Oof. Yeah, I mean, look, like we said, this might if Duke loses in the semifinals of the ACC tournament, there will be question marks. But like you said, they very well could win the ACC tournament without both of these guys. I mean, that's just how much better they are than the rest of the country. And you're looking at a North Carolina team that no longer has Caleb Wilson. We're looking at a Virginia team that, I mean, let's be honest, even without Caleb Foster and Ngongba, two members of their starting lineup, Duke can probably still beat Virginia by double digits if that's the ACC tournament championship. And so we might not have to have a serious conversation about this again until, 3 weekends from now? All of a sudden, we're getting ready for the Sweet 16, and it's Caleb Foster, up in the air whether he's going to play the rest of this tournament. And maybe Ngongba, we'll see what he looks like. But it could be 3 weeks until we have a conversation about Duke. We're worried about them going down, but that's just the timeline that we're looking at here. So, I think Blue Devils fans are definitely going to be – there's going to be like a persistent, perpetual sweat droplets going down their temple each day that goes by. And we don't know whether or not Caleb Foster or Patrick Ngongba, when they're going to play again. 310-840-4910, phone number to join the show. How about the other biggest results from this weekend? Florida, they cruised past Kentucky, which was not really a surprise. What was a surprise is that UConn loses to Marquette. UConn, who we've talked about playing with their food, and they lose at home to Creighton a couple of weeks ago, and we're saying, hey, UConn's like Florida's on the verge of grabbing that last 1 seed from UConn. It felt inevitable. Now I feel like it's finally happened, because Marquette beats UConn 68-62. That's a second terrible loss for the Huskies in the last 2 weeks. Dan Hurley gets ejected right at the end of the game. Alex Caravan, who's supposed to be the star of this team, scores 2 points, doesn't hit a single shot from the field. And now it feels like UConn is absolutely a 2 seed, and Florida, as it stands, has jumped them for that final 1 seed.
Yeah, folks, I hate using this word on this program, but it's a lock. It's over. The 1 seeds have already been determined. It's going to be Duke, it's going to be Michigan, it's going to be Arizona, and it's going to be the Florida Gators, the SEC outright regular season champs. No matter what they do in their conference tournaments, I think those teams will have their names called first. Coming up this Sunday, that being Selection Sunday. First, starting out with the Florida Gators. They were outstanding. They're in Lexington, winning 84-77. And again, the key to this team, we know they have the best front court in the name of Chinelu, with Thomas Hawk, who was dynamite, had 20-plus in that game, and Alex Condon. But the guard play have been wildly erratic earlier in the season, but they have become reliable. They have become kings of consistency. I'm talking about they being Boogie Flan and Xavier Lee in that game, combining for 27 points and 11 assists. If they get that level of production out of those guys on a game-in, game-out basis, again, Florida's going to win back-to-back national titles. They have no damn weaknesses at all on the resume. The only area where you question them a little bit is their outside production, but that is greatly improving. They've added depth with Brown and some of the other key pieces off the bench. So Florida's just a wagon right now. They've been the second best team overall, according to Bart's, over the last 30 days, and that will continue throughout the month of March. As for UConn, they were just 3 of 24 from distance in that game. It's Marquette. Marquette stinks. They're the dregs of the cat. They're utterly lousy, and they lose on the road in that game inexplicably, inexcusably so. They're barely outside the top 100, and EFG offense, EFG defense the last 30 days. What that tells you is they're not spectacular. They're not really all that good anywhere right now. UConn, to me, is going to land on that 2 line, Pat, I see a various amount of scenarios for them. They could lose to a 15 seed in round one. They could lose in that 7-10 matchup in the round of 32. They ain't going to survive the first weekend because we have seen this now for the better part of the last month, just how painfully vanilla they have been. You go to Baskin Robbins, you don't order, Rocky Road. You don't order something exotic and very colorful and tasty. You order vanilla. That's what UConn is. They're a team you just can't trust right now, and they don't exactly tickle the taste buds anywhere.
You think UConn could lose to a 15 seed? You think they're that vulnerable?
Yes, based on the way they're playing, they shouldn't. It seems outlandish, but you can't trust Solo Ball. He's been wildly erratic. Alex Caravan, you mentioned, a guy that usually normally trusts, he goes out and lays an ostrich-sized egg in that game. Some of the other bigs, Mullins, ballyhooed freshman, has began to regress a little bit. They are just not getting dependable production out of players that they typically get dependable production out of. So, look, if they wake up on the wrong side of bed as a collective, they could lose to anybody in the country. And I've said this before right here on BetMGM tonight. I believe it's like 15 last 17 or 15 last 18 NCAA tournaments. A 2 seed has not survived the first weekend of action. I think UConn is that 2 seed where they lose to a 15 or the 7-10 matchup. It doesn't matter. I don't think they're going to taste sweetness this year.
Oh my goodness. Wow. I mean, look, I can't disagree with the play that's been on the court because we've been talking for weeks. Wow, UConn barely escaped Georgetown. UConn barely beaten this team. They lose to Creighton. They lose to Marquette. Dan Hurley seems like he's had his wits' end. He gets banged in the final second of this game. He gets ejected. It feels like at sooner point you got to dig your heels in. And I'm like, I know UConn. What the eye test is. They're telling me I can't trust them. And I still feel like I'm going to end up putting them in my Sweet 16 in my bracket, if not the Elite 8, because it's like I got to see this team burn me in March when it really matters, when it's one and done, when your season's on the line. But, again, they've had weeks to wake up, and they can't wake up. They can't hit shots. They go through these droughts, these 5-6 minute droughts where they don't even hit a shot. So I can't. Other than just saying, you know what, when push comes to shove, I'm disagreeing with you. Like, I can't disagree with you on the principle of what we've seen here. All right, let's talk about the bubble here. A couple of teams that are probably definitely into the tournament now, and one of them is the Ohio State Buckeyes. They land, as you put it in the rundown, they land a haymaker on Indiana in Columbus. They beat them 91-78, and Bruce Thornton scoring 25 points, their all-time leading scorer now. Ohio State gets their 20th win. And look, does this mean that they're in the tournament? Yes. Does this mean that they've avoided the first 4 now, Brad? That's what really matters for Ohio State. Do they have to worry about playing next week after they win this game? And what about Indiana? Are they on the opposite side of that conversation now?
Yeah, let's break down these two Big Ten teams. First with Ohio State, I've elevated them out of the last 4 in. I don't think they're going to play in Dayton at all. In fact, they're not even on the 11 seed line anymore. I vote them all the way to a number 10 seed. The overall metrics are really strong with the trio of quad 1 wins, and the WAB wins above bubble now very appreciable inside the top 30 overall. So they've really distanced themselves from the rest of the bubble pack, and with the excellent guard play of a 3-time PhD, because I think he's been there for roughly 15 years in Columbus, and Bruce Thornton, that's a team that could do some damage. Again, we'll see what the draw is, but possibly, Pat, remember that 7-10 against UConn there as a number 2 in the round of 32? Oh, what happens if that 10 seed is Ohio State? I don't care who is on the number 7 line. The Buckeyes could easily take them down, and if they were to go toe-to-toe with UConn, that is a team. Because of Bruce Thornton, they have Tiller there, the big man in the middle, the 7-footer. They could do some damage and ultimately oust the Huskies and taste sweetness. So that's one of those scenarios that could play out. Meanwhile, for Indiana, they got work to do. They cannot afford to suffer the wrath of a bid stealer. They're the very last team in right now the projected bracket big board field, which you can check out. I'm updating it now through Selection Sunday every sinking day on thegamingjuice.com. Indiana, just a couple of quad one wins up of the top 40 overall strength of schedule. The WAB is not that great, barely top 50. They need to win at least a game or two in the Big Ten tournament to solidify their dance chance. And, that's what it basically boils down for the Hoosiers. If they get bounced in the first Big Ten tournament game, man, is it going to be sweaty in Bloomington. The Kurt Signetti bump apparently doesn't apply to Hoosiers basketball, only on the gridiron. Indiana needs some help, and they got to get some work done here over the next few days if they want to make the field of 68.
Yeah, well, we had Dan Doggett on last week, and what did he say? Quote, they stink. This team stinks.
Yeah,
Flat out
they
just
do.
said this team stinks. So, Indiana not looking too hot here heading into the Big Ten tournament. You know who is looking hot here, Brad? A team that I'm falling in love with. I fell in love for a little bit. I was like a middle schooler when you fall in love with a new girl every week, or you fall in love with somebody else every week. That was like me with Iowa, with Monty's Iowa Hawkeyes. I'm off the Iowa Hawkeyes. I love the Badgers. I've loved the Badgers. Now I'm really falling. I might ask the Badgers to be my girlfriend here for the NCAA tournament as a team that I think could make a run to the freaking Elite Eight, because they've got big game hunter written all over them. And I know Purdue, they've taken some lumps. The shine has come off the Boilermakers here. But Wisconsin goes into Mackey. They hang 97 on them, and they get another monster road win. Wisconsin now 22-9, and you've got them projected as a 6 seed on your bracket big board. If I'm a 3 seed, they are the last team I want to see right now. I love the Wisconsin Badgers. We're looking at a tournament that could be very chalky again for the second straight year. The Badgers, I think, are a team that could knock out a 3 seed. They could knock out a 2 seed. Hell, why not? Why can't the Badgers be the big surprise team in the Final Four this year? They've got all the makings of a team that if they get hot, we've seen it plenty of times. They beat Michigan. They beat Purdue. They've gotten a couple of other top 25 wins. Why can't the Badgers be a team, be everybody's dark horse?
I entirely agree with that point of view, because over 50% of their shots come from way downtown, and they hit them efficiently. With Blackwell, with Boyd, they have two dynamite guards, very speedy off the bounce. They dribble drive aggressively downhill, and when open, they can spot up and knock down those triples as well. They got Nolan Winter, who's kind of plays like a Euro big, a guy that can also step out, knock down the perimeter shots, bang down in the post. They're not the greatest rebounding team, but their defense is improving. You look at Wisconsin, they're number 7 on Torvik over the last 30 days, and now they own wins on the road at Michigan, at Illinois, and now at Purdue. Trifecta in the Big Ten. I'm with you, man. I absolutely love this Bucky Badger team. I think they're going to be a boom, not a bust in the NCAA tournament. And Pat, we'll see what they do with the Big Ten tournament and who they play. If they end up winning their opening round matchup in the quarterfinals, they'll face in a rematch against the ILL in the semifinals. There's a chance for Wisconsin to move up a line or maybe even 2 come Selection Sunday. So, yeah, definitely do not sleep on Greg Gard's guys. They're bound to win a couple of games in the NCAA tournament.
Yeah, and again, sorry that I didn't want to resurface that pain, but that was the other big road win they've had this year, going into Champaign and taking down your Illini. Finally, how about the regular season finale yesterday in the Big Ten, an all top 10 matchup for the Battle of Michigan and the number 3 Wolverines at home take care of business. They beat Michigan State. They had to withstand a couple of flurry of punches from the Spartans, but Yaxel Lendeborg goes for 27 points, and Michigan holds on to win 90-80. I think that just reinforces how freaking dominant Michigan is. It's going to take a Herculean effort to stop this team before the Final Four. I'm going to put them there in any and all brackets that I do, because I think they are probably the most well-rounded, balanced team in the country. And I think that stands the test of time in March, when you could get a team that gets hot. They defend the 2 better than anybody. They can get hot. They can score some points. They can run in transition. They're the best rebounding team in the country, or damn it, they look like it. Maybe it's just I stare up at the redwoods that is Ade Mara and Yaxel Lendeborg, and I say, how can any team get second chance opportunities on them? Michigan State, they played a damn good game, but again, the Wolverines are just too freaking good.
Yeah, it was really an A for effort by Michigan State. They played arguably one of their best games of the season, and they still lost in rather convincing fashion down the home stretch. That's how good this Michigan Wolverines team is. It was the axle to the maxle with 27 points now. When Amara got in foul trouble, I think that's a big reason why the Spartans are able to hang. And the other weakness, and they're very few for this Michigan team, but they are turnover prone. They've been coughing up around 17% of their possessions over the last 30 days. The guards, L.A. Cadeau, McKinney, they got to clean that up. But, of course, they lost their backup point guard, a torn ACL in Champaign, that being L.J. Kaysen. That may come back and haunt them, but it won't be until later on in the dance. It seems like a foregone conclusion. They're going to blaze a trail to Indianapolis. And don't sleep on Michigan State either. Fashiza Maezo will have these guys playing at an extraordinarily high rate. It's a month of March after all. And Jackson Kohler was incredible yesterday. Just fell short down the home stretch. I still think this Michigan State team, definitely a second weekend team, but Michigan, they're in the national title hunt. No doubt about it.
All right, we'll take a short break. Number to join the show. Any college basketball thoughts you have from the weekend, we'll take them at 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. But, folks, it's championship week. It's conference tournament week, and the big boys get it rolling tomorrow. We'll preview the Big 12 and the Big 10 conference tournaments. We'll tell you who we think is winning them, who could be the sleepers, because anything can happen in March, and there's no better place to be and right here. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. We keep it rolling next. BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
And Jason Tatum is now bucking science and reason with his return to the court. Because you saw the flashes on Friday night of Jason Tatum. What happened yesterday as the Celtics go into Cleveland, by the way, the Cavs thought to be, by many smart people, like the favorite to win the Eastern Conference. Do people think that now? Now, Jared Allen doesn't play in the game, and he matters. Let's not say otherwise. Jared Allen absolutely matters for the Cavs. But Boston goes in there and wins by 11. And Tatum's really good in the game. And Tatum being out for so long, and this is not like a galaxy brain, like, is it actually better for the Celtics that Tatum missed all this time? Of course not. But I think it's fair to say that Tatum missing all this time for the Celtics has led to guys like Baylor Shireman, who Shaquille O'Neal doesn't know. I find this stuff to be funny. All good. Shaq's the best. Shireman and other players for the Celtics. Hugo. Tata's awesome. Where you have guys that would not normally have played this many minutes, playing a ton of minutes for a really good team, and now you can look at the Celtics and say they go like 10 deep. Like, they're awesome. It's like, it's not apples to apples, but like if Tom Brady had come back at the end of the 2008 season for the Patriots after tearing his ACL in week 1, obviously not the same thing. But you get it.
I don't think there's value there because I think that Florida rolls, and I don't want to take that big of a favorite. Yeah, I think they roll, man. You said a loaded SEC. I think everybody in the SEC is just okay outside of Florida. Alabama does not have the front line to be able to deal with Florida. I think Tennessee, I would be very surprised if Native Ment plays, and without Native Ment, I think that they are very limited. Arkansas is good, but if Darius Acuff has a bad ankle, Are you going to play him for 4 games in 4 days when you're trying to get ready for a run in the NCAA tournament? So I don't know if we're going to see him. And beyond that, it's kind of whatever in that conference. I think Florida goes through the SEC and wins every game by 15 points. I'm not going to take him at minus 185. That's not a number. Bet the number, not the team, right? But I think Florida rolls in that.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join, 310-840-4910. There is no better place to be during March matchups than Vegas. This year, college basketball fans can win a VIP trip to the Court of Legends event featuring the Cavender twins. Simply place sports bets, and your position on the leaderboard will determine if you win one of the 25 grand prize packages. Just sign into your BetMGM account, opt into the promotion, then start placing sports bets of at least $10 to climb the leaderboard. Make this March one to remember. Join the Court of Legends leaderboard and make it legendary. All righty. Brad, before we dive deep into the Big 12 tournament, which kicks off tomorrow afternoon or tomorrow morning, if you are anywhere but the East Coast, really quickly, like we said, we got a couple of tickets that are going to get punched tonight to the NCAA tournament. Let's just check in on the Sun Belt Championship. The Troy Trojans, they lead Georgia Southern 20-11, a little bit more than midway through the first half. And you picked the Furman Paladins. Hell of a name. Remember, they knocked off Virginia in that unbelievable game in 2023. I remember like it was yesterday, watching the game live. Virginia, you're thinking that the clock is run down. You're like, there's no way they can melt this game away. They turn the ball over with seconds to go. Furman gets the turnover they needed. In transition, they drill a three, and Kevin Harlan nearly lost his mind. Furman knocked off Virginia that year. They're playing in the SoCon Championship right now. You picked them to win against Eastern Tennessee State, and Furman leads 24-22 with 8 minutes left to go in the first half. Either of those teams out of the Sun Belt, Troy or Georgia Southern, you give either of those teams a chance to pull off a big upset, or not really?
Troy might be in the conversation. They don't have the biggest team, but they're tenacious on the glass. Really crash it. Kind of a poor man's version of, say, like the Houston Cougars. A bunch of guys are like 6'3" to 6'6", but they're just relentless and their ability to get downhill. So, and generate a lot of second chance opportunities. For a lot of these mid-major teams, draws everything, obviously, but if they get white hot from outside, anybody can beat anybody in college basketball. That's the name of the game. And with Troy being one of those teams that can shoot the ball effectively from way downtown and generate those second chance opportunities, sure, they got a shot, but I got to see who the hell they play. And we're going to find out soon because Selection Sunday is coming up this Sunday. Woo, baby! The NCAA tournament's almost here.
Yeah, we had 4 tickets punched last night. North Dakota State, they beat North Dakota in the Battle of Dakotas to get the Summit League ticket. We also had, let's see, what was it? Queens College. They felt like kings last night. Terrible pun. They beat Central Arkansas in the ASUN title in overtime. High Point. You could say they're at their high point right now, Brad. They beat Winthrop in the Big South title game. And Northern Iowa. Remember, what was that? Was it about 15 years ago when they pulled that upset in the second round of the NCAA tournament as an 8 or 9 seed? They win the Missouri Valley Conference. They win Arch Madness, which we were going crazy about with, Belmont getting crushed early on in that tournament last week. So, all right, 4 tickets punched yesterday, 2 more tonight. We'll keep you posted on all the madness, but the big boys are starting tomorrow, Brad. The Big 12 kicks off in Kansas City with their LED lights and their LED court, and be able to, basically, like it's Christmas lights. You can change the court display. I don't know how much of that we're actually going to see while the game is being played. Hopefully 0. The fans in attendance should get a nice light show in between the commercial breaks. But Arizona picked to win it all at BetMGM. They're minus 105. Houston plus 225. Iowa State third in the odds department. Then it's Kansas with Darren Peterson. And then it's Texas Tech. Remember, they lost JT Toppin, and they had a great 3-0 start without him. They since lost their last 2 games. They are 10-1 to win the Big 12 tournament. For me, I'm not picking against Arizona. I know Houston can be a team that makes a run to the Final Four, so they can definitely win this tournament. And with their defense on a neutral court, you wouldn't doubt them here. But I'm going with Arizona. I know it's the chalky play, but like right now, Brad, my opinion could change during conference tournament week, especially if we get some injuries like we saw to Duke. My pick is Arizona to win the national championship right now, so I'm going to pick them to win the Big 12 tournament. I think they are the most well-rounded team. I think their defense is incredible. Ivan Marchenkov might be the best defender in the country, and even when they're not shooting the lights out from 3, this team can still put up 80 or 90 points per game. So I'm going with the favorite. I know it's boring, but I think Arizona is the best team in this conference. They've proven it in what has been the best conference all year.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I think they got to be the surefire favorite at a minus 105 because they really don't have any weaknesses. They don't have a lot of depth. They're not exactly a 3-point efficient team. Those are 2 minor knocks against this overall school. But Del Orso's a guy that's a sharpshooter that comes. He was coming on the bench. He's back in the starting lineup now. They have a couple of guys. Gene Bradley can knock down some threes as well. But that front court with Mount Kriza and Owaka and Karchinkov, as you mentioned, a guy who gets it done on both ends of the floor. Their starting 5 is arguably one of the best, if not the best starting 5 in the country. So, yes, they are the team to beat. I'm going to give you one sleeper, though, Pat, because I'm insane in the membrane. Insane in the brain for you Cypress Hill fans that are out there. I like Cincinnati. Cincinnati, I believe, is 40-1 to get the auto bid in the Big 12 conference tournament. Now, they're going to have to win 4 games in 4 days. They open up. They don't have a bye. They're against Utah. Should be able to win that game. Then they play UCF. And Central Florida is struggling right now. I think that is a very winnable game for the Bearcats as well. Then they face Arizona. If they can go in and knock off the number 1 team in this tournament, they could blaze a path to the overall field. And this Cincinnati team has been top 10 on Torvik over the last 30 days. They're outstanding defensively. They have the bigs that can somewhat neutralize some of the interior play of Arizona, and they're shooting the ball with a lot of heat right now from outside. So don't sleep too hard on the Bearcats. Again, at 40-1 right now on BetMGM to get the auto berth. And one side note, Pat, I'm going to laugh my tail off if somebody hacks the floor and posts maybe some salacious imagery there at the Big 12 tournament. Watch it happen.
Oh man, that's the worst nightmare right now for the tournament organizers.
Right.
If somebody can hack into that LED court display, basically like you hack into somebody's Wi-Fi and you take over what displays. I can, my mind goes right to the gutter. That's what I would do.
So does mine.
I'm a 10-year-old at heart, Brad. I'm a 10-year-old at heart.
You and me both.
I wonder how that's even possible. Do you think that's something that they thought about? Like, hey, we're going to try something really cool here. The NBA All-Star Game did it. Some other, games, exhibition tournaments have done it. What if somebody hacks into our LED court? Are we worried about potential images being shown here? So
flaccid Penix,
dude.
Unintended. There it is. Yeah, the flaccid Penix could make a cameo there at the Big 12 tournament. You never know.
By the way, Cincinnati would have to win 5 games in 5 days because they don't have that bye. So that would be a stunning run. And I just picked Arizona. They beat Arizona in the Wildcats' first game, which is going to be, that's 3 p.m. Eastern on Thursday afternoon. That would be probably the biggest upset of the entire week that we see. But then again, who knows? A Big 12 tournament starts tomorrow morning / afternoon in Kansas City. All right, what about the Big 10 tourney here? And as expected, once again, a team that's going to be a 1 seed no matter what. Michigan, they are minus 105 to win it. Same price you'd have to pay for Arizona to win the tournament. Your ILL, second best odds at 4-1. Then it's Purdue. Then it's Michigan State. Nebraska, despite being a team that's been around the top 10 all year, or for at least the last month and a half, they're 10-1. Wisconsin Badgers, 30-1. I think if I'm going to put $5 on this, Brad, I think I know where I'm putting it. Give me the Wisconsin Badgers. You like Cincinnati to pull off a massive stunner. Give me Bucky Badger to make what would be a crazy, unbelievable, inexplicable run through the Big Ten tournament, knock off a couple of top 10 teams in their route to a Big Ten crown. But screw it. I've been talking about the Wisconsin Badgers here throughout the show in the last couple of weeks. How about the Badgers at 30-1 to win the Big Ten tourney? What do you think?
You and I are on the same page. I had that written down as my sleeper special, my shocker special, if you will, in that Big Ten tournament. They will play the winner of USC-Washington. It doesn't matter who they get in that game. Probably going to be Washington because USC is completely checked out. Baker Mazara isn't even part of that team anymore. Bucky Badger then will march on and face my Illini. Again, who they knocked off in Champaign. And Wisconsin, with their 3-point reigning ability, Illinois doesn't do a very good job, in my opinion. Rotating over and defending along the arc, they could be vulnerable to a knockout yet again by the Badgers, and then more likely they would face Michigan in the semifinals. Yeah, take down the top dogs, put them in a kennel, throw away the key, and then march on and face whoever emerges on the bottom side of the bracket. More than likely going to be either Nebraska or Michigan State. So, yeah, I think Wisconsin 30-1 is worth a little sprinkle, worth an investment. I also like Michigan State. I think they're 6-1 odds to cut down the nets there in this exercise, and they wouldn't face Michigan, assuming all parties get there, until the finals in a rematch. And on a neutral floor, unlike what happened over the weekend in Ann Arbor, maybe the second time around they take down their glove state rivals. So don't sleep too hard on the Spartans.
Yeah. Yes, Michigan State 6-1, by the way. This tournament at the United Center in Chicago. There's actually 6 rounds in the Big Ten tournament now, which I don't know if that was the case last year. You got 6 rounds. First round begins tomorrow, Maryland versus Oregon and Penn State versus Northwestern. So imagine one of those teams has to win 6 games in 6 freaking days from Tuesday all the way through Sunday. I hate myself for saying this, Brad, but here's another team that I think of as a sleeper. And like you said, Michigan State, they're a very good team. I don't know why I've been very down on them this year. I hate that I'm starting to think, well, UCLA's gotten some mojo lately after I was crushing Mick Cronin, and it feels like they're on their hottest run of the season here. UCLA gets the winner of Rutgers versus Minnesota. They don't play until Thursday. I would assume they'll beat either of those teams. They would play Michigan State in the quarterfinals. They win that. They would, according to the high seed, they would play Nebraska, although Purdue would lurk in that little mini section as well. I got a bad feeling UCLA is going to have like a Tiger Campbell, Jaime Jaquez, Johnny Juzang run all the way to the Big Ten title game. And I hate that I feel it because it would be like, not that I deserve bad karma, but after talking smack on Mick Cronin, this team kicks it all the way into high gear. They make a run all the way to the Big Ten tournament title game. I hope I'm wrong on that because, man, I'll have to eat my words about everything I said about Mick Cronin potentially being fired after this season. And the Bruins, they're basically into the NCAA tournament after the big couple of wins they got, especially over your Illinois. But I don't know, man. This team feels like they're getting hot at the right time here.
Yeah, they're looking like they're going to draw either an 8 seed or a 9 seed. I mean, possibly with a fairly deep run. They win a couple of games in the Big Ten tournament. Maybe they vault to a 7 seed. I mean, they've been the 23rd best team in the country, according to Bartovic, over the last 30 days. Offensively, awesome. Donovan Dent is amazing. Beat my Illini in Tyus Edney fashion with that last second with the kiss off the glass and, sent me down in my couch sulking as a result. But they're not playing any defense. They're just number 287 in the nation last 30 days at effective field goal percentage defense. If they can tighten up in that area, again, their offensive acumen, you could be onto something. Maybe the Bruins make some noise here in the Big Ten tournament. I just think Michigan State has got too much size. They're too damn good defensively, and they have one of the best point guards in the nation, no matter how dirty he is. And Jeremy Fears, whether flailing out the legs, trying to kick people right between the legs as a result, or dishing dimes, scoring from outside, scoring off the bounce. He can do a little bit of everything. He's got a bit of a Grayson Allen reputation right now. Still, I like Sparty to potentially party in Chicago and drinking all the Goose Islands in celebration. So it could be a good call on UCLA, but they got a D up, man.
Yeah, that's for sure. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Any of your predictions for either the Big 12 tournament or the Big 10 tournament, they both get kicked off tomorrow afternoon. We got 70-degree weather across most of the country. I was without a shirt for most of today. What better way? You want to call off? You want to call off for work? You got some vacation days. Tomorrow is a pretty damn good day to do it. Of course, along with next week when the big dance gets started. When we come back, we'll hit our big reactions from the NBA weekend, including Jason Tatum doesn't look like he's lost a step. Why that could be very bad news for the now struggling Detroit Pistons. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
It's a grand slam. And it's a grand slam for both teams. And we'll start with the Baltimore Ravens. And I give general manager Eric DeCosta, I give head coach Jesse Minter so much credit for making this move. You know, if you've been watching this show, listening to the show for any period of time, you know that for years, not months, not weeks, not year, singular. Years, plural. Put a Z on the end of that bitch if you want to get real Gen Z with it. I've been saying for a long-ass time, the Baltimore Ravens need to try something different. And said the same thing, by the way, about the Buffalo Bills, and there's a corollary here that we will make between Baltimore and Buffalo coming up in a little bit. The Ravens needed to move on from head coach John Harbaugh, and the Baltimore Ravens needed to challenge their status quo. Because, yes, Baltimore every year enters the season with a healthy Lamar Jackson, and the upside is to go 15-2, 14-3, for Lamar Jackson to win Most Valuable Player. And we have seen the Baltimore Ravens be the sultans of spreadsheets, the excellence of EPA, the dominators of DVOA. Man, you talk to any NFL stat nerd, and they will basically describe this season notwithstanding, not included, will describe this era of Ravens football like they're some combination of the 72 Dolphins and the 2007 Patriots. Oh, they're one of the best teams of all time. But yet, what happens every single January? They fall short. And usually in soul-crushing, heart-breaking fashion. So I love this for the Baltimore Ravens. Oh my God, how could you move on from John Harbaugh? He's such a winner. And to be clear, and I've said this a million times, I think John Harbaugh is an awesome coach. I'm happy that he's the head coach of my favorite football team, the New York Football Giants. I absolutely love it. But you know what? Don't make the playoffs last year? Can't get over the hump with Lamar Jackson? You're never firing the MVP quarterback? He had to go. And now, this idea that, the Ravens, like we hold this organization to such a high standard. Never traded a first-round pick for a player. Oh, they can't do that. They've never done it before. How could they do it? How about because they can't win? Because they can't get over the hump. So the Baltimore Ravens are trying something different. And you have to love that because what they were doing in the past absolutely wasn't working. 2 first-round picks for star pass rusher Max Crosby. And I will say, for what the Baltimore Ravens did with this trade, the same thing about what I said about the LA Rams and the haul that they gave to the Kansas City Chiefs for cornerback Trent McDuffie. And it's really easy. F them picks. F them. F them. The window is open now for the Baltimore Ravens. Right now. And the AFC is wide open. Look at what we saw on Conference Championship Sunday in the AFC. A Patriots team that was clearly over its skis, and credit to them, versus the Denver Broncos. And you want to tell me the AFC isn't open? And the Baltimore Ravens shouldn't be pushing chips into the middle of the table and trying to go all in with Lamar Jackson set to be 29 years old? It's an awesome move for the Baltimore Ravens. A needed move for the Baltimore Ravens to change up the status quo, to do something different. I absolutely love it. And now you give Jesse Minter, who, and for people that don't know, Minter kind of thought to be not maybe the same as, and it's tough to say this now because Mike Macdonald just won a Super Bowl with Seattle, but kind of talked about in the same hushed, revered tones that Mike Macdonald has talked about as a defensive coach. And now you give him this chess piece to play with in Max Crosby, who, if he's able to stay healthy and the Ravens are able to have a run of postseason success, Max Crosby is going to go to the Pro Football Hall of Fame. That's his upside, is 2 first-round picks for a Hall of Fame pass rusher.
Red Zone Energy, real-time reaction. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle rolls on.
Welcome on back to BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans, I'm Pat Boyle. You can join the show by giving us a call at 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. You can also tweet the show at BetMGM tonight. You can tweet either one of us. Brad at Noisy Huevos, and I'm at Pat Boyle 44. Let's talk a little NBA because over the weekend, boy, it was a bad weekend for Pistons fans. Bad weekend for folks that are just claiming, the Pistons, they're going to win the East because they're the number 1 seed. Okay. The Pistons have lost 4 games in a row. On Saturday, I don't know if anybody noticed, they lost to the Brooklyn Nets. The Brooklyn Nets at home. And then yesterday, Brad, they lose by double digits to the Miami Heat. And just like that, they are 45-18, and they have only a 2.5 game lead up on the Boston Celtics, who Jason Tatum looks like he hasn't missed a freaking beat. We can get to my Knicks in a bit because I got to admit I'm a little scared after watching Jason Tatum play nearly 30 minutes back-to-back games, nearly drop a triple-double in his first game back, and then put up 20 points in the Celtics win over the Cavs yesterday. But the way that Boston's playing right now, Tatum back in the fold, Detroit's lost 4 games in a row. It feels pretty damn likely that Boston takes this 1 seed by the end of the regular season. And honestly, it would be the best thing for me as a Knicks fan because New York is the 3 seed. That means we get to avoid Boston probably to the conference finals. So yeah, Boston, get red hot. Detroit, keep on losing. But we had quite the turn of the tide of the momentum here over the weekend in the Eastern Conference.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Detroit. I've kind of fallen for that city. I used to actually deplore it way back in the day, but they've really cleaned it up. It's been great. I love the renaissance and resurgence that place has undergone there in the Motor City. Been back a couple of times. I've been to a Pistons game at Little Caesars. And it's an awesome venue. But yeah, they're falling on hard times right now. How bad has it been? Well, let me give it to you in numbers speak. They're number 17 in net efficiency over the last 10 games. That is sandwiched in between, Pat, the New Orleans Pelicans and Memphis Grizzlies. That's not the company you want to keep this time of year. So there may be a bit of a correction that's going on right now. They got to fight through it, try to get back on the right side of the track here down the home stretch to ensure their high seeding in the Eastern Conference and not be a colossal flop. And I'm kind of with you, man. I think Boston is going to be a wrecking ball. They've been outstanding defensively all season long without Jason Tatum. And the most astonishing thing that we've seen from Tatum was the fact that he goes, 27 minutes and scores 20 points over the weekend? He is the definition of modern medicine and a guy who has just greatly exceeded my wildest expectations coming off that injury that we thought maybe was going to keep him out the entire damn year. But no, he's back in early March, and he's absolutely balling like he hasn't even skipped a beat. It's not even been a slow ramp up. He had like 1 game where they just barely eased him back in, and they said, oh, no, you're good. Let's see you go out there for 27 minutes and see what you do. Oh, just 20 points. Kind of classic Jason Tatum. So, yeah, he is really exponentially ramping up his game. Boston, to me, and I'm sorry, amigo, looks like the team to beat in the East, but let's be real. Let's call a spade a spade. It doesn't matter who represents in the East. Whoever wins the West is winning the NBA title, period, end of story.
Whoa. Well, look, I mean, if it's OKC, then yes. If you're telling me somebody else is winning the Western Conference, then I say poppycock to that. And look, Boston's going to get a real test. Jason Tatum's going to get a big test here because tomorrow they play the San Antonio Spurs in San Antonio. And then Thursday, they travel up state lines to Oklahoma, and they take on the defending champions, the Oklahoma City Thunder. So let's see how Jason Tatum looks against 2 of the best defenses in the NBA. But, man, his first 2 games, he looks awfully freaking good. He nearly had a triple-double. He had 15 points, 12 rebounds, and 7 assists. And I know it was against Dallas, but still. All right, so Boston, it wouldn't shock me, and I'll proclaim they're going to finish top of the East. I'll make that proclamation right now. The Boston Celtics will finish with the number 1 seed in the Eastern Conference. Like I said, though, that'll help my New York Knicks if they finish as the 3 seed, because I would relish a second-round playoff matchup right now with the Detroit Pistons. I really would. Although my Knicks, you know what, everybody? The Knicks are on a tear. They're red hot. And they lose a Sunday game in Los Angeles, an early start, and right away, all of a sudden, everybody's ready to hammer them. I hear Bill Simmons hammering them. The Knicks look like frauds. I can't trust them. I mean, look, we all basically agree that the Lakers are better without LeBron James anyway. And so he doesn't play in this game yesterday, and no surprise, the Lakers put on a tremendous defensive performance, and they beat my Knicks 197. Look, Jalen Brunson, he has struggled to shoot the ball here. I'm convinced he'll get it going before long. But I think this was just a classic case. The Lakers played a great game. The Knicks didn't play a great game, and it was Sunday afternoon in Los Angeles. Honestly, I'm not worried one bit.
Yeah, it's a slight, reset. It's not a big deal. I mean, it's an 82-game season for crying out loud, and your Knicks have been playing damn good ball. They won 6 of their last 10. They're number 6 overall in net efficiency during that span. Listen, I know you're a cocksure, real word, people, look it up, individual, but that team is going to just run into a roadblock. It's Boston. I'm sorry, mi amigo. Get ready to expand your liver, pour one out for your Knicks. It could be over soon.
All right. Well, I mean, look, if that means they get to the conference finals, which means it'll be well into May. So we'll see. We'll do red light, green light, NFL free agency style next. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight.
Well, I disagree with this. Rappaport says Kelsey's play was at its usual level. No, it wasn't. Landing him in the Pro Bowl. Shedeur Sanders made the Pro Bowl, whatever. Kelsey is loyal to Kansas City and will stay. So there you have it. Travis Kelsey will be back this season coming up for the Chiefs, following a 6-11 year that left the Chiefs on the outside looking in of the playoffs. And I actually think this is going to be a fascinating storyline this offseason for Kansas City and for Travis Kelsey. I don't think it was Travis Kelsey and Travis Kelsey alone. Certainly wasn't him, just him, that led to the Chiefs missing the playoffs. But the way that Kelsey started the season, and this is my opinion, right? And I think I'm right about this, and I'm curious if anyone would disagree. Like, Kelsey's head is in too many different places. He's being pulled in too many different directions. He, in my opinion, and I think a lot of people will echo this both on and off the record, that the celebrity of, going to marry Taylor Swift, arguably the most famous person in the world, maybe got to him a little bit. And he kind of acknowledged that his head needs to be in the game a little bit more. So, in week 1 on Friday night, Chiefs-Chargers in Brazil, when he runs the wrong route and injures Xavier Worthy, your antennas start to go up. Week 2, the Chiefs almost beat the Philadelphia Eagles in a Super Bowl rematch, and Kelsey bobbles a pass going into the end zone that's picked off by Tyler. Who picked that pass off? Was it Quinyon Mitchell, Reed Blankenship, Cooper DeJean? I don't remember. Anyway, oh, no, it was Makuba, right? Andrew Makuba picked that pass off. And all of a sudden, the Chiefs are 0-2. So, like, I don't care what anyone says, and I understand why Ian Rappaport says that, right? Because he's getting information. Ooh, and we have another piece of news that we will get to in a moment, which I think is very, very interesting. I don't care what anyone says. Travis Kelsey's not the same player as he once was. That's not even an insult. Like, he's 36 years old. As long as Kelsey, he doesn't have to be future first ballot Hall of Fame, and he is a future first ballot Hall of Fame tight end. He's going to the Hall of Fame on the first ballot. I think there's a case to be made. He's the second best tight end in modern NFL history behind only Rob Gronkowski. He's unbelievable. The Chiefs don't need him to be that. What the Chiefs need him to be is focused. Too much commercials, too many magazine shoots looking like the late great Scott Hall is Razor Ramon. Too much paparazzi. Too many podcasts. Not enough focus on the field for Travis Kelsey. Kelsey can stay focused. Of course you want him back. But I think that's a big question heading into the year for Travis Kelsey and the Kansas City Chiefs.
The Foster injury is the one that I think is more likely to be long-term. And the Ngongba one is the one that I think is likely to be more impactful. So I think the issue with you when you don't have Ngongba is, one, he's 6'11", 260, a really good rim protector, an elite rebounder. And he allows you to play two different styles defensively, right? Like, you play the drop coverage, you sit him in front of the rim, you funnel everybody to him, and he just takes up space and gets in the way at the rim. He's very, very good at that. And then when you have Malik Brown in there, you're switching everything 1 through 5. You're more aggressive. You're trapping stuff. So it kind of makes you two different styles of defense that you play, two different styles of defense you got to prepare for if you're dealing with Duke. So I think losing Ngangba would be huge. Caleb Foster, this is not meant as a shot at him, but I think he's more replaceable because Caden Boozer, I think, can do the job that Caleb Foster is asked to do. Caleb Foster was a guy that should have been a McDonald's All-American, top 25 recruit, has at moments taken over games for Duke down the stretch. I think specifically the Arkansas game, I think he had 20 and I want to say 17 in the second half in that matchup. Caden Boozer can make open shots. He can defend, probably not at the same level, but at like 90% of what Caleb Foster can do. He can get you into your offense. He can run your sets. He's not going to turn the ball over. He's not going to beat you. And I think that with him on the floor, you can get close to what.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans, I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 3 kicking off here on one of the busiest days of the sports calendar. Kind of. It was the unofficial start of NFL free agency. Hour number 1, we hit you with all the big news. We are going to talk more NFL free agency here in just a minute. And also, big reactions from the final regular season in college hoops. Big reactions from a huge weekend in the NBA. Breaking down the Big 12 Conference Tournament, the Big 10 Conference Tournament. So if you're just joining us now, welcome. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. You got plenty of different ways you can listen to the program. The Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. Again, that's 310-840-4910. We're going to kick off this hour with a game, a children's game. You may have played it. It's called Red Light, Green Light. And we thought we'd bring a very popular children's game here to BetMGM Tonight. That's right. We'll explain. We'll have producer Brandon Combs come in here and explain. Combs, why are we playing Red Light, Green Light? What's going on here?
Well, one Brad Evans hit me up over the weekend and was like, hey, it'd be fun if we played Red Light, Green Light, NFL style. And I said, yeah, can we do Red Rover as well? And he said, yeah, but we'll do that next week. Let's do Red Light, Green Light this week. So this is what we're doing. Red Light, Green Light. It's actually a really good idea. I'm going to give you a bunch of statements. You guys are going to tell me whether or not it's a green light or a red light, or if you really want to, and if you're scared, and if you're a coward, you can go yellow light.
Oh!
So here we go. You guys ready?
Well, Combs, you're giving us the option to go yellow light, and I just want it to be known that if I do end up using a yellow light, I know that that's going to be your first response. Oh, you're a coward. We make these lists, these top 5 lists, and you got to do a tie for 5th half the time. I know that you're going to ask a question that is not going to be a straightforward green or red. It's going to have there probably will be a yellow. I know it's coming.
There's no such thing as yellows. It's green or it's red. If you speed through the yellow light, guess what? You're getting pulled over. You're getting a ticket. If you slam on the brakes at a yell light, guess what? You get hit in the rear end.
So what you're saying is you get a yellow light at a traffic
red.
stop. So how do we apply this to real life? What should I do at a yellow light?
What should you do at a yellow light? I mean, go through it.
You speed through it every time.
Exactly. Unless
right.
you're, the one good thing in an ever-evolving world of technology that we live in, where each new innovation seems more horrifying than the next, especially when it comes to AI. The one good thing about technology is now normally, our phones, red light camera ahead. And I'm like, oop, all right, I know the big toe is on the brake pad. I am not getting popped for $60 or $100 at this puppy.
Yeah.
Smart man.
Yeah. We've got them all over the place in Chicago.
Yeah, and that's why, I don't know about you, I normally will get directions for somewhere that I've been 50 times, 100 times. If it's more than like let's say if it's more than a 10-minute drive, I will put the directions on because I want to know if there's a red light
Yeah.
cam, if there is a speed cam, because, you know, I have an iPhone. They're pretty damn good. Whether you use, I know some folks use Waze, some folks just use the regular maps. They're normally pretty damn good about giving you that warning. So I like to
And
be
if you're on the
informed.
highway, it'll tell you if there's a speed check ahead.
Speed trap.
It's usually like a police officer sitting there using the radar gun and all that. Yeah, constantly use the maps no matter where I go because I have a heavy foot. So
Okay, good.
always.
I thought I was maybe in the minority in that, but I'm glad. I wonder how many people use that. Use those apps like almost every time they drive.
Yeah, have to. It's a must. All right, you guys ready for red light, green light?
Yes.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, here we go. First one. The best signing of the day was the Raiders signing center Tyler Linderbaum. Red light or green light, Brad?
Green light for me. Look, it's a foregone conclusion. The Raiders are going to sign Fernando Mendoza and bring him in as the number 1 overall pick. So as a result, they got to shore up that offensive line, and why not go with the best center in the entire National Football League? And I think it's almost inarguable. You look at the Raiders last year; they had the 6th worst overall pass blocking efficiency rank there at Pro Football Focus. They also struggled in run blocking efficiency as well. You bring in Linderbaum, shore up that unit. He's got supreme leadership. These guys going to be able to get the ball cleanly between the legs to his quarterback, snap in and snap out, and really set this offense off on the right foot. So the pairing with Mendoza, green light, full go, baby, on this move by the Las Vegas Raiders.
Yeah, I mean, again, and at the expense of Mark Schlereth, the next time we have him on, he'll probably want to, strangle me through the phone, through the screen, at the expense of ignoring the hog mollies, the offensive linemen. I love the line. I love offensive linemen. I love defensive linemen. You're going to make me sound like an offensive lineman hater, though. Here comes. Because no, it's a red light for me. Signing a center is not the biggest signing of the day. It's not the biggest signing of free agency. It's not even the biggest signing of the day. Yes, he's the top-rated offensive lineman on the entire market. Yes, he set a record for the biggest contract by an interior offensive lineman. $27 million average annual value for a center. He's great. He's been great for Baltimore. He's going to be great helping set the protections and everything for Fernando Mendoza when he gets drafted by the Raiders. It's not the best signing of the day. The best signing of the day is the Super Bowl MVP changing teams and going from the Seahawks to the Chiefs. Kansas City getting Kenneth Walker III to improve a backfield that couldn't freaking have an explosive run if their life depended on it. That's the biggest signing of the day. It's the Kansas City Chiefs getting Kenneth Walker.
The way you dismiss offensive linemen is insane. The what a center means to a young quarterback's development is the most overlooked thing in the NFL. And Kenneth Walker III, good luck with him running the ball and explosive runs behind that offensive line. Have fun with that. All right, let's move on to the next one. The Jets will be the most improved team in 2026 after trading for Fitzpatrick, signing Osai, Enagbare, I think I pronounced that right. I probably butchered it, and DeMario Davis. Red light or green light, Pat?
Red light again. And again, they are the New York Jets, so I still have no idea who the hell's playing quarterback for them. And so until I know that, and knowing that the options that are on the table, even if they get Kyler Murray, I've said it last week, I think he would be a waste of time for the New York Jets. It's a red light for me. I know, despite what any talking head on TV or any insider might try to, give you a little trap, a little cheese with a metal spring attached to the end of it about the Raiders might actually do with the number 1 overall pick. I know they're drafting Fernando Mendoza. I know who the Raiders quarterback is going to be. Yes, he'll be a rookie. Yes, he's never played a snap in the NFL. I think he's going to be pretty damn good. And I saw what the Raiders did today. They added 7 guys, including, so quick to dismiss the offensive lineman, Tyler Linderbaum. The best signing of the day in free agency. So I know the Raiders are going to be an incredibly improved team. Now, then again, they play in a tremendous division with the Chiefs and the Chargers and the Broncos. And the Jets play in a division with the Patriots and the Bills. no, the Jets will be improved, and they might double their win total, and that means they go from 3 to 6 wins. The Raiders, who had 3 wins, I think they're going to more than double their win total. I think they'll get a minimum of 7 wins. So I think just off that alone, they will be the most improved team, not the Jets. It's a red light for me.
Definitely a red light for me as well. Yeah, the defense has got one direction to go, and really almost one direction to go only, and that is northward. And they got Garrett Wilson there. You got Brees Hall back. We'll see if Braylon Allen does return at some point. But yeah, exactly. Who the hell is going to be the quarterback for this franchise? It's the Jets. They always invent new ways to royally suck. They're going to screw it up somehow. Red light. Anything associated with the New York Jets.
Here's a quick follow-up for you guys. You guys both say they're going to screw it up because they're the Jets.
Yep.
What if they don't?
But what if they do, which is a very likely scenario?
But what if they don't?
And so what would
so
that...
the 1%
here's a
chance?
Yeah, here's a follow-up for you, Combs. What would they have to do for you to think that they won't screw it up? Is it sign Kyler Murray? Is it draft Ty Simpson with one of their first-round draft picks?
It's probably both, to be honest with you. Get a veteran quarterback, draft one of the young quarterbacks to sit behind him for a year or two, and do it the right way, which is something the Jets have never done. If they do something like that, then sure. Even if they were to trade and bring in a Tyson Bagent, I think that could be a smart move for the New York Jets. So we'll see where they go. But I do like the direction because it's never like in an off season. You haven't seen this with the Jets a whole lot. All right, moving on. Here's your beloved. By the way, I'm clipping your offensive line slander and sending it straight to Mark Schlereth. I can't wait to watch him pop your head off your neck like a pimple. Kenneth Walker III will earn at least 65% of the running back opportunity share in Kansas City. Brad?
Green light, and please, Andy Reid, make that happen. Again, he only saw 51.3% of the opportunity share as a member of the Seattle Seahawks, grossly underutilized. And people can say, well, they did that on purpose, you moron. They got to keep him healthy. Look, I understand he's gone through his various nicks and scrapes in his career, but you saw when they take the training wheels off of him what he's able to do. He's a guy that is built, I feel, for at least 15 to 17 touches per game. And if he gets that kind of volume, and I think he will, in Kansas City, dude is going to take off, and he's a better than advertised pass catcher as well. He's pretty good in pass protection. That's another strength of his. And again, he's got the shimmy, the shake, one of the elites and missed tackles forced last year, number 2 on that list at PFF, and inside the top 20 knack per attempt. Feed the man, Andy. Feed him. I think he gets at least 65% of the opportunity share and has his best year as a pro yet.
Yeah, I'll go with Green here as well. I kind of feel like he has to get 65% of the touches. And look, I think that was a unique running back room that he had with Zach Charbonnet. I mean, we see, it's running back by committee. A lot of the times, it's definitely more common than ever. But for a guy that was the Super Bowl MVP, only getting 50% of the touches, again, Charbonnet tore the ACL. But when they were healthy, they had very clearly defined roles in that offense. And I think a big part of Seattle's plan from the get-go was keep Kenneth Walker healthy, and it worked. Keep them both healthy. Kansas City, sure, they want to keep him healthy. They're not going to run him into the ground, but Isaiah Pacheco wasn't very good for them last year. And so if you can't rely on him as that second option, you're going to be forced to feed Kenneth Walker the ball at least 65% of the time. We'll see what Kansas City does. Maybe they still take a running back maybe in the later rounds, 5th or 6th round draft pick, and they hope that can become the next Isaiah Pacheco, in the way that we were talking about him a year ago. But yeah, Kenneth Walker is a guy that wants the ball. He's been saying, feed me all year long for Seattle. And they had to feed him in the playoffs, and look what happened. So yeah, Kansas City has to have a good run game. They're desperate to have a good run game. So I think just because of that, he'll get at least 65% of the touches.
Yeah, I think it's like a 70-30 split there in Kansas City. Again, with that offensive line, though, I don't know how effective it's going to be, but I think that's about the split you're going to be looking at with Kenneth Walker III. All right, trade today. Michael Pittman going to Pittsburgh. He's going to outproduce Alec Pierce in Indiana in fantasy this upcoming season. Pat?
So this is where I'm going to go yellow. and you've backed me into the wall here, yellow light, because I don't know if Aaron Rodgers is coming back to Pittsburgh. If you're telling me Will Howard is the starting quarterback, no offense to our boss, Andrew Williams, who's like dying to see Will Howard be the quarterback. He said MVP, Will Howard MVP, when that trade happened today in our group chat. Yellow light for me. It will be a green light if Aaron Rodgers comes back, because we saw the way that Aaron Rodgers leaned on DK Metcalf. And I think he'll lean on Michael Pittman, knowing that he's got a number one receiver that can get contested catches on the outside. It's something that Pittsburgh lacked big time this year, especially when DK Metcalf got suspended for those 2 games and they nearly cost themselves the division. So, look, I like Alec Pierce, and I think he's going to, step into a monster role here now for Indianapolis. But now you take Michael Pittman away. Plus, the Colts want to run the football first and foremost. That's always the plan for them with Jonathan Taylor as their running back. And I don't know the health status of Daniel Jones. So if you're telling me Daniel Jones maybe he isn't ready to go for week 1, or if he's just not as good this year, all of a sudden Alec Pierce stepping into a wide receiver 1 role now here for Indianapolis, and they're paying him like it. He's a deep ball threat. Now he's going to have that much more attention on him from secondaries. I trust Michael Pittman. If Rodgers is throwing him the ball, he'll be better than Alec Pierce.
Yeah, man, I'm going to go the opposite direction in this equation here. So for me, by red light, green light, I am a red light. I don't think Pittman's got to outproduce Alec Pierce any way, shape, or form. Look, Pittman averaged 6.5 targets per game. A lot of that work is going to shift now to Alec Pierce. Alec Pierce averaged 21.3 yards per reception. That was numero dos among all qualifying NFL wide receivers last year. He was top 10 in total air yards. He was number 17 in yards per route run. And he was a guy that was number 7 as well in fantasy points per target. This is fantasy, not reality we're talking about here. I understand it may be Riley Leonard to begin the season. We'll see when Daniel Jones comes back. It doesn't matter how long Leonard is under center. Pierce has the supreme separation skills. Now with an inflated overall volume of targets, he is going to go ham. He is going to outdistance Michael Pittman with whoever throws him the pill in Pittsburgh this year. So give me Pierce all diggity day long.
I like that. I like both of those answers. Even the cowardly yellow light answer was all right. All right.
It's a green if Rodgers plays, and I'm expecting Rodgers to play, so it will be a green. Is that better for you?
Is that what happens when you get pulled over? You're like it was green when I saw it, and then I looked down and I looked back up and it was yellow. I'm sorry, officer. Don't. Anyway, Trey Hendrickson will sign with the Dallas Cowboys. Brad, red light or green light?
I know the rumors are coming fast and furious right now. So number on my X feed today that Hendrickson may be headed to Big D, a place where it's really little D right now because the defense has been non-existent. And maybe Jerry Jones will back up the truck and sign Hendrickson. But my gut says he ain't going to be there, trying to pursue and collapse pockets for the Dallas Cowboys. I don't know where it's going to be. Maybe still it could be in Chicago with my beloved Bears. Maybe it's going to be some other place, but I don't think Trey Hendrickson will be a member of the Dallas Cowboys. Trust your gut, Evans. It is a red light for me.
Yeah, I'm going red as well because I just don't trust the Cowboys to get that done. I don't trust them to get it done. They just traded for Rashawn Gary from the Packers today, and if there's anybody that basically would tell you that, hey, pass rusher, second most important position in the NFL. Nah, we'll deal ours away, Micah Parsons. And they got Kenny Clark. Micah Parsons can't hold Kenny Clark's jockstrap. And then today, the Cowboys trade for another Packers defensive lineman in Rashawn Gary. And so I feel like that is every excuse that Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones need to not sign Trey Hendrickson, to not commit more money to a pass rusher this offseason, and instead they're going to give it to George Pickens. So George Pickens or Trey Hendrickson, I would choose Trey Hendrickson, and I'd probably give him that money, especially because it'd be a lot cheaper than George Pickens, but they already put the franchise tag on George Pickens, and so I don't think the Cowboys will end up signing Trey Hendrickson. I get to pick 31 other teams. I'll take the field versus Dallas grabbing Trey Hendrickson. Red light for me.
All right, I like it because I hope he comes to Chicago. All right. Deshaun Watson will be the week 1 starter for the Cleveland Browns. Red light or green light, Pat?
I'll go green light. He's still on the roster, so as long as he's healthy to start the year, they're going to go with him over Shedeur Sanders. Again, they paid him $230 million fully guaranteed. If they weren't willing to cut him this past offseason after 2, back-to-back ruptured Achilles, I don't think he's going to go into training camp and they're going to award the starting job to Shedeur Sanders, other than if Deshaun Watson gets injured again or isn't healthy. If he's healthy, he'll be QB1 to start the year, and they'll see if they have anything left in the tank of his. So, yeah, it's green light for me. Deshaun Watson will be Cleveland's QB1.
Full-on flashing red light for me. I don't think he's going to be the starter week 1. You said if, and it is a giant, an enormous, an inflated if he is healthy. He's going to find a new way to rupture another major tendon in his body, and the guy stinks. He's fully cooked at this point in his career. He's got nothing, I believe, left in the tank. I can't believe I'm saying this. Shedeur Sanders is going to beat somebody in training camp, and that individual being Deshaun Watson. Sanders is going to be your starter week 1.
Wow. Let's say he is healthy, though. Would you still say it's Shedeur? Do you think he actually just straight up wins the quarterback competition?
Yes,
Wow.
I think he's got plenty left, and he's got nothing but an upward trajectory compared to the hellish dwelling that Deshaun Watson's currently living in.
Wow. That would make some headlines. All right, we will take a short break here. 310-840-4910, phone number to join the show. 310-840-4910. When we come back, we'll talk about the big free agents that have yet to be signed, including Trey Hendrickson. Brad and I both think he won't go to the Cowboys. Where will he go? We'll make some predictions on him, on Deebo Samuel, and some of the other big free agents still left here after what has been a chaotic, unofficial day 1 of NFL free agency. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
They are a good team without him. They are not a team with Final Four upside without him. It's the same thing with Texas Tech. They lost a first-team All-American, JT Toppin. You have to strike them off of the list of teams that can make a run to a championship because you just lost your best player. If Cam Boozer got hurt for Duke, we do the same thing. If Yaxel got hurt at Michigan, we'd probably do the same thing. So it is what it is. It sucks that this is the way that it played out because this Carolina team had the potential to be able to make some noise because they started figuring out Jaron Stevenson as a potential guy at the 3. Derek Dixon, the freshman point guard, has really come along, and they have, with Visar, Caleb Wilson, and Jaron Stevenson, the way that he's been playing of late, they all of a sudden had a front line that can match up with those biggest front lines because of the length and athleticism they put at the 3 spot. Their point guard situation figured itself out a little bit. To me, we have them right now as a 5 seed, right? And in our bracket, that means they're going to play High Point. They could end up playing a team like a South Florida if South Florida makes it. They are going to be one of the trendiest 5-12 upsets if they end up on the 5 seed line when it comes to Selection Sunday.
There are many, 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 many bad contracts in the history of sports. And we can go to all the different sports to find them, right? As a Yankee fan, Jacoby Ellsbury is one that always comes up. But there are many, many terrible Anthony Rendon with the Los Angeles Angels, of Anaheim, of North America, of planet Earth, of the Milky Way galaxy. How about Deshaun Watson with the Cleveland Browns? There are tons. The Tua Tagovailoa contract, 4 years, going into the 2024 season. 4 years, $212 million. $167 million guaranteed for Tua Tagovailoa. $53 million per year. Has to go towards the top of the list. Tua's dead cap hit this year. Not $99 million. $99 million. I just cue up the Jay-Z. If you having quarterback problems, I feel bad for you, son. We got 99 million problems, and unfortunately, Tua Tagovailoa is one. I mean, $99 million. Question for everybody. How badly do the Miami Dolphins want Tua Tagovailoa to not be on their roster? Answer. Here's $100 million to make it happen. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. The Dolphins are going to be terrible this season. The Miami Dolphins, I don't know if they're like actively trying to lose games, but they are going to be terrible. And this is a really good thing for the Miami Dolphins. And this is why you hire Jeff Hafley and you give him a 5-year deal at the start of a rebuild here. And it's why you pay Tua Tagovailoa all this money to go away, because you're at the start of a rebuild and you're trying to build a new culture. Miami is going to be one of, if not the, worst teams in the NFL this season. And 2027 is the big quarterback draft. Once upon a time, the Miami Dolphins were urged by fans and by media, because honestly, it was really fun to say, to tank for Tua. And look at how they drafted Tua, and then they tried to win, and they actually tanked. Years after that happened, should the Miami Dolphins march for Arch?
Sharp options. No waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM tonight is back.
Cleaning out our closet. Well, spring cleaning. NFL teams cleaning out their closets, getting rid of some players, signing new players. Welcome on back. Make any song relevant into the show and into the sports calendar. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports. We'll get to your phone calls here in, actually right now, 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Before we do a little NFL free agency prediction on some of the big free agents left unsigned here on this crazy Monday, let's get to Mike, who's in Miami. He wants to talk about the Dolphins signing Malik Willis on the same day they released Tua Tagovailoa. Mike is on line one. Go ahead, Mike. You got it, man.
Gentlemen, how y'all doing tonight?
Doing good.
Good.
I am absolutely perplexed right now. We just got rid of the biggest salary dump in franchise history. Now we turn around and sign this, to me, he's unproven quarterback to a 3-year deal for what, $67 million. Help me understand this thought process from my team. Listen, I've been watching this team since Marino, Fiedler, Moore, you name it, man. I've been watching this team for years. I don't understand why they took this direction. You got so many decent names out there who can actually play ball. Personally, in my opinion, I would be fine with Jimmy G. And that's just my opinion. I know Willis is a dual threat. I get that. And I get that, Green Bay's taking over our front office. But I don't understand the logic here. I mean, if you're going to sign this guy, at least give him maybe like a 1 or 2 year deal to kind of prove himself. You know what I'm saying? Like, Unless I'm seeing things wrong, what do you guys think about all this?
Brad, Mike, we appreciate the call. Brad, do you want to handle this one first?
Oh, look, he makes some astute points. I'll be honest, and I understand where the frustrations may be coming from with the Dolphins, rooting interests that are out there. It's a risk. There's no question about it. And you're right. The sample size has been rather minuscule. You're talking about a guy with, just a handful of career starts overall. But again, from what I saw visually with my own two eyes, in his development from the days when he was with Tennessee to what he was able to accomplish last season in Green Bay, there's an enormous amount of upside there with Malik Willis, and a guy that was pristine and accurate. We mentioned the dual threat that does play a role in this. He is a modern day NFL quarterback. Now, did they back up the truck and pay him an exorbitant amount of cash to secure his services over 3 years? Yes, they did. Could they have waited and brought in a bridge quarterback, as you mentioned there, and Jimmy G, and hopefully got somebody that was going to be more of a surefire franchise cornerstone at a much cheaper price in the NFL draft next year? That could have been an option. I think this team wants to be competitive right now. They believe that Malik Willis can be that dude. I personally believe Malik Willis can be that dude. Could I be terribly wrong? Yes. Could the Dolphins be terribly wrong in their assessment? You're damn right they could be, but they're at least pushing the stack of chips in and letting it ride, and that I respect. So I don't mind them, gambling, clacking, rolling the dice. Malik Willis could pay off instantaneously, or he could be a colossal bust, but I think it's going to be more of the former than the latter.
Yeah, again, I know there's a lot of rumors with Jimmy Garoppolo and the Dolphins, and then there was a ton of rumors with Jimmy Garoppolo and the Cardinals, and apparently they couldn't agree on terms, and that's why the Cardinals pivoted. They signed Gardner Minshew, who I guess he's probably their starting quarterback as of today.
No, Jacoby.
Yeah, look,
Jacoby is going to be back in their starter.
Yeah, I guess you'll have an absolute true to the definition quarterback competition between Jacoby Brissett and Gardner Minshew. That's for damn sure. But Mike in Miami, who just called, he doesn't like the signing of Malik Willis. You said it yourself. Green Bay knows him. John Eric Sullivan just came over from Green Bay. He's the GM. Jeff Hafley was the defense coordinator in Green Bay. Sometimes it's who you know, or sometimes in the NFL, it's who you're comfortable with, who you're familiar with. I mean, hell, I hated it, but why do you think the Colts brought back Phillip Rivers? Because Shane Steichen was his quarterback coach. He trusted him. He had trust in him. And Jimmy Garoppolo, have we seen this guy go to a Super Bowl? We have. It was a long time ago. He's 34 now. He basically hasn't made a start since the 2023 season with the Las Vegas Raiders. And that's a guy that's never really been mobile, and you're putting him behind a suspect offensive line at best. I don't mind the move. Now, again, would you have gotten him for a lot cheaper? Sure. But at this point, again, Mike, you said it yourself. You're taking on the biggest cap hit in NFL history by releasing Tua Tagovailoa. So what do you say? All right, we're just going to completely full out tank the season and sign a quarterback for $5 million like Jimmy Garoppolo and hope that he can not be a statue in the pocket? Or are we going to sign this kid that we know that he's young and we think we can get him at a value right now because we think that the best is yet to come for him? He has done nothing but win in the handful of starts he's had over the last 2 years in Green Bay. I don't mind the move at all. I really don't. I like the move. And I think that's, it's easy to doubt something when you haven't seen it. And again, you go back 5-6 years ago and that's the Jimmy Garoppolo you see in your mind. But I think Malik Willis was a heck of a signing for Green Bay, and I know Jeff Hafley's he wasn't the offense coordinator, so it's not like he was calling plays with Malik Willis. That was obviously LaFleur, but they know him, and they trust him. And sometimes, whether it's right or it's wrong, there is familiarity and there's comfortability, and I think that could go a long way. And I thought it was wrong with the Colts to do it for Phillip Rivers, and ultimately we were proven right. But Phillip Rivers is also 45, and Malik Willis is in his mid-20s. 310-840-4910, the phone number to join the show. That's 310-840-4910. All right, let's just hit a couple of these here really quickly, Brad. Let's give out a couple of the free agents, the big names that haven't signed yet and likely will in the next 24 to 48 hours. And let's start with a guy we were just talking about last segment, and that's Trey Hendrickson. Done with Cincinnati. He ain't going back there. We don't think the Cowboys are going to sign him. Where does Trey Hendrickson end up? What do you think is the best fit if it's not Dallas?
That's a really good question. Ultimately, I think Tampa makes a ton of sense, and there's been some rumors circulating that maybe that's where Hendrickson winds up. That's an area that Tampa really needs to see an upgrade, a significant one. Now they got to get more pocket pressure and really start dialing up the heat. They were not very adequate in that category last season. And you bring in Hendrickson. I mean, that's a specialty. He's not a very good run stopper by any stretch of the imagination. He's not complete off the edge like a Max Crosby is. But what he excels at is again really dialing up the temperature on the pocket, collapsing those pockets, wrapping up the quarterback, dragging him down. He's a difference maker in that category, and that's exactly what shiver me timbers the Bucs need. So give me Tampa as an appropriate and key fit for Trey Hendrickson. If he doesn't wind up, say, with Dallas.
I think he's going to your Bears, honestly. They wanted Max Crosby.
I'll take it.
They didn't get him. Yeah, they wanted Max Crosby, didn't get him. I think your Chicago Bears are getting Trey Hendrickson. That's where I think he's going to end up going. If not there, I'll even give you another team here. I'll give you two more teams. One I think could be the Indianapolis Colts. They lost Kwity Paye in free agency today. He signed with the Las Vegas Raiders. And I think the Chargers, who have a ton of money to spend, I think that if not your Bears, that's probably the team I'll go with, the LA Chargers, who could always upgrade that pass rush. They did bring Khalil Mack back, but I still think that Tuli Tuipulotu, he's a free agent. I'm almost positive amidst the 70 or 80 signings we've had already. He wasn't one of them so far today. So I think the Chargers, if not your Chicago Bears, will end up landing Trey Hendrickson. All right, let's hit a couple of receivers here. How about Deebo Samuel, who had himself a roller coaster up and down season, and now he's a free agent here after a season with the Commanders where he had 727 yards and 5 touchdowns. I'll give you a team right away here. If he doesn't go back to Washington, I think Deebo Samuel could end up landing in the AFC West. And I honestly think maybe the Kansas City Chiefs bring him in if they can get him on the cheap.
Yeah.
Right? Kansas City, we've seen it before. We've seen them do it with Juju Smith-Schuster. We see them bring back guys that were either with the organization before or kind of are at their sell low point. And honestly, I don't know how much money Deebo Samuel is getting on the free agency market. So if Kansas City says, hey, let's buy low on this guy, you give him Mahomes, we trust that we can get the best out of him. We have no idea what the future holds, legal battle-wise, for Rashee Rice or Xavier Worthy. Maybe it's like sort of an insurance purchase for the Kansas City Chiefs. Maybe unlikely, but I don't know. It's a team that I thought of. Chiefs and Deebo Samuel. What do you think?
Yeah, I could see that. That would be an ideal fit. San Francisco, before the day started, it could have been an ideal spot, but it looks like Mike Evans is going to wind up there on a 3-year deal. And, of course, Pittsburgh solved their problem with Michael Pittman to go along with DK Metcalf. I'm going to throw out the New Orleans Saints as a wild card. You got Chris Olave, primarily working the outside. Devon Bailey, former 7th-rounder pick out of Utah, a guy that was with the Denver Broncos, was decent last year, but they need a real reliable slot guy, kind of a jack of all trades, exceptional after the catch. That's Deebo Samuel. So, if the New Orleans Saints want to make a noteworthy move and bring some more weaponry in for Tyler Shuck, how about Deebo and Nolens?
I like that one. I like that for sure. That's a move I can absolutely see happening. Okay, let's get one tight end here before we go to break. Who would you rather make a prediction for? David Njoku, formerly of the Cleveland Browns, or Taysom Hill, who could be formerly of the New Orleans Saints?
I don't care about Taysom Hill. Give me David Njoku, and I'll go ahead and give you a position right now. How about the Denver Broncos? Look, I know they signed Adam Troutman, but Troutman has been more or less a bit player, role player in that offense. They need somebody with sure hands, somebody to get the job done after the catch. That has been area of weakness. They thought Evan Ingram was going to solve that problem last year. Didn't really bring a whole lot to the table. David Njoku has got supreme power after the catch, excellent inside the red zone with some of those end zone stomps. So if Bo Nix is looking for an upgrade at tight end, and Njoku seems like the perfect marriage. So Broncos front office, yeah, go ahead and put on a ring. David Njoku would certainly help that organization and possibly immensely.
I was thinking Philadelphia Eagles all day because I've seen a lot of rumors that they are not, it's less than likely that they're going to re-sign Dallas Goedert. So if they lose Dallas Goedert, David Njoku would be a really good pivot. It's a guy that's proven he can win in the open field. He's a great red zone target. But then the Giants took Isaiah Likely from the Ravens. And I'm starting to think if it's not the Philadelphia Eagles, the Ravens will restock their tight end room, give Mark Andrews a backup option. And then, hey, sometimes we see, all the times in the red zone where Mark Andrews didn't get fed the ball. Can't you see David Njoku staying in the AFC North, going from Cleveland to Baltimore and taking all those red zone targets away from Mark Andrews? So I'll say Eagles if they don't re-sign Dallas Goedert. But if not the Eagles, I think David Njoku stays in the AFC North and goes to the Baltimore Ravens. All right, let's take a short break. 310-840-4910, the number to join the show. Any and all of your predictions for the unsigned top free agents, where you think they will go, what moves you want to see your team make. We'll take your phone calls on it, and when we return, we'll take a trip down to Brad's College Basketball Corner, reacting to some of the big conference tournament games, tickets being punched, and who is in, who is out, with 6 days away from Selection Sunday. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
And Jason Tatum is now bucking science and reason with his return to the court. Because you saw the flashes on Friday night of Jason Tatum. What happened yesterday as the Celtics go into Cleveland, by the way, the Cavs thought to be, by many smart people, like the favorite to win the Eastern Conference. Do people think that now? Now, Jared Allen doesn't play in the game, and he matters. Let's not say otherwise. Jared Allen absolutely matters for the Cavs. But Boston goes in there and wins by 11. And Tatum's really good in the game. And Tatum being out for so long, and this is not like a galaxy brain, like, is it actually better for the Celtics that Tatum missed all this time? Of course not. But I think it's fair to say that Tatum missing all this time for the Celtics has led to guys like Baylor Shireman, who Shaquille O'Neal doesn't know. I find this stuff to be funny. All good. Shaq's the best. Shireman and other players for the Celtics. Hugo. Kata's awesome. Where you have guys that would not normally have played this many minutes, playing a ton of minutes for a really good team, and now you can look at the Celtics and say they go like 10 deep. Like, they're awesome. It's like, it's not apples to apples, but like if Tom Brady had come back at the end of the 2008 season for the Patriots after tearing his ACL in week 1, obviously not the same thing. But you get it.
I don't think there's value there because I think that Florida rolls, and I don't want to take that big of a favorite. Yeah, I think they roll, man. You said a loaded SEC. I think everybody in the SEC is just okay outside of Florida. Alabama does not have the front line to be able to deal with Florida. I think Tennessee, I would be very surprised if Native Ment plays, and without Native Ment, I think that they are very limited. Arkansas is good, but if Darius Acuff has a bad ankle, are you going to play him for 4 games in 4 days when you're trying to get ready for a run in the NCAA tournament? So I don't know if we're going to see him. And beyond that, it's kind of whatever in that conference. I think Florida goes through the SEC and wins every game by 15 points. I'm not going to take him at minus 185. That's not a number. Bet the number, not the team, right? But I think Florida rolls in that.
Live lines, late games, and breaking angles. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle. Back now.
Junior Mafia, baby. To all the ladies in the place listening to BetMGM tonight, including maybe all my gym mom friends. Welcome back. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. And here's another reminder for you. There is no better place to be during March matchups than Vegas. This year, college basketball fans can win a VIP trip to the Court of Legends event featuring the Cavender twins. Simply play sports bets, and your position on the leaderboard will determine if you win one of the 25 grand prize packages. Just sign into your BetMGM account, opt into the promotion, then start placing sports bets of at least $10 to climb the leaderboard. Make this March one to remember. Join the Court of Legends leaderboard and make it legendary. All right, it's conference championship week, Brad, and we've got 2 more tickets to punch tonight, 2 that we are less than 5 minutes away from doing so, and it looks like it's nearly a formality in both the Sun Belt Championship and the SoCon Championship. Any your updates on either of those games you'd like to give? Have at it, brother. The floor is yours.
Yeah, let's go to the Sun Belt right now. Right around 4 minutes remaining in the contest. Troy is up comfortably 66-53. One of the best offensive rebounding teams in the country. Haven't shot the ball well the last month from way downtown, but because of their ability to get after it on the glass, don't sleep on them. Like it could be a 13 or 14 seed come Selection Sunday. Meanwhile, my Paladins, Furman, who Brando, our esteemed producer, just learned was an actual school. They are taking it East Tennessee State just around 4 minutes ago in that one. They're up 68-59 now. They were up by double figures for a large majority of this game, but they're still like minus 10,000 on the live money line there at BetMGM. Furman, an excellent team scoring inside the arc. That's where they make most of their money. Unlikely to win a game in the NCAA tournament, but if you listen to us earlier, I love the Paladins straight up tonight, and they were catching 1.5 points. They were slight underdogs, and it's looking like they're going to get the last bark in this one. So Furman up on East Tennessee State, and again, Troy cruising right now against Georgia Southern and the Sun Belt Conference Championship.
All right, beautiful. Let's take a look at the tickets punched so far, which again was 4 of them yesterday. Northern Iowa, High Point, Queens College, North Dakota State, and then I believe it was Tennessee State, right? That punched their bid over the weekend as well. So if I'm not mistaken, we got 5 teams. Any of those jump out to you as a team that's got some Cinderella potential?
Yeah, a couple of the schools. First, let's go to the Valley. And Arch Madness absolutely delivered. A team that was a 6 seed, I believe, with the lowest seed ever to win the Missouri Valley Conference Tournament. That's Northern Iowa. The Fighting Ben Jacobsons, a team that hasn't won the automatic berth in a decade. And a team, you got memories of Ali Faroukhamesh, who is now the head coach at Colorado State University. Of course, they knocked off Kansas way back in the day. This team can make some noise in the NCAA tournament because you look on the roster, they got a number of gunners, Schweiger, Weisbrod, Trey Campbell, all these guys can really net consistently there from outside. They don't have the greatest amount of size, but they have continuity and they have a ton of experience on this roster. And you look at what Northern Iowa has done here the last 30 days. They're a top 50 team overall on Bart Torvik. They're number 7 in the nation in effective field goal percentage offense, and their team too that's inside the top 70 nationally in adjusted defensive efficiency, and they're shooting over 41% from distance. So if they can stay hot along the arc, and again, they got a number of guys can really stroke it, that is a team with the right draw. Bigger physical teams give them a problem, but they get like a smaller high major team as a likely 12 or 13 seed. You never know, man. They could be donning a glass slipper. Meanwhile, another team that I really like that punched their ticket yesterday, how about High Point? High Point is a team out of the Big South, number 93 overall in KenPom right now. They're a team that's only got 4 losses the entire year. They didn't play any NCAA tournament level competition, but they fly. And they got a number of strong guards, a team that doesn't turn over the rock, but forces a lot of turnovers. In fact, over 21% of opponent possessions lead to a miscue, a lot of sprint out opportunities. Not the greatest three-point shooting team, but a team that really attacks you downhill, and a team as well that gets a number of second chance opportunities in their own right. Again, everything comes down to path. Everything comes down to draw on Selection Sunday. But I can see High Point, Pat, maybe on the 12 seed line. Let's say they get in North Carolina, right, with no Caleb Wilson. In North Carolina, yes, they have Vizar, the big 7-footer, bitch you inside, bitch you out. They have Seth Trimble. They have some other guys as well, and, can contribute some meaningful minutes here and there. Peterson, we'll see about him. But they seem susceptible. They seem vulnerable to the Tar Heels right now. Could High Point be a classic 12/5 in the Battle of North Carolina? Because High Point is in High Point, North Carolina. That one is muy interesante as a potential draw. So I wouldn't sleep on Northern Iowa. I wouldn't sleep on High Point. And North Dakota State's got some appeal as well. They shoot the ball extremely well from 3, and they have one solid big, and Fredersen, who is at 6'10", 6'11". A lot of depth in the front court, but if he could stay out of foul trouble, kiss a lot of action, they're off the glass. You never know. North Dakota State could hang as a likely 13 or 14 seed. And those are just a handful of tickets that have already been punched. Got 2 more, as you already mentioned, tonight. More tomorrow. It's Champ Week, baby. One of the greatest weeks of the entire year on the college basketball slate. Hell, the entire sports slate. I love the little guy conference action. It means so much to these schools, and you see it in live and living color on your television every single night this week.
And Brad, how about the LIU Sharks, a team that I called games for the last 7 years, and then because of commitment to this show, couldn't call games for this year. They're into the NCAA tournament. without even playing their conference championship game, which is tomorrow. It's against Mercyhurst, a team that just moved up from Division II last year. They're not eligible yet for the NCAA tournament. LIU is into the big dance without even having to play their freaking conference title game. And Rod Strickland, the former New York Knick and NBA All-NBA point guard, is their coach.
Yeah, one of my favorite players actually growing up as a kid, Rod the Bod Strickland, guy, not only played for the Knicks, bounced around, played for my San Antonio Spurs for a time, the Detroit Pistons, number of organizations. Look, they got absolutely smoked by high-level competition. Probably going to be the case, but congratulations, Sharks, although your teeth are not the sharpest in the world.
Fins up! That has gone viral over the entire country. All right, we'll be right back on BetMGM tonight.
It's a grand slam. And it's a grand slam for both teams. And we'll start with the Baltimore Ravens. And I give General Manager Eric DeCosta, I give head coach Jesse Minter so much credit for making this move. You know, if you've been watching this show, listening to the show for any period of time, you know that for years, not months, not weeks, not year, singular. Years, plural. Put a Z on the end of that bitch if you want to get real Gen Z with it. I've been saying for a long-ass time, the Baltimore Ravens need to try something different. And said the same thing, by the way, about the Buffalo Bills, and there's a corollary here that we will make between Baltimore and Buffalo coming up in a little bit. The Ravens needed to move on from head coach John Harbaugh, and the Baltimore Ravens needed to challenge their status quo. Because, yes, Baltimore every year enters the season with a healthy Lamar Jackson, and the upside is to go 15-2, 14-3, for Lamar Jackson to win Most Valuable Player. And we have seen the Baltimore Ravens be the sultans of spreadsheets, the excellence of EPA, the dominators of DVOA. Man, you talk to any NFL stat nerd, and they will basically describe this season notwithstanding, not included, will describe this era of Ravens football like they're some combination of the 72 Dolphins and the 2007 Patriots. Oh, they're one of the best teams of all time. But yet, what happens every single January? They fall short. And usually in soul-crushing, heart-breaking fashion. So I love this for the Baltimore Ravens. Oh my God, how could you move on from John Harbaugh? He's such a winner. And to be clear, and I've said this a million times, I think John Harbaugh is an awesome coach. I'm happy that he's the head coach of my favorite football team, the New York Football Giants. I absolutely love it. But you know what? Don't make the playoffs last year? Can't get over the hump with Lamar Jackson? You're never firing the MVP quarterback? He had to go. And now, this idea that, the Ravens, like we hold this organization to such a high standard. Never traded a first-round pick for a player. Oh, they can't do that. They've never done it before. How could they do it? How about because they can't win? Because they can't get over the hump. So the Baltimore Ravens are trying something different. And you have to love that because what they were doing in the past absolutely wasn't working. 2 first-round picks for star pass rusher Max Crosby. And I will say, for what the Baltimore Ravens did with this trade, the same thing about what I said about the LA Rams and the haul that they gave to the Kansas City Chiefs for cornerback Trent McDuffie. And it's really easy. F them picks. F them. F them. The window is open now for the Baltimore Ravens. Right now. And the AFC is wide open. Look at what we saw on Conference Championship Sunday in the AFC. A Patriots team that was clearly over its skis, and credit to them, versus the Denver Broncos. And you want to tell me the AFC isn't open? And the Baltimore Ravens shouldn't be pushing chips into the middle of the table and trying to go all in with Lamar Jackson set to be 29 years old? It's an awesome move for the Baltimore Ravens. A needed move for the Baltimore Ravens to change up the status quo, to do something different. I absolutely love it. And now you give Jesse Minter, who, and for people that don't know, Minter kind of thought to be not maybe the same as, and it's tough to say this now because Mike Macdonald just won a Super Bowl with Seattle, but kind of talked about in the same hushed, revered tones that Mike Macdonald is talked about as a defensive coach. And now you give him this chess piece to play with in Max Crosby, who, if he's able to stay healthy and the Ravens are able to have a run of postseason success, Max Crosby is going to go to the Pro Football Hall of Fame. That's his upside, is 2 first-round picks for a Hall of Fame pass rusher.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. We bid adieu to Brad Evans, and that means 2 solo hours every day, perpetually, for the rest of time. Oh, however long this show exists. I'm Pat Boyle. Welcome on back. 6 to 11 p.m. Eastern, live. 2 solo hours every day, Monday through Friday. This is BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, where we've already had over 2,300 folks check in on the Twitter broadcast, which is awesome. We appreciate you guys being a part of the show. I know a lot of fans, a lot of sports fans excited about today. I had a lot of people hitting me up. Oh, what's your thoughts on this, on NFL free agency? And so there's a lot of buzz in the sporting world right now, and it's a great feeling to have. We're on the cusp of March Madness. Get in here and get all of your reactions known. You can tweet at me, at PatBoyle44. You can call the show, 310-840-4910. If you're watching live on YouTube, get in the chat section. Drop your thoughts. Drop your takes. We'll mention them on the air. I want you to be a big part of this show each and every single day. So, with that being said, you can also listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Okay, we've hit a bunch of the major NFL free agency news to start the show 3 hours ago. I got some more thoughts, though, on some big news today. And let's start with the 49ers. I want to do a little bit of a deep dive here on the San Francisco 49ers because, one, they signed Mike Evans, which is huge, and I'm going to talk about that first. But then it feels like it's for naught if they end up trading their all-world left tackle Trent Williams. And there's a lot of rumors going on right now about that. So I'll hit on that a bit, but let's start with Mike Evans here. I think Mike Evans is going to be one of the best free agent signings this offseason. I think he's got plenty left in the tank, and I think he's going to ball out this year for the San Francisco 49ers. And I think this is a guy that we talked about a year ago, tying Jerry Rice for the most consecutive seasons in NFL history with 1,000 yards or more. And Mike Evans did it 11 straight years, and he probably was going to do it again this year, if not for the 2 injuries that ended up costing him half the season. The broken collarbone, which cost him most of the year. He ended up playing 8 games this season for Tampa Bay. And again, he got hurt in the beginning. It was the game against the Lions. So really, he played 7. He played under half of the season, had 368 yards and 3 touchdowns. This is a first ballot Hall of Famer. This is a guy that's going to walk into Canton. And it's a guy that I still think at 32 years old has a lot. He's got a lot of juice still left in the tank here. And I think that Mike Evans is going to bring to this 49ers offense a reliable, pass-catching big body who is an awesome red zone target. And that's where San Francisco struggled last year, throwing the football in the red zone. They basically, they lived and died on Christian McCaffrey. And, George Kittle, who missed a chunk of games when he was healthy. We know Kittle is a tremendous red zone target, but they didn't get that kind of production from Juwan Jennings. Brandon Ayuk didn't even step on the field last year, and he's gone. He's gone. So first and foremost, just from a need standpoint, the 49ers needed a receiver like Mike Evans. Brandon Ayuk is gone. And Juwan Jennings, it feels like them signing Mike Evans means they're not re-signing Juwan Jennings. And I like Juwan Jennings, but he might end up fetching close to $25 million a year. And if you're asking me who would I rather have, Mike Evans at $20 million a year, which is what the Niners got him from 3 years, $60 million, or Juwan Jennings, it's Mike Evans, and it's not even close. And plus, remember, Juwan Jennings kind of aired some dirty laundry where, he wanted it to be known that he was playing with some cracked ribs and he was playing with a sprained ankle and didn't feel like he was getting the love he deserved from Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers coaching staff. We had some tensions brewing on the sideline in one of those games this year. So it kind of you felt this coming. The 49ers are very loyal, and they will go to the ends of the earth to re-sign their players and to make sure that they do whatever it takes to keep those guys. It didn't feel like they had that relationship with Juwan Jennings, who might be the best run-blocking receiver in the NFL. You got the red hair. He's awesome, fierce, intense player. But he had some crucial drops this year. Now, he had that amazing touchdown pass in the playoffs against the Eagles. But again, you felt that breakup was coming. So the Niners lose Brandon Ayuk, who, again, they didn't even have this year. And I could be wrong. They could re-sign Juwan Jennings, but it feels very unlikely once they sign Mike Evans. But I like it. You basically swap Mike Evans for Juwan Jennings. That makes the 49ers better. It makes their offense better, makes their receiving room better. Mike Evans is still a nearly elite receiver. And only because he's 32 and only because he just was injured for a significant portion of the season for the first time in his career, are there any doubts about him? That's the only reason there's doubts about Mike Evans. You say, his production dipped. Yeah, but before last season, did it? Guy got 1,000 yards or more every single year. And there were some years where there wasn't great quarterback play in Tampa Bay. Before Baker Mayfield, he had a couple years of Tom Brady. Before that, it was Jameis. It was feast or famine. Mike Evans gives San Francisco what they really lacked for most of last season. A guy that can go out and just win one-on-one battles. A big body in the red zone. A huge bullseye target possession receiver that can get back shoulder throws thrown to him, and he's catching it. Goal line fades, he's catching it. He'll put his body on the line. He's a winner. He's fierce. He's intense. He's a leader. That's what the Niners needed to add to this locker room, and he's going to take a lot of pressure, and he's going to take a lot of stress off the shoulders of Brock Purdy. So you get that for $20 million a year when the Colts just had to spend $28 million for Alec Pierce? Again, no disrespect to Alec Pierce. He's been the best deep ball threat in the NFL in the last 2 years by the numbers. The numbers say that. Yards per catch. Who's a better receiver? Mike Evans or Alec Pierce? Who's a better receiver? Mike Evans or Rashid Shaheed, who the Seahawks just spent $17 million a year to bring back? The answer is Mike Evans. Who's a better receiver? Mike Evans or Michael Pittman, who the Steelers just traded for and then signed him to an extension? It's Mike Evans. It's Mike Evans, almost just about everybody, over just about everybody. And I will, if I'm San Francisco and I'm John Lynch, I'm glad they took that risk. The gamble of, hey, this guy's 32. Now he's coming off the first major injury, really, of his career, broken collarbone, the concussion, some other injuries. He was playing nicked up when he was healthy. That's fine. Mike Evans has had a full offseason to recuperate here and get ready for next year. And he's going to face some tough defenses, that's for damn sure. The Rams have beefed up their secondary. They just got Trent McDuffie in that trade from the Chiefs. The Seahawks secondary is about as fearsome as they come. The Cardinals stink. But he's going to face some great secondaries when the Niners play the Rams and when they play the Seahawks. That's fine. Mike Evans is a Hall of Famer. And that's a big move for the Niners, getting him. I know there's plenty of other teams that were interested. I thought a great landing spot for him would have been Buffalo. But, then again, the Bills choose to trade a second-round pick for DJ Moore and pay him $25 million a year. Again, who would you rather have, DJ Moore or Mike Evans? The Niners got the most coveted wide receiver, or who should be the most coveted wide receiver. I don't care what the contracts say. I don't care what the money that was paid out to Alec Pierce or whoever else. The Niners win the wide receiver offseason, barring a massive trade, by getting Mike Evans. And I think he's going to have another 1,000-yard season. He's healthy. He plays at least, let's say, Mike Evans could miss 3 games. He plays 14 games. He's putting up 1,000 yards. And he's putting up 10 touchdowns. Because he is still an elite red zone target. So I love the fact that I got Brock Purdy throwing the rock this year to Mike Evans. I think the Niners are destined to return to the playoffs. 310-840-4910. That's the positive with San Francisco. Here's the negative. There's a lot of reports that have come out today that the 49ers are open to trading 5-time All-Pro, All-World left tackle Trent Williams because they're trying to restructure his contract. He's going into the final year of his deal, and he's going to have a cap hit of $36 million, $38 million. It's in the upper $30 million. That's Trent Williams' cap hit. There's only 3 other non-quarterbacks that have a cap hit that large. And there has been an impasse. They're trying to restructure that contract. They would like to possibly add another year onto it and spread that hit out. Because Trent Williams is going to be 38 by the time the season starts. And even somebody as awesome as him, who is so vital to their offense as Trent Williams, Father Time is undefeated. So whatever they're trying to do with the contract restructuring, there's been a snag in the negotiations. And you know what I think this is? I think this is a little hardball here from John Lynch. I think this is a little hardball. I think Trent Williams is probably upset with the way these negotiations have gone. And maybe he said, all right, well, trade me then. And maybe the 49ers have said, okay, you want to see what your trade value is? Sure. We'll find out what your trade value is. But just remember, you're going into the last year of your contract. And so now you get the report the 49ers are open to trading Trent Williams. Whether it's bait, whether it's a bluff, no matter what, the 49ers cannot afford to trade Trent Williams. They can't. Their offense relies upon him probably more than any other offense relies on a left tackle. I mean, if you don't know how good he is by now, I don't know what to tell you. I still think he's the best left tackle on the planet when he's healthy. And he was injured for most of the 2024 season. The Niners were terrible a year and a half ago, and they missed the playoffs because he was hurt all year. McCaffrey was hurt all year. This season, he was healthy all the way until the last 2 weeks of the regular season, and he was dominant. And that's why McCaffrey had a monster season, because all the outside zone run scheme that the Niners use, the Shanahan offense, so much of it is relying upon following the lead block of Trent Williams. Whether he pulls and is like a freight train coming down the tracks out to the right side, or if you run left and he just gets to lead the way and bulldoze 2 or 3 people in his path, the 49ers need Trent Williams just about as badly as any other team could need their left tackle. And so when push comes to shove, if they've got to maybe guarantee, make sure that some more of this money this year that's going to be paid out to Trent Williams is guaranteed and doesn't get pushed into next year, Well, that's what the 49ers have to do. They have to keep Trent Williams. They cannot afford to lose him. You add Mike Evans in one breath, that's great. You can't turn around and then lose Trent Williams, your left tackle. This offense will not be nearly as good without him. And again, he's going to be 38. I get it. Paying $38 million to a 38-year-old left tackle, that could be a dangerous proposition. But just like if you have any doubts about Mike Evans and how good he still can be this year, there were a lot of people that thought, oh, well, Trent Williams, he's done. Yeah, he spent the whole year hurt. He's going to be 37. And then he played all but 2 games this year, and he was back to being dominant and was named All-Pro for the 5th time in his career. And so this is what I talked about with what the Niners, what happens with them. They seem to have these contract disputes every offseason. Remember, it was Nick Bosa. Then it was George Kittle. We've seen it happen with even with Brock Purdy. That contract extension took a little bit longer than most people expected to get done. And it happened with Brandon Ayuk, and the Niners ended up losing that battle. In the sense that he didn't even play this year, and now he's going to be off the team. But the premier positions, the Niners have a very modern thinking front office, John Lynch, when it comes to quarterback, left tackle, pass rusher, receiver. They realize how important those positions are. And if they've got a guy that has been with the organization or they value, they rarely let them go. And they normally end up giving them a big bag and a long-term contract extension as long as they think they're worth it. And more often than not, guys that have had success with them, they normally give them those contract extensions. And they normally get those deals done. So I don't think Trent Williams is going to be traded. I think they're going to find a way to get this contract restructuring done and lower his cap hit, even if just by a little bit. But the Niners realize they should know they can't afford to go into this season without Trent Williams. Because I don't think their offense is nearly as good without him. And yeah, he's an offensive lineman. Yeah, he's a left tackle. He is that damn good. He is that damn important. So the 49ers better figure out a way to get it done. Because again, we've already had a flurry of moves get made here. And free agency hasn't even officially begun yet. That happens on Wednesday. Niners, big W for getting Mike Evans. That'll be a big fat L if they lose Trent Williams. 310-840-4910 is the phone number to join the show. That's 310-840-4910. When we come back, some of the other biggest free agent signings of the day, including some breaking news that maybe Alvin Kamara's time in New Orleans is done after the big signing they made in the running back room earlier today. I'll tell you about it when we come back. Plus your phone calls, 310-840-4910. You can hit me up on Twitter at PatBoyle44. This is BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
Well, I disagree with this. Rappaport says Kelsey's play was at its usual level. No, it wasn't. Landing him in the Pro Bowl. Shedeur Sanders made the Pro Bowl, whatever. Kelsey is loyal to Kansas City and will stay. So there you have it. Travis Kelce will be back this season coming up for the Chiefs, following a 6-11 year that left the Chiefs on the outside looking in of the playoffs. And I actually think this is going to be a fascinating storyline this offseason for Kansas City and for Travis Kelce. I don't think it was Travis Kelce and Travis Kelce alone. Certainly wasn't him, just him, that led to the Chiefs missing the playoffs. But the way that Kelce started the season, and this is my opinion, right? And I think I'm right about this, and I'm curious if anyone would disagree. Like, Kelce's head is in too many different places. He's being pulled in too many different directions. He in my opinion, and I think a lot of people will echo this both on and off the record, that the celebrity of, going to marry Taylor Swift, arguably the most famous person in the world, maybe got to him a little bit. And he kind of acknowledged that his head needs to be in the game a little bit more. So, in week 1 on Friday night, Chiefs-Chargers in Brazil, when he runs the wrong route and injures Xavier Worthy, your antennas start to go up. Week 2, the Chiefs almost beat the Philadelphia Eagles in a Super Bowl rematch, and Kelsey bobbles a pass going into the end zone that's picked off by Tyler. Who picked that pass off? Was it Quinyon Mitchell? Reed Blankenship? Cooper DeJean? I don't remember. Anyway. Oh, no, it was Makuba, right? Andrew Makuba picked that pass off. And all of a sudden, the Chiefs are 0-2. So, I don't care what anyone says. And I understand why Ian Rappaport says that, right? Because he's getting information. Ooh, and we have another piece of news that we will get to in a moment, which I think is very, very interesting. I don't care what anyone says. Travis Kelce's not the same player as he once was. That's not even an insult. He's 36 years old. As long as Kelce, he doesn't have to be future first ballot Hall of Fame, and he is a future first ballot Hall of Fame tight end. He's going to the Hall of Fame on the first ballot. I think there's a case to be made. He's the second best tight end in modern NFL history behind only Rob Gronkowski. He's unbelievable. The Chiefs don't need him to be that. What the Chiefs need him to be is focused. Too much commercials, too many magazine shoots looking like the late great Scott Hall is Razor Ramon. Too much paparazzi. Too many podcasts. Not enough focus on the field for Travis Kelce. Kelce can stay focused. Of course you want him back. But I think that's a big question heading into the year for Travis Kelce and the Kansas City Chiefs.
The Foster injury is the one that I think is more likely to be long-term. And the Ngongba one is the one that I think is likely to be more impactful. So I think the issue with you when you don't have Ngongba is, one, he's 6'11", 260, a really good rim protector, an elite rebounder. And he allows you to play two different styles defensively, right? Like, you play the drop coverage, you sit him in front of the rim, you funnel everybody to him, and he just takes up space and gets in the way at the rim. He's very, very good at that. And then when you have Malik Brown in there, you're switching everything 1 through 5. You're more aggressive. You're trapping stuff. So it kind of makes you two different styles of defense that you play, two different styles of defense you got to prepare for if you're dealing with Duke. So I think losing Ngongba would be huge. Caleb Foster, this is not meant as a shot at him, but I think he's more replaceable because Caden Boozer, I think, can do the job that Caleb Foster is asked to do. Caleb Foster was a guy that should have been a McDonald's All-American, top 25 recruit, has at moments taken over games for Duke down the stretch. I think specifically the Arkansas game, I think he had 20 and I want to say 17 in the second half in that matchup. Caden Boozer can make open shots. He can defend, probably not at the same level, but at like 90% of what Caleb Foster can do. He can get you into your offense. He can run your sets. He's not going to turn the ball over. He's not going to beat you. And I think that with him on the floor, you can get close to what you would have with Caleb Foster. Now, there's not as much depth. The rotation takes a little bit of a hit.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
Turn this up a little bit for me, Combs. Welcome on back. At MGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. If you'd like to join the show on the phones, you can also tweet me at PatBoyle44. I'll be reading some of your tweets here throughout the remainder hour and a half of this show. 5 hours live every Monday through Friday. The Philadelphia Eagles. There was a great dispersing today. A couple of the flock flew south for the winter. Or now that it's spring, I guess you would say the Eagles flew home. And they had a bunch that did not return with them. Eagles lost a lot of their starters from this defense in free agency today. Just today alone. Jalen Phillips, the most notable, who they traded for at the deadline, I think with the thinking that they were going to sign him in the offseason. Well, he played better than they expected. And then he gets $120 million, $30 million a year from the Carolina Panthers, and he leaves. Ouch. That one hurt. Next is Nakobe Dean, who struggled to stay healthy, but when he was healthy, a bone-crushing enforcer of a run-stopping linebacker. Nakobe Dean signs with the Las Vegas Raiders today. Ooh, it's another hit. Another punch to the gut. Well, surely that's it. You know, they lost two guys from the defense. They're not going to lose anymore, right? Especially not at all three levels. Safety Reed Blankenship, who's been a starter for them for a handful of years now, signs with the Houston Texans. 3 years, $25 million. 3 Eagles starters just from this season. Gone. And Jahan Dotson signed elsewhere as well. But, you know, I guess that really only matters if they trade A.J. Brown, which... Are they going to do it? No. I've been saying from the start they're not going to trade A.J. Brown, but all of a sudden this defense, which kept the Eagles relevant, where this offense sputtered, had a completely vanilla game plan the entire season, and I'm trying to be respectful and not totally crush Kevin Patullo for the god-awful, brain-dead job that he did calling the plays this year for the Eagles. I'm trying to be respectful, trying to be nice. Vic Fangio and that defense kept the Eagles together. It helped them win the NFC East when it looked like they were trying to give the division away midway through the season to the Dallas Cowboys. And if not for Jaden Daniels spending most of the season hurt, the Commanders could have been a factor. And if the Giants weren't a disaster, you get my point. The Eagles won the division by default, kind of. And then they crashed out in the first game against the San Francisco 49ers, who were employing a defense mostly filled with backups and even some third stringers. And now it's that same Eagles defense that on day one, unofficially day one of free agency, loses about 30% of their starters on just day one. Whew. That's not a good look. That is not a good look. And all the Eagles have basically done so far is re-sign Big Jordan Davis, their nose tackle. I mean, good. You had to. You had to do something. But man, it's an Eagles exodus that should have everybody in Philadelphia very concerned right now. That this organization, which for decades has been run correctly, has been an organization that players love to play for, even though the fans are brutal. And my girlfriend is an Eagles fan. And she's not brutal. But the people of Philadelphia, I've seen it firsthand. I've been to a couple of Eagles games at the Link. I mean, they threw batteries at Santa. They assaulted Santa Claus. Eagles fans can be horrendous people. They can be very harsh. And yet, the organization is a very proud one. Jeffrey Lurie is a great owner. Howie Roseman is one of the best executives and GMs in all of professional sports, not just football. And on day one, they have 3 starters leave to go elsewhere. All signs are pointing back to what I think is the real root of the problem right now in Philadelphia. The reason they crashed out this year. the reason the offense was so suspect, it comes back to Nick Sirianni for me. It comes back to my belief that Nick Sirianni is losing his grip on this team and on this roster, and I think more and more players don't want to play for him. That's what I think. And I thought Nick Sirianni was going to get fired when the 2024 season started. And then I thought he was really going to get fired when they were 2-2. They come off the bye week. He bicks his head like he's Britney Spears going through a mental breakdown. And he's arguing with fans during a game in which they're struggling to put the Cleveland Browns away. And then what happened? And this is, by the way, off the heels of a season where they started 10-1 and melted down epically. And they basically lost every game and then got smashed by the Buccaneers in the playoffs. And then what happened in 2025 after that 2-2 start? After Sirianni shaving his head and having like a mental crisis for the world to see and arguing with fans, what happens? The Eagles go on and win the Super Bowl. That's what happened. Saquon Barkley had one of the greatest seasons a running back could ever have. The Eagles defense played their best ball in the playoffs. Jalen Hurts played like a top 5 quarterback. The offensive line was historically good and everything clicked and the Eagles won the Super Bowl. And Nick Sirianni, just like he got a ton of the blame at the end of the 2023 season, Nick Sirianni got a ton of the praise at the end of 2024 because they're Super Bowl champs. And how could you not when you're the head coach of that? But Nick Sirianni is a guy that I've never really looked at as a head coach and said, well, he brings so much value because he calls the plays. He doesn't call the plays. Doesn't call the plays on offense. Doesn't call the plays on defense. He's in charge of keeping the locker room together. And once again, so much of this year was wrought by locker room drama, controversy surrounding A.J. Brown and Jalen Hurts and Saquon Barkley, but mostly A.J. Brown. And now on day one, you have 3 starters that bolted. Not even like they gave it consideration. Gone. Right away. What does that say about their belief in your team, in your head coach, to win a Super Bowl, to get back to the playoffs? Reed Blankenship went to the Houston Texans. Jalen Phillips went to the Carolina Panthers. Both those teams were in the playoffs last year. Nakobe Dean went to the Raiders. They seemingly on the up and up. They're going to have Fernando Mendoza as their quarterback. Now, again, the Eagles couldn't re-sign all those guys. It would have been impossible. It was a guarantee that at least one of those guys was going to leave. But the fact that Jalen Phillips left for $30 million a year for Carolina, that could have made it possible to re-sign Nakobe Dean and to re-sign Reed Blankenship. And they didn't re-sign either of them. And on top of it, the reports are that it's likely that the Eagles will not re-sign Dallas Goedert. And on top of that, however much you want to buy into that, I haven't seen these rumors substantiated by a ton of the top reputable insiders or folks, but there is some rumblings that the Eagles have received phone calls for Jalen Carter, their ultimate game wrecker on the defensive line. And I can't imagine a world where the Eagles trade Jalen Carter, but if they do, what the hell is his team going to look like next year? And I get it. It is very difficult to keep a Super Bowl roster intact year over year in the NFL. Even though the salary cap goes up, so do those contracts. And that window becomes shorter and shorter and shorter for your chance to win a Super Bowl title. And Howie Roseman's done a great freaking job keeping the Eagles as great as they've been over the last couple of years, despite some flaws, despite some deficiencies, and despite a head coach that, again, I'm once again asking, what does he really do? If the one role he's supposed to play, keep the locker room together, manage the team like a baseball manager, right? Like Nick Sirianni is the closest thing, I think, to a modern day Major League Baseball manager that we have in the NFL, where they rely on the analytics and he doesn't call the plays, right? Managers like Aaron Boone, does he set the lineup every day, or is that done by the front office? Does he choose which relievers are going to pitch on a given day? Does he manage that bullpen every single day, or do the analytics? If Nick Sirianni's not calling the plays on offense, not calling the plays on defense, the Eagles rely heavily on analytics. What's Nick Sirianni's main function? Keep the locker room together. And that's something, judging by, you just pay attention to the football season throughout the year last year, didn't feel like he did that very well either. And if you want any tangible result of how much Eagles players want to continue playing for the Philadelphia Eagles, if Nick Sirianni's the head coach, they lose 3 defensive starters on day one. And there's rumors that they might trade their maybe best overall player. That's how good Jalen Carter is. And there's been rumors from the get-go about trading A.J. Brown. Feels like this offseason could quickly turn into an all-out nightmare for the Philadelphia Eagles in terms of their chances of retaining players. 310-840-4910. 310-840-4910. Are you worried? If you're an Eagles fan, or have you been paying attention to what's going on here on day one of free agency? I don't know how you look at what's going on in Philadelphia and feel a sense of confidence or feel a sense of optimism. And I've seen a lot of folks today, oh, it's day one. Oh, we're freaking out about day one. Tomorrow the Eagles could easily replenish. They could sign a linebacker. They could sign somebody in the secondary. They could pull off a trade to get somebody instead of trading away Jalen Carter. Okay. Sure. We could easily revisit this conversation in another day or two, in another week or two. Oh, but the Eagles always draft well. You just already lost a lot of production here on day one. You haven't gotten that production back in the form of a signing or a trade, or the draft is still a month and a half away, baby. This feels like the great Eagles exodus to me. And if you're asking yourself, you're looking at the news like I did, and you're seeing the transactions, and you're saying, whoa, feels like the Eagles lost a lot of good players today. It's because they did. And if you're wondering why, I think I know the answer. I think it's Nick Sirianni. And I don't think anybody wants to play for him. 310-840-4910 is the phone number to join the show. When we come back, we'll talk a little World Baseball Classic. USA has not beaten Mexico in the World Baseball Classic since 2006. They're playing right now. We'll get you an update on the score. Can the red, white, and blue break the 20-year freaking drought? Also, the best moment so far of the World Baseball Classic is? We'll give you our answers when we return. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
They are a good team without him. They are not a team with Final Four upside without him. It's the same thing with Texas Tech. They lost a first-team All-American, JT Toppin. You have to strike them off of the list of teams that can make a run to a championship because you just lost your best player. If Cam Boozer got hurt for Duke, we do the same thing. If Yaxel got hurt at Michigan, we'd probably do the same thing. So it is what it is. It sucks that this is the way that it played out because this Carolina team had the potential to be able to make some noise because they started figuring out Jaron Stevenson as a potential guy at the 3. Derek Dixon, the freshman point guard, has really come along. And they have, with Visar, Caleb Wilson, and Jaron Stevenson, the way that he's been playing of late, they all of a sudden had a front line that can match up with those biggest front lines because of the length and athleticism they put at the 3 spot. Their point guard situation figured itself out a little bit. To me, we have them right now as a 5 seed, right? And in our bracket, that means they're going to play High Point. They could end up playing a team like a South Florida if South Florida makes it. They are going to be one of the trendiest 5-12 upsets if they end up on the 5 seed line when it comes to Selection Sunday.
there are many, 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 many bad contracts in the history of sports. And we can go to like all the different sports to find them, right? You know, as a Yankee fan, Jacoby Ellsbury is one that always comes up. But there are many, many terrible Anthony Rendon with the Los Angeles Angels, of Anaheim, of North America, of planet Earth, of the Milky Way galaxy. How about Deshaun Watson with the Cleveland Browns? I mean, there are tons. The Tua Tagovailoa contract, 4 years, going into the 2024 season, 4 years, $212 million. $167 million guaranteed for Tua Tagovailoa. $53 million per year. Has to go towards the top of the list. Tua's dead cap hit this year, not $99 million. $99 million. I just cue up the Jay-Z. If you having quarterback problems, I feel bad for you, son. We got 99 million problems, and unfortunately, Tua Tagovailoa is one. I mean, $99 million. Question for everybody. How badly do the Miami Dolphins want Tua Tagovailoa to not be on their roster? Answer. Here's $100 million to make it happen. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. The Dolphins are going to be terrible this season. The Miami Dolphins, I don't know if they're like actively trying to lose games, but they are going to be terrible. And this is a really good thing for the Miami Dolphins. And this is why you hire Jeff Hafley and you give him a 5-year deal at the start of a rebuild here. And it's why you pay Tua Tagovailoa all this money to go away, because you're at the start of a rebuild and you're trying to build a new culture. Miami is going to be one of, if not the, worst teams in the NFL this season. And 2027 is the big quarterback draft. Once upon a time, the Miami Dolphins were urged by fans and by media, because honestly, it was really fun to say, to tank for Tua. And look at how they drafted Tua, and then they tried to win, and they actually tanked. Years after that happened, should the Miami Dolphins march for Arch and try and be bad enough to select Arch Manning next year in the NFL draft?
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight. Westwood 1 Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Get to your phone calls here in just a bit. But first, we haven't talked about it all night. Let's talk a little baseball, shall we? Because we got the World Baseball Classic going on, and we got Team USA playing right now in Houston. And they're playing Mexico. And Combs, we haven't, USA, right, let's bring producer Brandon Combs in here, in case anybody doesn't know who Combs is. Brandon Combs. Certainly not Sean Combs. Brandon Combs, producer of this program. We haven't beaten Mexico in the World Baseball Classic in 20 freaking years. We've lost 5 straight times.
Yes, that is correct. However, it's probably going to happen. I mean, it's baseball. It's not over till we say it's over, but I think it's going to. Look, Bobby Witt Jr. might be the most incredible defensive shortstop I've ever. I mean, he's made 2 insane grabs. One just about 5 seconds before you brought me on. But yeah, no, I think it's going to change. We're up 5-0, top of the 5th. Team USA. When I say we, that's who I mean. Team USA up 5-0 in the top of the 5th. You watch this game and you watch Paul Skeens pitch with a good defense behind him, and it's scary. Imagine if the Pittsburgh Pirates put a team around Paul Skeens. You could see it in his eyes too when he's watching his guys make plays, and he's just like, oh, this is what it's like. This is what it's like. So Paul Skeens is going to be a Dodger in 2029. We're all going to be really angry.
Probably.
About it.
Yep, they'll probably after the lockout ends and we barely get any kind of revision to a salary cap or a salary floor, or they'll institute a salary cap, but the Dodgers can give deferrals out the wazoo. They'll probably give Paul Skeens $1 billion, and it'll probably be $900 million deferred, and he'll probably take it because he'll want to win a World Series after living in the gutter that is playing for the Pittsburgh Pirates for the last several years. But 5-0 USA, and I got a little thrown off because honestly, I didn't know where this game was being played until I just put it on, and I'm like, that looks like Houston. That looks like Minute Maid Park, and I was like, well, and then I looked it up the game cast, and it said Dakin Park. And I was like, what the hell is that? I've never even heard of that. And in the ever-revolving world of sponsorships and who could spend the most money for sponsor rights, apparently that's the new name of the Astros home. So yes, they're playing at the home of the Astros. Was it still Minute Maid Park up until this, or what the hell was it called before that? Because honestly, I can't even keep track anymore. I feel like these stadium names get changed every couple of years.
I believe it was until the end of last season. It was Minute Maid Park. I think it's a brand new name change, if I'm not mistaken. If not, then last year was the first year that it was Dakin. But I'm pretty sure that until the end of last year, it was Minute Maid Park, and now it's Dakin. Look, these stadiums, I will always call them by their original names. I still call, I don't even know, was it Guaranteed Rate or Rate Field, wherever the White Sox play now in Chicago. I still call it Comiskey. I never called it the Cell or U.S. Cellular or Guaranteed Rate or any of these other stupid names. It's still Comiskey. Same thing with when I go to New York, and I've gone a few times to see the Mets play the Cubs. It's still Shea. I don't care. I'm calling it Shea Stadium.
No, that's one you got to change. It's been Citi Field for long enough.
No.
It's been Citi Field for like 15 years, 20 years almost.
Yeah, but it hasn't been Comiskey Park for about that long either. No, it's the original name. That's what I'm sticking with. I don't care about all these sponsorships. I don't care about, where you're going, who's buying it this year, whatever the hell no. Your stadium is what it originally was, and that's what I will always call it. You think if they renamed Wrigley Field, I would ever in a billion years call it anything other than Wrigley Field?
Well, it depends. By the way, Monty is saying apparently it was changed to Dakin Park January 1st of 2025. So you tell me all of last year was called Dakin Park? I don't remember anybody referring to it by that way. Maybe because everybody still called it Minute Maid. So, look, you got a point. If they change the name from Wrigley, I don't know.
Or what
Tell
about
me
Fenway?
In 30 years from now, you won't start calling it whatever the hell it's called.
Would you call if they ever sold the naming rights to Yankee Stadium? Would you ever call it anything other than Yankee Stadium?
All right, fair point. Yeah, it'll always be Yankee Stadium, but those are the iconic stadiums. And look, it's a new Yankee Stadium. I'm glad they didn't change the name. Mm-hmm. There's only a handful of iconic base. There's only a handful of iconic baseball stadiums: Yankee Stadium, Wrigley Field, Fenway Park. honestly, like Chavez Ravine, I mean, half the people I don't even think know what that is, and half the other people just call it Dodgers Stadium. So if they change the name to that, I think that's one that probably doesn't. I think it's just those three. I got to be honest.
No,
it's just those three for me.
What do you call the ballpark in San Francisco?
AT&T Park.
Okay.
Isn't it called Oracle Park though now?
It is called Oracle Park now, but I still call it AT&T because that's what it was built as.
Yeah, but like Oracle, that's a cool name at least. I could probably say if I like see it enough, if I watch enough Giants games this year, I'll probably be like, oh yeah, the game's at Oracle.
What do you call the stadium in Baltimore? Still Camden Yards, right?
Is that not called Camden Yards anymore?
It's not called Camden Yards anymore.
No way.
I forget what the new name is. What? Hold on one second. I'll look it up right now.
Are you telling me they changed the name for Camden Yards and it's officially called something else?
Yes.
There's no way. I need an answer.
It is now. Yeah. It's called Oriole Park at Camden Yards.
At Camden Yards.
Yes.
Yeah, but that's not a sponsorship. They're just calling it by the name of the team. I'm talking about when we get these sponsors. Like I'll always call, for me, and I guess I'm making your point for you, for Pittsburgh, I thought I would always call it Heinz Field, but I've been hit with it enough over the head. I've been inundated that even now I'll call it Acrisure. Even though I'm like, it's always Heinz Field to me, and yet I still say Acrisure, so I guess it hasn't stuck that long for me.
Unless you move locations. You move locations, like if the Bears move from Soldier Field to Arlington, I won't call the new stadium Soldier Field. You know what I mean?
Yes, because if you're
in the same
stadium.
location, Comiskey Park was built right next door to Comiskey Park, and they named it Comiskey Park when they opened the new stadium. So it will always be because same thing with Shea. Shea was built next door too, right? Or Citi Field was built right next door to Shea, wasn't it? Right across the street?
I believe so.
Right across the parking lot?
I'm almost positive.
Yeah. So, I don't know. It got ingrained in me.
I don't think any Mets fans, I think you're wrong here, though. I don't think any Mets fans call it Shea Stadium anymore. I think everybody has adopted as they've taken the name of Citi Field. Well, we're burying the lead, though, here. The point is, USA, we haven't beaten Mexico in 20 freaking years. We've lost 5 straight to them, and it's 5-zip USA, bottom 5, 2 outs. Paul Skeens, 4 dominant shutout innings with 7 strikeouts. The captain, Aaron Judge, all rise. Here comes the Judge with a 2-run bomb, and then Roman Anthony with a 3-run homer. And Combs, you've been watching this game from start to finish. I just popped this on, but it looks like we look like the most dominant team in the World Baseball Classic, and we're rightly the favorite. USA is rightly the favorite to win this over the DR and over Japan. Am I right or am I wrong?
Yeah, no, they are. Look, Japan's always going to be a tough out. That team is ridiculously good. They are full of power. You got Seiya Suzuki hitting bombs left and right. You got Shohei Ohtani hitting bombs left and right. They've got a good pitching staff, and Japan always has those players that you haven't heard of yet that play in the Japanese leagues, that play at a high level in the Japanese league. So Japan's a dangerous team. But I think of when you look at Puerto Rico, you look at Dominican Republic, you look at those teams that are always
Venezuela's
up there.
3-0 too.
Yeah, but I mean, you look at the group that they're playing in right now; they should be 3-0.
Yeah, they've beaten
Italy's
Nicaragua,
2-0 right
Israel,
now too.
and the Netherlands.
Yeah, and Nicaragua. Oh, God, did I feel bad for them the other day? I mean, they had a chance to win their first WBC game ever, and they were up by 2 with 1 out to go in the 9th inning, and it was so bad. You see fans are taking videos in the stands, and then Ozzie Albies hits a walk-off home run to walk off Nicaragua, and like the fans, they were just like they were stunned. It was like a stunned silence. The guy who's shooting the video is like, "Oh no. That's a walk-off home run." Oh. And the whole crowd just went silent. I mean, that when you're a baseball player, especially as the opposing team, Though that's something that you dream of, man, just silencing a crowd when they're really loud. But I felt for that fan base, man. I felt for that team. I mean, so close to just winning their first game, and to get walked off like that was crazy.
So we got the quarterfinals that start on Friday. Quarterfinals are Friday, Saturday. Semifinals are Sunday, Monday. And the championship game is on Tuesday. All of the knockout games are in Miami, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct.
It feels like it's a pretty good location to have it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I agree.
All right, USA 5-zip up on Mexico. We'll keep you posted. But we've got more action coming up next. We'll do hot or cold. Keep Brandon Combs in the mix. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
And Jason Tatum is now bucking science and reason with his return to the court. Because you saw the flashes on Friday night of Jason Tatum. What happened yesterday as the Celtics go into Cleveland, by the way, the Cavs thought to be, by many smart people, like the favorite to win the Eastern Conference. Do people think that now? Now, Jared Allen doesn't play in the game, and he matters. Let's not say otherwise. Jared Allen absolutely matters for the Cavs. But Boston goes in there and wins by 11. And Tatum's really good in the game. And Tatum being out for so long, and this is not like a galaxy brain, like, is it actually better for the Celtics that Tatum missed all this time? Of course not. But I think it's fair to say that Tatum missing all this time for the Celtics has led to guys like Baylor Shireman, who Shaquille O'Neal doesn't know. I find this stuff to be funny. All good. Shaq's the best. Shireman and other players for the Celtics. Hugo. Tata's awesome. Where you have guys that would not normally have played this many minutes, playing a ton of minutes for a really good team, and now you can look at the Celtics and say they go like 10 deep. Like, they're awesome. It's like, it's not apples to apples, but like if Tom Brady had come back at the end of the 2008 season for the Patriots after tearing his ACL in week 1, obviously not the same thing. But you get it.
I don't think there's value there because I think that Florida rolls, and I don't want to take that big of a favorite. Yeah, I think they roll, man. You said a loaded SEC. I think everybody in the SEC is just okay outside of Florida. Alabama does not have the front line to be able to deal with Florida. I think Tennessee, I would be very surprised if Nate Ament plays, and without Nate Ament, I think that they are very limited. Arkansas is good, but if Darius Acuff has a bad ankle, are you going to play him for 4 games in 4 days when you're trying to get ready for a run in the NCAA tournament? So I don't know if we're going to see him. And beyond that, it's kind of whatever in that conference. I think Florida goes through the SEC and wins every game by 15 points. I'm not going to take him at minus 185. That's not a number. Bet the number, not the team, right? But I think Florida rolls in that.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, and you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Phone number to join the show. We'll get to your calls. We got a couple of callers on hold. We'll get to them in 2 minutes. If you'd like to join, it's 310-840-4910. Any and all of your NFL free agency reactions, thoughts. Did your team do enough? Did your team make a big splash? Do you want to see your team make a big splash? We'll take your phone calls. We've been hitting on all the big news of the day. We're going to continue to do it here throughout this last hour. We're going to do a little hot or cold as well in a little bit with producer Brandon Combs. We got some good ones drawn up for each other that I think is going to be great. But just really quickly here, some breaking news that just came down. Former Jaguars linebacker Devin Lloyd reached an agreement with the Carolina Panthers. Still waiting. It literally just came out a minute ago from Adam Schefter, waiting on the compensation here for Devin Lloyd. But this is a guy that had himself a monster season for the Jacksonville Jaguars in his fourth year in the NFL. Now, he didn't have as many tackles. He had 113 or more tackles in each of his first 3 seasons. This year, he only had 81, but Devin Lloyd more than made up for it with 5 interceptions, 1.5 sacks, and if you'll remember, he had that 100-yard pick 6 of Patrick Mahomes in the Jaguars' win over the Chiefs back in Week 5. He also had a fumble recovery and 7 pass breakups. So whatever dip in production Devin Lloyd had as a tackler, he more than made up for it as a coverage linebacker. And so he played out the final year of his rookie deal. Jacksonville wanted to re-sign him, but they made some other big moves today. And so it looks like Devin Lloyd is going to the Carolina Panthers, who also snagged Jalen Phillips away from the Philadelphia Eagles and paid him $30 million a year. So just like that, the Panthers are having themselves a pretty huge day one here of free agency. You got to like where Carolina's headed. It's a young roster. There's been a ton of turnover. They stunk for a while. We didn't even know what future Bryce Young had in the NFL. I still got some question marks about Bryce Young, but they win the NFC South in a mid-off with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers because Tampa Bay choked that division away. But then Carolina went toe-to-toe with the Rams all the way down into the final minutes of that game. And now they had one of the best pass rushers on the market, and they had one of the best linebackers on the market. I'm very interested to see what that contract's going to look like for Devin Lloyd. If I had to guess, it's probably well over $20 million. So Carolina's spending some big money, and the Panthers all of a sudden with a big day one here of free agency with more to come. 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. The other big news that came down a little within the last hour is that according to Adam Schefter and some other insiders, there are questions about whether Alvin Kamara will be moving on from the Saints following their big signing of the day. They got Travis Etienne. They signed him away from Jacksonville as well. So the Jags lose Travis Etienne, and now they lose Devin Lloyd. But the Saints beef up their running back room, and they get Travis Etienne, and now all of a sudden that leaves you in limbo here. What's going to happen with Alvin Kamara? And we thought maybe the Saints were going to be a popular destination for Jeremiah Love if he was still there at number 8 overall. And I think just like the Kansas City Chiefs, who got Kenneth Walker, I think the Saints realized, hey, Jeremiah Love might not be there for us at number 8 overall. So we got to pivot here, and they signed Travis Etienne. Now, when you look at Alvin Kamara's contract, he's going into the final year. He's only a $10.5 million cap hit, but it will be $19 million dead cap money. So that's a question of whether or not the Saints, if they want to try to trade Alvin Kamara or if they want to try to re-sign him. But, I mean, this is, a guy that for the longest time was, easily a top 10 running back. and then injuries and some, the Saints just being a completely one-dimensional offense here in the aftermath of Drew Brees' retirement for the last couple of years, Alvin Kamara is a guy that's always been a dual threat running back and pass catcher. Funny enough, Alvin Kamara has never had 1,000 yards rushing in a season. But he has had several years when you combine his rushing and receiving yards, he has eclipsed 1,400 yards and also had a couple of seasons where remember in 2020, he had 21 touchdowns. 21 touchdowns in 2020 alone. 16 on the ground, 5 through the air, and he had almost 1,700 yards that year. That was when Alvin Kamara was at his peak. He was top 5 running back that year. Even in 2024, Kamara had 950 rushing yards and 543 receiving yards. That's 1,500 yards. And he had 8 touchdowns. This past year, in 11 games, 471 rushing yards, 186 receiving yards, 1 touchdown. Just 1. So Alvin Kamara is at kind of this is a buy low point for anybody else that wants to try to take him. And it feels like New Orleans signing Travis Etienne, that feels like it's signaling the end of the time for Alvin Kamara in New Orleans. So you got another running back that may have just come onto the market here, the availability market, as New Orleans has gone out and gotten Travis Etienne. So we'll get to your phone calls now, 310-840-4910. I was talking about the Eagles a couple of segments ago because it feels like there's a big Eagle exodus going right now. 3 defensive starters have already signed elsewhere on day 1 of MVP. Let's get to on MVP. On day 1 of free agency, let's get to Tom, who's in Myrtle Beach. Next up on BetMGM tonight. Tom, you're on line 2. Go ahead, Tom. You got it, man.
Thank you. First, let me clarify something. Being from Baltimore, from day 1, the stadium has been called Oriole Park at Camden Yards. Camden Yards is just a common name, kind of like Madison Square Garden is the Garden. So there's really been no change there. But anyway, I'm trying to let you convince me. I'm sorry. About these guys leaving the Eagles because of the coach. I'm of the opinion and observation that these guys leave for where they can get the most money. They've got agents. It's a business. It's a multi-million-dollar business. I can't imagine that these guys would give up millions of dollars because they don't like the coach. So that's just what I've always thought. There could be some extenuating circumstances beyond the money on occasion, but I just can't imagine 3 players from one team are not going to where they can get the most money. It's a business, and they're free agents. And, anyway, I was just listening, and I thought I would say that.
Yeah. Hey, Tom, I appreciate that, man. That's a good call. And that's an astute observation. The Eagles, I think it was overthecap.com, who I normally rely on for, how much cap space does a team have. Eagles had about $13 million, give or take, in available cap space. Now, again, that can always be altered because you can restructure contracts and you can maybe release some players. And so that number is always very fluid. And, I'm of the belief, too, that in certain regards, the NFL salary cap is a freaking myth, right? It goes up by $20 million every year. And all of a sudden, the Chiefs, like a month ago, it was like, oh, my God, the Chiefs are going to be like $40 million over the cap. What are they going to do? They can't sign anybody. And then it's like, oh, yeah, they restructured the contract of Jawan Taylor. They restructured this guy's contract. They restructured that guy's contract. And all of a sudden, the Chiefs have $20 million in cap space. It's like, whoa, how did that happen? So, look, you look at it that way, and yeah, the Eagles didn't have a lot of room to make a lot of big deals happen. But, then again, if they really wanted to re-sign some of those guys, they probably could have, gotten to work, rolled up their sleeves. Howie Roseman could have restructured maybe Jalen Hurts' contract. They could have restructured some other contracts. But instead, they're left with losing 3 defensive starters. And yeah, again, I'm sure in the case of Jalen Phillips, he got $30 million a year from the Carolina Panthers. He wasn't getting that from the Eagles. He wasn't. So yeah, certain players like that, you're going to lose because of the money. And as great as winning is, you said it, and you're spot on. And I agree with you 100%. It is a business. These guys, a lot of the time, they're out to get as much money as they can. And I don't blame them. Because if I was playing a sport where my life was, potentially in jeopardy on any given play because you're running as fast as you can and it's a freaking violent car crash every single play, yeah, I would probably at some point, if I had the advising of an agent, I would probably take the most money, depending on how long I've been with that organization. Circumstances change. But yes, the Eagles were never going to keep all three of those guys. But to lose all three of them in day one, feels like they had their minds made up. And if Howie Roseman wanted to keep at least one of those guys, it felt like it was going to be Nakobe Dean because he didn't sign a big contract. He didn't. Now, that was a contract that the Eagles probably could have afforded to get done. Let me just double check here what Nakobe Dean's contract was because it wasn't that much. 3 years, $36 million. That's a guy that was a big, big game-wrecking, run-stopping linebacker for them. Now, again, question marks about his health and his durability. He's been, often injured, but he's young. And he played most of the season this year, and he was freaking awesome. $12 million a year? You're telling me he would have rather go to the Las Vegas Raiders when maybe the Eagles could have re-signed him at $2 million less? That's why I think that it comes down to Nick Sirianni. That's why I think it plays a big role there. I think the Eagles head coach, sure, there's going to be some cases where players do leave for more money. But I think all three of those cases, all about money, nothing to do with them not wanting to play for Nick Sirianni. I got my doubts. By the way, we had another caller on hold that also wanted to mention that it's always been Oriole Park at Camden Yards. So, Combs, I guess we were just straight up wrong about that one. Talking about all these stadiums and arenas that have had name changes and sponsorship changes over the last couple of years and what we'll always know them as. Combs was like, I'll always call it Camden Yards. It's always been Oriole Park at Camden Yards. But you just wouldn't think that because everybody calls it Camden Yards. But yeah, we literally had Tom in Myrtle Beach say that. And we had I think it was another caller from Baltimore that wanted to stress that it's always been Oriole Park at Camden Yards, which I didn't know.
I'm on my third marriage, so I'm wrong quite a bit. Just going to throw that out there. just saying.
Great response. Let's get another phone call in here, 310-840-4910 if you want to join the show. Ross is in New Jersey. Next up on BetMGM tonight. Ross, you're on line one. Go ahead, brother.
How you doing, man? Hey, real quick, OKC game wrapped up. Shea buzzer beater, and what a call from you on the Jalen Williams over, bro. 1 point shy of 30 from him. Almost a game of the year.
Wow. Dude, look, we've had such a jam-packed show going on, and I was watching the World Baseball Classic. I was watching that game a little bit in the second quarter. So SGA hit a buzzer beater, and the Thunder beat the Nuggets 129-126. Wow. And yeah, my Beat the Books promo that I do every day, and I also ended up giving it out on this show. It said Jalen Williams over his points plus rebounds. Earlier in the day, it was 18.5. Then Chet Holmgren got ruled out. It went up to 21.5. And yeah, he had 29 points and 12 rebounds. That is a monster freaking game. Holy smokes. Damn, looks like I missed a pretty damn good finish. You were watching it, Ross?
Playoffs. I put it on last second. I caught the buzzer beater. Imagine these two. You get a playoff series with these two again. Even last year when OKC felt unbeatable, Denver brought them to 7. Imagine what these two would do this year.
Yeah, and look, we were talking about Denver a lot on Friday, and I said it feels like the time to get them was the last couple of weeks. And they were sputtering, right? They've basically been a 500 team for the last 14, 15 games. Now they got Aaron Gordon back. He popped for 23 points and 10 rebounds. They got Cam Johnson back, and they're basically fully healthy now. Like, they're about as healthy as they've been all season long. I think Denver's going to get on a run, and it felt like this was a game tonight that they could have used as a statement win. And sure enough, it's the reigning MVP that denies them at the buzzer. And SGA, 1 rebound away from a triple-double, 35 points, 9 rebounds, 15 assists. He's winning the MVP again if he plays 65 games. I don't think it's particularly close.
It's insane, man. It's really quick. I know you got other callers I put on the call screen. I think the Titans won the game, man. Just like as a whole in the offseason. I just said from the jump, I thought they were kind of a dark horse to win that division. I mean, we kind of look at the AFC South as like kind of the butt of the jokes in terms of the weakest division in the league year in, year out. Ironically, had two, almost three teams, should have really been three before Danny Dimes went down, that made the playoffs at that division. And I know the Titans were kind of the consensus for. They were the consensus for, but all this cap space they got, they bring in Sal as the head coach, Dable as the OC. Pat, I know you know this city all too well. It always kind of seems like a full circle, you know, kind of like the sports gods have it out to get New York City and its fans. So it would only make sense if Saleh and Dable in year one as co-workers would go on, you know, all the way to the dance of the NFL playoffs while the Jets and Giants were on the couch watching. And, you know, kind of some logic to that too, you know, with the money they got to spend. Dable bringing in his guy, Wan'Dale Robinson, a couple weeks ago. I guess, you know, Saleh facilitating the trade to bring in his guy and Jermaine Johnson. And I think, you know, Dable's kind of the QB whisperer. You know, we've heard people say that. That was kind of the logic with Daniel Jones for years. Now you got a first overall pick he's got to work with. And I just think at the end of the day, all this cap space they got to work with, the moves they made today, I still think they got some solid enough cap space, got a high-end draft pick. I really like what the Titans are cooking up right now, man, and I'd look out for them as a potential. Maybe the division's a long shot just because of how talented the other three teams are, but I'd be very focused in on their win-loss total on the over in specific. I think they could surprise a lot of people this year, man.
Wow. Hey, Ross, great call, man, because you know what? We really haven't mentioned the Titans at all on this show tonight. I appreciate the call, dude. Really good stuff. Thanks for, alerting me to the finish that just went down in that crazy Nuggets-Thunder game with SGA hitting a buzzer beater to win it. Look, the Titans, they did some heavy lifting today. You know, we talked about the Raiders. They, had 7 signings in total? Titans had 8. 8 signings for the Tennessee Titans today, and Mitch Trubisky, they bring him in to be the backup quarterback. Wan'Dale Robinson, you mentioned, reunites with Brian Dable, former Giants head coach. He's the offensive coordinator. They give him $19 million a year. He's going to become the wide receiver 1 for Cam Ward and the Titans. They bring in John Franklin Myers, another former Jet that Robert Saleh brings in. And Ross mentioned the trade they made for Jermaine Johnson, former Jet as well. Alante Taylor at corner. Cordell Flott, another former Giant, at corner. Josh Williams at corner. Daniel Bellinger, another former Giant, a tight end, and then a couple of linemen in Austin Schlottman and Cordell Volson. So, the Titans had a ton of money. They are also spending it just like the Raiders. But, then again, it's going to come down to, can these guys stay healthy? How do they fit in with the scheme? Just because you spend a lot of money, don't mean that you spent it well. Patriots spent a historic amount of money last year. They spent it well. They did. And the truth will remain to be seen on if the Raiders spent it well and if the Titans spent it well. But Ross thinks they won free agency so far. I wouldn't go that far. I think 1 or 2 great signings, like the Raiders, trading and getting 2 first-rounders for Max Crosby. And you can say, well, they never should have let go of Max Crosby. I mean, if you get 2 first-round picks for him, I think it was worth it. And he can end up having 20 sacks this year for the Ravens, and that doesn't mean that it was a bad trade for the Raiders. 2 first-rounders for Max Crosby. They signed Tyler Linderbaum today. They had Jalen Naylor. They had Nakobe Dean. I think the Raiders far and away had better signings than the Titans, but Ross is very high on Tennessee. And they did. They signed 8 guys. So they restocked that offensive line. They restocked that secondary. The defense wasn't the problem last year for Tennessee. That's the thing. I mean, it flew under the radar. The last 2 years, Tennessee's defense has been pretty damn good, and it's completely flown under the radar because of how bad the offense has been, because Will Levis was flat out disgustingly bad 2 years ago, and Cam Ward wasn't much better. It was his rookie season, and they fired Brian Callahan after 5 games, but they didn't have a run game with Tony Pollard. They didn't have any receivers. No offense to Chimere Dike and Alec Iomanner. That ain't exactly setting the world on fire. So Tennessee needed a number 1 receiver. I like that they signed Wan'Dale Robinson. I like that signing. But other than that, the guys that they put in the secondary, I think they're decent moves. I still think they need to do a lot more. The AFC South feels like it's a crapshoot almost every single year, and it feels like teams go from worst to first and first to worst all the time. And it was a couple of years ago, Vrabel was the head coach of the Titans, and they were winning that division basically, 3 out of the 4 years? Houston had won it a couple years in a row. Now Jacksonville's back after they had a brutal season. Indianapolis looked like they were going to win the division, and then completely fell off the tracks. That division, the two Souths, AFC South and the NFC South, basically wide open every freaking year. Throw out what you think you know about those divisions. Hard for me to think that the Titans are going to double their win total or that they're going to win that division this year. You know, I've seen Robert Saleh as a head coach, and I like him, and he's a nice guy. I just don't know if he's got what it takes to be a winning head coach. Brian Dable was a head coach. Now he's an offense coordinator. If he's got to be able to get the most out of Cam Ward. Obviously, goes without saying, this is a pivotal year too. Pivotal. I still don't think they have enough talent. I really don't. We'll see what they do in the draft and if they can add any other players in free agency. They were busy. They were busy on day one, that's for sure. 310-840-4910 is the number to join the show. 310-840-4910. When we come back, we'll do a little hot or cold. Some really good life question, hot or cold, that we've got mixed in there. I think Combs and I will definitely debate quite a bit, producer Brandon Combs, when we come back. Plus your phone calls at 310-840-4910. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
It's a grand slam. And it's a grand slam for both teams. And we'll start with the Baltimore Ravens. And I give general manager Eric DeCosta, I give head coach Jesse Minter so much credit for making this move. You know, if you've been watching this show, listening to the show for any period of time, you know that for years, not months, not weeks, not year, singular. Years, plural. Put a Z on the end of that bitch if you want to get real Gen Z with it. I've been saying for a long ass time, the Baltimore Ravens need to try something different. And said the same thing, by the way, about the Buffalo Bills, and there's a corollary here that we will make between Baltimore and Buffalo coming up in a little bit. The Ravens needed to move on from head coach John Harbaugh, and the Baltimore Ravens needed to challenge their status quo. Because, yes, Baltimore every year enters the season with a healthy Lamar Jackson, and the upside is to go 15-2, 14-3, for Lamar Jackson to win Most Valuable Player. And we have seen the Baltimore Ravens be the sultans of spreadsheets, the excellence of EPA, the dominators of DVOA. Man, you talk to any NFL stat nerd, and they will basically describe this season notwithstanding, not included, will describe this era of Ravens football like they're some combination of the 72 Dolphins and the 2007 Patriots. Oh, they're one of the best teams of all time. But yet, what happens every single January? They fall short. And usually in soul-crushing, heart-breaking fashion. So I love this for the Baltimore Ravens. Oh my God, how could you move on from John Harbaugh? He's such a winner. And to be clear, and I've said this a million times, I think John Harbaugh is an awesome coach. I'm happy that he's the head coach of my favorite football team, the New York Football Giants. I absolutely love it. But you know what? Don't make the playoffs last year? Can't get over the hump with Lamar Jackson? You're never firing the MVP quarterback? He had to go. And now, this idea that, the Ravens, like we hold this organization to such a high standard. Never traded a first-round pick for a player. Oh, they can't do that. They've never done it before. How could they do it? How about because they can't win? Because they can't get over the hump. So the Baltimore Ravens are trying something different. And you have to love that because what they were doing in the past absolutely wasn't working. 2 first-round picks for star pass rusher Max Crosby. And I will say, for what the Baltimore Ravens did with this trade, the same thing about what I said about the LA Rams and the haul that they gave to the Kansas City Chiefs for cornerback Trent McDuffie. And it's really easy. F them picks. F them. F them. The window is open now for the Baltimore Ravens. Right now. And the AFC is wide open. Look at what we saw on Conference Championship Sunday in the AFC. A Patriots team that was clearly over its skis, and credit to them, versus the Denver Broncos. And you want to tell me the AFC isn't open? And the Baltimore Ravens shouldn't be pushing chips into the middle of the table and trying to go all in with Lamar Jackson set to be 29 years old? It's an awesome move for the Baltimore Ravens. A needed move for the Baltimore Ravens to change up the status quo, to do something different. I absolutely love it. And now you give Jesse Minter, who, and for people that don't know, Minter kind of thought to be not maybe the same as, and it's tough to say this now because Mike Macdonald just won a Super Bowl with Seattle, but kind of talked about in the same hushed, revered tones that Mike Macdonald has talked about as a defensive coach. And now you give him this chess piece to play with in Max Crosby, who, if he's able to stay healthy and the Ravens are able to have a run of postseason success, Max Crosby is going to go to the Pro Football Hall of Fame. That's his upside, is 2 first-round picks for a Hall of Fame pass rusher.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Where the ho at? Oh, I mean, it's all I can really, sing in that chorus for obvious reasons. Welcome back to the show. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. 310-840-4910 is the phone number to join. That's 310-840-4910. So we gave you the update here on the big NBA games going on tonight. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who put the dagger on the Golden State Warriors over the weekend with a 3 right in the face of Draymond Green on Saturday night en route to 27 points. SGA then hits the dagger buzzer beater 3 tonight against the Nuggets en route to 35 points, 15 assists, and 9 rebounds. Can you say MVP? Can you say back-to-back MVP for SGA? How many games does SGA have available to miss the rest of the season? That's all it's going to come down to. He's got to play 65 games. And I believe, counting tonight, he's at 54 games. And the Thunder are now 51-15. So they've got 16 games left. He's got to play 11 of them. He's going to win the MVP again. That's my prediction. SGA is not going to lose the award to Cade Cunningham. Not going to lose the award to Wemby. If he plays 65 games, he's going to win it over Nikola Jokic because the Thunder are the number 1 seed in the West in a season where Isaiah Hartenstein has missed about a third of the season, and J-Dub, their second best player, Jalen Williams, has missed 75% of the season. I think tonight is probably the night that Shai Gilgeous-Alexander won his second straight MVP award. That's my opinion. He's got to play 11 out of the last 16 games. But I think if he does that, SGA wins the MVP again. Also, just to show you that I'm not biased and I don't completely hate James Harden, congratulations to the beard, James Harden. 29,000 career points tonight. Just the 9th player in NBA history to do that. Scored 21 points, and the Cavaliers beat the Sixers 115-101. I can't imagine that was a fun watch at all. Nobody played for Philly. VJ Edgecombe, Tyrese Maxey, Joel Embiid, Paul George still serving a suspension for getting popped for PEDs. Quentin Grimes was the Sixers' leading scorer. Former Knick, Quentin Grimes. And former Nick Campaign was the third leading scorer for the Sixers. That was an easy win for the Cavs, 115-101. Before we do hot or cold here with producer Brandon Combs, give us an update on Team USA in the World Baseball Classic. Last time we checked, they were up 5-0 against Mexico, looking to beat Mexico for the first time in 20 years in the WBC. Red, white, and blue had lost 5 in a row to Mexico. What's the score right now?
It is now 5-2 USA.
Oh, come on.
Jarren Duran did hit a solo home run. They were able to manufacture a second run, so it is now 5-2. I believe they're in the bottom of the 7th inning right now. USA is up to bat, up 5-2. So, getting a little sweaty, but you didn't expect Mexico to go away anytime soon. So, I still have a ton of faith that this USA lineup can put up a couple more runs and just
Mexico's actually got a good team. You mentioned Jarren Duran. They got a Rosarena. He's 0 for 3 tonight. Alejandro Kirk's their cleanup hitter. They got Rowdy Tellez.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know any of their pitchers though. I'm not going to pretend that I do. And I think they went with Johnny Holstaff tonight, aka bullpen game. So
yes. And Gerardo Reyes is in 4 seasons in his MLB career, has a 7.13 ERA. So I feel good about this 7th inning. Not going to lie. Alex Bregman leading it off, by the way.
Okay, so you're saying we're going to score some runs here.
I think if I had to bet the over a half a run in this inning, I would put a wager down right now if I could live bet it.
Okay. And keeping you updated, since we are your nightly Central Sports Hub, we're on 6 to 11 p.m. Eastern. That is basically the entirety of any games on the East Coast and most in Central Time Zone and the beginning of the ones on the West Coast. This is the sporting world. We are sportsmen, and I'm a big tennis fan. Combs, I'd be remiss before we started hot or cold if I didn't give an update here on Indian Wells, the first Masters tournament of the season, because it is in Los Angeles, in the Coachella Valley, in the California desert. And had a couple of big upsets today. So Novak Djokovic, who I'm sure you're aware of, now at the tender age of, how old is Djokovic? 37 or is he 38 already? Let's see. Djokovic is 38. And he doesn't really play, he'll play the big tournaments. But he has actually gotten upset here in the early rounds in each of the last 2 seasons. Djokovic made it to the Australian Open final. He upset Jannik Sinner in the semifinals, which was a massive upset. Nobody gave him a chance. And he almost lost today. He was able to win against an American, Kovacevic. But Bublik, who's a top 10 player and a showman and an enigma, a guy that can melt down on court faster than anybody, he went down today. And our top-ranked American Taylor Fritz got upset by fellow American Alex Mickelson, no relation to Phil. So we had a couple of massive upsets. None would be bigger than this one, though. World number 1, Australian Open champion, Carlos Alcaraz. Right now, tied late in the first set with the Frenchman, Rinderknecht. Great name. Tough as all hell to pronounce. So it's been a day of upsets at Indian Wells. And if Carlos Alcaraz loses, this would be one of the crazier days in recent tennis memory. That's not a Grand Slam tournament. So I just wanted to give you that update. I know you were dying for it.
Yeah, I didn't hear a word of that update. I was watching the Cal Raleigh at-bat here in USA versus Mexico, so I have no clue what you said, who you talked about.
All right, thanks. Appreciate that,
tennis. Man. I listen to that as much as you listen to my college baseball updates.
All right, let's do a little hot or cold. We'll go back and forth, so I'll let you kick it off here. What do we got?
All right, I'll throw you a bone here. Let's talk some more tennis. The Miami Open is the real kickoff of the tennis season and a good precursor to the French Open. I know what you're going to say. But hot or cold, that the Miami Open is the real kickoff to the tennis season.
All right. I mean, that's just a completely asinine statement that you even slapped together on so many different levels. First off, so the Miami Open starts in another week and a half from now. It's Indian Wells right now, the first Masters tournament of the season. Miami's next week. But let me remind you that the season basically kicks off with the first Grand Slam tournament of the year, the Australian Open, which is in January. So the season started in January, 2 months in. You want to say
watching the Australian Open at 3
Me.
o'clock in the morning when people are serving first serve at like 3 a.m. Who's watching the Australian Open?
Well, that's not true because Australia is 16 hours ahead. So matches that begin at 11 a.m. are actually 7 p.m. here. So even if you stay up till midnight, you could watch a solid 5 hours of tennis. And that's, for folks on the West Coast, yes, the primetime matches begin at 3 a.m. That's midnight on the West Coast. Or if you wake up super early on the East Coast, 5:30, 6 a.m., you normally are able to catch the last hour or two of action per day. So
do you live on the West Coast?
No.
So do you stay up until 3 a.m.? Or do you wake up
There
early?
There were certain nights where if it was a big match, I would try. Well, and we were doing our show, so there was a couple times where I would go to sleep right as our show ended, and I would get like 5-6 hours of sleep, and I set an alarm for 4 a.m. to wake up. And I would miss the first set, but then I caught the ending of the big matches, especially once we got down to the quarterfinals and so on. So yeah, yes.
So you're a sicko for tennis the way I'm a sicko for baseball.
There you go. Now you're starting to get it. Now you're starting to get it. Okay. Yeah. So anyway, no, the Miami Open is not the real kickoff of the tennis season, and it's also not a good precursor to the French Open because the French Open is in the last week of May and the first week of June. That's another 2.5, 3 months away from now. And that's played on clay, which is an entirely different portion of the season. And Miami Open is played on a hard court.
Yeah. I didn't even know that.
I think most people can identify the French Open with the clay in France, in Paris. So cold. I appreciate you throwing in a tennis question though, Combs.
I tried.
Let's move on.
I really tried.
You did. Yeah. Let's move on. I got a life one for you. Since over the weekend, the clocks went forward. We sprung ahead. We lost an hour of sleep, which was, it sucked in some regards, to wake up and it was like 9:30 and I was like, what the hell? But then also now the sun doesn't set till 7 o'clock. Here, I got one for you. Hot or cold? Daylight savings time is stupid and we should end it.
So I say, man, I'm lukewarm on this. I'm gonna go your route with it. I'm not hot. I'm not cold. I don't love losing an hour of sleep, but I do love in the fall gaining an hour of sleep. When you have that weekend in the fall where you're in the closer to the winter, where you fall asleep and then you gain an hour, you feel a little bit refreshed. Me personally, the time is the time. When I wake up, it doesn't affect me either way. My phone changes the time. I don't notice it. Back in the day when you used to have to wind the clock back and do all of that stuff, a little bit different. I don't have to do any of the work anymore. Everything's digital. So it doesn't bother me either way, to be honest with you.
Okay. I think it is stupid and I think we should end it. And I used to think the opposite. But here's the thing. So the original purpose, by the way, was to conserve coal and fuel during World War I or World War II. This is an archaic thing that we do. And today it's largely maintained to provide more daylight in the evenings, which I'm all for. But we should end it now. Now that we've turned the clocks ahead, now we shouldn't touch them again. And that way, every time summer rolls around, it'll still be light out until 8:30 p.m., 9 p.m., depending on where you are in the time zones. But we don't then have to, and then we don't have to set the clocks back in the fall, and all of a sudden it's dark at 4 o'clock then, or 4:30 p.m.
Yeah.
And I would rather have it be lighter out, deeper into the day. Even if that means the sun doesn't rise on the shortest day, the sun wouldn't rise till 8 in the morning then. I'm fine with that. I don't care.
Yeah.
The mornings are depressing sometimes as it is. If you got to wake up and you got a morning commute to work or morning commute to school, I used to not mind that right before the clocks would change and it would still be dark out as I'm getting to school at 7:45 or 8 a.m. I didn't mind that because it's the morning. You got to go to work. Who cares? Some people say, well, Sometimes a nice work commute is nice when the sun is shining. Who cares? You're going to work. You're going to go. Most people are going to go sit inside of a building or a cubicle or in a building for freaking 8 hours. If that means I get it light out as long as possible, that's what I want. So we shouldn't set the clocks back in the fall. Now that we've set them forward and it's going to be light out till 7 o'clock and get better and better till the summer goes, we should leave it like that so we always guarantee it's going to be daylight out as long as possible in the nighttime. And yeah, if it's dark out earlier in the morning, I don't give a damn. Daylight savings is stupid. It was used for the freaking war. We shouldn't be using it anymore.
It was used for the crops, though, wasn't it? Isn't that what it was originally for? Was for
it probably had something to do with that as well.
And the crops, like it was something where when crops are growing, they want the light to be later and all this other stuff. But now we have technology. We don't need daylight savings time. You changed my mind. I agree with you. Daylight savings time is stupid.
Thank you. And you know what? I know our phones change the time automatically, but I don't know about you. I got a digital clock that I use for alarms if I ever have to get up super early. I had to change that. I had to change the clock, the digital clock on my microwave. I had to change the clock on my oven. I had to change the clock in my car. I'm tired of changing clocks. It's annoying. I don't want to do it anymore. Well,
I use my phone for all of it.
All right. We'll take a short break. We got plenty of more hot or cold, though. We'll finish the show with it when we return. And your phone calls at 310-840-4910. We'll keep you abreast of any NFL breaking news for free agency and big-time scores going down here in the NBA. My Knicks tipping it off with the Clippers. We'll keep you posted on everything sports, and we'll finish hot or cold when we come back. He's Brandon Combs. He's the producer of this program. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Well, I disagree with this. Rappaport says Kelsey's play was at its usual level. No, it wasn't. Landing him in the Pro Bowl. Shedeur Sanders made the Pro Bowl, whatever. Kelsey is loyal to Kansas City and will stay. So there you have it. Travis Kelce will be back this season coming up for the Chiefs, following a 6-11 year that left the Chiefs on the outside looking in of the playoffs. And I actually think this is going to be a fascinating storyline this offseason for Kansas City and for Travis Kelce. I don't think it was Travis Kelce and Travis Kelce alone. Certainly wasn't him, just him, that led to the Chiefs missing the playoffs. But the way that Kelce started the season, and this is my opinion, right? And I think I'm right about this, and I'm curious if anyone would disagree. Like, Kelce's head is in too many different places. He's being pulled in too many different directions. He, in my opinion, and I think a lot of people will echo this both on and off the record, that the celebrity of, going to marry Taylor Swift, arguably the most famous person in the world, maybe got to him a little bit. And he kind of acknowledged that his head needs to be in the game a little bit more. So, in week 1 on Friday night, Chiefs-Chargers in Brazil, when he runs the wrong route and injures Xavier Worthy, your antennas start to go up. Week 2, the Chiefs almost beat the Philadelphia Eagles in a Super Bowl rematch, and Kelce bobbles a pass going into the end zone that's picked off by Tyler. Who picked that pass off? Was it Quinyon Mitchell? Reed Blankenship? Cooper DeJean? I don't remember. Anyway. Oh, no, it was Makuba, right? Andrew Makuba picked that pass off. And all of a sudden, the Chiefs are 0-2. So, like, I don't care what anyone says, and I understand why Ian Rappaport says that, right? Because he's getting information. Ooh, and we have another piece of news that we will get to in a moment, which I think is very, very interesting. I don't care what anyone says. Travis Kelce's not the same player as he once was. That's not even an insult. Like, he's 36 years old. As long as Kelce, he doesn't have to be future first ballot Hall of Fame, and he is a future first ballot Hall of Fame tight end. He's going to the Hall of Fame on the first ballot. I think there's a case to be made. He's the second best tight end in modern NFL history behind only Rob Gronkowski. He's unbelievable. The Chiefs don't need him to be that. What the Chiefs need him to be is focused. Too much commercials, Too many magazine shoots looking like the late, great Scott Hall is Razor Ramon. Too much paparazzi. Too many podcasts. Not enough focus on the field for Travis Kelce. Kelce can stay focused. Of course you want him back. But I think that's a big question heading into the year for Travis Kelce and the Kansas City Chiefs.
The Foster injury is the one that I think is more likely to be long-term. And the Ngongba one is the one that I think is likely to be more impactful. So I think the issue with you when you don't have Ngongba is, one, he's 6'11", 260, a really good rim protector, an elite rebounder. And he allows you to play two different styles defensively, right? Like you play the drop coverage, you sit him in front of the rim, you funnel everybody to him, and he just takes up space and gets in the way at the rim. He's very, very good at that. And then when you have Malik Brown in there, you're switching everything 1 through 5. You're more aggressive. You're trapping stuff. So it kind of makes you two different styles of defense that you play, two different styles of defense you got to prepare for if you're dealing with Duke. So I think losing Ngongba would be huge. Caleb Foster, this is not meant as a shot at him, but I think he's more replaceable because Caden Boozer, I think, can do the job that Caleb Foster is asked to do. Caleb Foster was a guy that should have been a McDonald's All-American, top 25 recruit, has at moments taken over games for Duke down the stretch. I think specifically the Arkansas game, I think he had 20 and I want to say 17 in the second half in that matchup. Caden Boozer can make open shots. He can defend, probably not at the same level, but at like 90% of what Caleb Foster can do. He can get you into your offense. He can run your sets. He's not going to turn the ball over. He's not going to beat you. And I think that with him on the floor, you can get close to what you would have with Caleb Foster. Now, there's not
late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight. I'm Pat Boyle. This is Westwood One Sports. Let's get to a quick phone call here before we finish hot or cold and get you an update on what's going on in the sports world before we turn things over to the night show on Westwood One Sports. 310-840-4910 is the number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Let's get to Robert, who's in Annapolis, Maryland, next up on BetMGM Tonight. Robert's on line one. Go ahead, Robert. You got it, man.
All right, thanks for taking my call. You're actually giving the argument why Eastern Standard Time is stupid, because we're now in daylight saving time. That's what we want, correct?
Yes, correct.
Daylight saving time is stupid, but no, we want the daylight saving time because we want the light later in the day. Anyhow, I'm calling on I'm a Ravens fan. And I wanted to comment on how I believe that the Ravens terribly mishandled the Tyler Linderbaum situation. Now, I know he was a first-round draft pick, and they had the opportunity to pick up a fifth-year option on him. Now, I know why they didn't do that, because I think it was about $24 million, which was about $6 million more than the highest-paid center. However, they should have still exercised it, not with the intent to keep and pay him on that amount of money, but they would have kept control of him, so that if they weren't able to come to agreement on a contract, then they could have at least traded him. Obviously, he was in demand. They just traded 2 first-round draft picks for Max Crosby. If they're going to pay Tyler Linderbaum $27 million a year, $9 million more than the second center money, they certainly would have considered him to be a first-round value. So the Ravens could have, instead of giving the Raiders 2 first-round picks, they would at most had to give them 1 first-round pick and Tyler Linderbaum. So they really mishandled that whole situation. DaCosta is a very good talent evaluator. However, he's not good at handling the roster. They also let Isa Isaiah Likely get away without any compensation. If they weren't going to extend him last year, then they should have traded him then. You have to trade these players while you can get something back. You can't let them just walk and get nothing in return. But anyhow, I'm glad.
No, Robert, those are awesome. I'm not sure what you meant by why we should get rid of the Eastern time zone. We only have a couple of minutes. I wasn't worth diving into, but Robert made some amazing points there. Honestly, that was awesome. You know the team well. Last year, they declined to pick up the fifth-year option on Tyler Linderbaum, and Robert spelled it out perfectly. They would have had to pay him $23 million for that fifth year. They basically took a gamble that he wasn't going to be worth $23 million a year next year. They were wrong. He was awesome this year. He's now getting paid $27 million per season by the Las Vegas Raiders. Is that an overpay by Las Vegas? Perhaps. But that's what the market dictated that he was worth, or close to it. So, yeah, the Ravens mismanaged it. And like Robert said, they could have picked up the option, and then they could have potentially traded him this offseason if they didn't want to pay him, or they could have tried again to work out a long-term contract. And, yeah, they lose him for nothing. They lost Isaiah Likely for nothing to the Giants as well. I agree. There's a lot of criticism for Eric DeCosta, the GM of the Ravens, to be had here. I thought that was a perfect phone call, Robert. I really thought that was a perfect phone call. All right, Combs, let's finish off hot or cold here. I got another one for you here. The first day that feels like fall is better than the first day that feels like spring. And I don't know for you, but, yesterday was low 60s here in the New York City area. Today was 70 and sunshine. Mm-hmm. So it feels, today's a day where you're like, yeah, winter's over. We're right around the corner from summer. First day that feels like fall is better than the first day that feels like spring. Hot or cold?
Cold. So damn cold. Because, look, I'm all about warm weather, and I'm a guy who enjoys the heat. Like, I love summertime. I love the intense heat with the humidity. I would much rather deal with any of that than any temperatures below 65 maybe, right? So for me, with the first day of spring, it means the warm weather is coming. Now, as long as I don't look at the extended forecast, because it was 70 degrees here in Chicago today, it's supposed to be like 30 on Saturday. So I don't want to look at the extended forecast right now. But the first day that feels like spring feels pretty damn good. Driving around with the windows down, didn't have to wear a hoodie or a jacket to work today. That feels better because I love warm weather. I'm a warm weather guy. I hate the cold.
I completely agree. You and I rarely do we agree. Rare are we in agreement? We're in agreement here. First day that feels like fall, it's like, okay, great. The only thing that gets me pumped is that, like, it's football. Like, that football's here. But then that brings, like, it's not like, ooh, let me get a pumpkin spice latte and let me go apple pit. Like, that's stuff that your significant other is interested in. I don't care about any of that.
You're totally a pumpkin spice latte guy.
I might be. But, like, I'm like you, man. I don't mind if it's 90 degrees every single day. I don't like the fact that it's all of a sudden it's 65 and like the fall, the leaves are turning. Like, that just reminds me that, wow, winter is next and winter's around the corner. It's going to be 30 degrees or 20 degrees very soon. No, yeah, these days where it feels like spring and you know that summer's around the corner, that's the real optimism. That's the end of seasonal depression. There's a lot of optimism to be had there. Damn it. I don't think we have enough time here for another one. We'll save some of these for tomorrow.
Yeah, we do. We can go quick.
We got some good ones, including the Hawks canceling, or the NBA, not the Hawks. The NBA canceled the Hawks Magic City night. The promo where they wanted to honor the strip club Magic City. Mm-hmm. Good for the NBA. Good job by Adam. Yes. That's a rare Adam Silver W. Rare Adam Silver W, Combs.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. It should have never been a thing in the first place. I'm glad that they canceled it. I'm happy they did what they did, which was go away with it, because it's just, there's no way you're going to have kids sitting in an arena listening to this. So good stuff.
Okay. Linnell Willingham is up next. Westwood One Sports Night is coming up next, so stay tuned for that. Thanks to everybody working on our show. Producer Brandon Combs, of course, Brad Evans, Monty, Michael Montgomery, Chloe Pratt, Zach Kroll, Max Sheedy. I'm Pat Boyle. Follow me on Twitter at PatBoyle44. We will see you tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern, right here on BetMGM Tonight. This is Westwood One Sports.
They are a good team without him. They are not a team with Final Four upside without him. It's the same thing with Texas Tech. They lost a first-team All-American, JT Toppin. Like, you have to strike them off of the list of teams that can make a run to a championship because you just lost your best player. If Cam Boozer got hurt for Duke, we do the same thing. If Yaxel got hurt at Michigan, we'd probably do the same thing. So it is what it is. It sucks that this is the way that it played out because this Carolina team had the potential to be able to make some noise because they started figuring out Jaron Stevenson as a potential guy at the 3. Derek Dixon, the freshman point guard, has really come along. And they have, with Visar, Caleb Wilson, and Jaron Stevenson, the way that he's been playing of late, they all of a sudden had a front line that can match up with those biggest front lines because of the length and athleticism they put at the 3 spot. Their point guard situation figured itself out a little bit. It's, to me, we have them right now as a 5 seed, right? And in our bracket, that means they're going to play High Point. They could end up playing a team like a South Florida if South Florida makes it. They are going to be one of the trendiest 5-12 upsets if they end up on the 5 seed line when it comes to Selection Sunday.
There are many, 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 many bad contracts in the history of sports. And we can go to like all the different sports to find them, right? You know, as a Yankee fan, Jacoby Ellsbury is one that always comes up. But there are many, many terrible Anthony Rendon with the Los Angeles Angels, of Anaheim, of North America, of planet Earth, of the Milky Way galaxy. How about Deshaun Watson with the Cleveland Browns? I mean, there are tons. The Tua Tagovailoa contract, 4 years, going into the 2024 season, 4 years, $212 million. $167 million guaranteed for Tua Tagovailoa. $53 million per year. Has to go towards the top of the list. Tua's dead cap hit this year, not $99 million. $99 million. I just cue up the Jay-Z. If you having quarterback problems, I feel bad for you, son. We got 99 million problems, and unfortunately, Tua Tagovailoa is one. I mean, $99 million. Question for everybody. How badly do the Miami Dolphins want Tua Tagovailoa to not be on their roster? Answer. Here's $100 million to make it happen. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. The Dolphins are going to be terrible this season. The Miami Dolphins, I don't know if they're like actively trying to lose games, but they are going to be terrible. And this is a really good thing for the Miami Dolphins. And this is why you hire Jeff Hafley and you give him a 5-year deal at the start of a rebuild here. And it's why you pay Tua Tagovailoa all this money to go away, because you're at the start of a rebuild and you're trying to build a new culture. Miami is going to be one of, if not the, worst teams in the NFL this season. And 2027 is the big quarterback draft. Once upon a time, the Miami Dolphins were urged by fans and by media, because honestly, it was really fun to say, to tank for Tua. Look at how they drafted Tua, and then they tried to win and they actually tanked. Years after that happened, should the Miami Dolphins march for Arch?